Hi, everybody. How are you today? I said to come on a half an hour earlier, but after this, now on, I'm going to be doing shows on Fridays and Sundays. Fridays, 3 o'clock, and Sundays, 1:30. But anyways, how are you today? And do you hear about what happened today? The Pope passed away. Sad. But yeah, it was crazy. Pope passed away. So crazy, like. But hi, Maud. How are you? How are you, Maud? We love mods. Yes, join me. Yeah, join me, Maud. Hi, steak guy. Can I put the link up here again? Yep. No, I forgot to put the link. I'll put the link up here. Yeah. The mod stuff. Hi, Mavpig. How are you today? How are you? Yeah. Yeah, it was crazy. Woke up this morning and found out the Pope passed away. That's crazy. Yeah, it was all crazy like. Yeah, the Pope. Pope. Oh. But now they need to have Zedon be the new Pope. I'll vote for him. He'd make a good Pope. Mo, good AJ. And they'd be Pope and Vice Pope. The Mega Pope. The Popeyes. Yeah, it'd be a good Pope. Pope, and more Pope. 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 Praise old Pope. Oh, good. Just drop off the stars and the date. Oh, that's good. That's good. Hope you have a good day, little guy. Yeah, it is crazy. And how was everyone's Easter? Oh, yeah, it was great. You just got here. Maud! We missed the Maud!
Hi.
Hi, Maud.
Well, if you missed, you got to aim higher.
Oh, Maud, let me tell you something. Here's, that intro you made for me? I did this thing right. Edit these monster guys in there and put the Halloween song. It made a lot of views, over 1,000 views.
It did? Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, it was crazy. I also did a funny one where I made evil AJ. I put his face on a pregnant man's body and put the song under. No, I have to like you. I also did one of Gangster Aiden being a gangster because he's a Aiden. Yeah, crazy. You know what?
He's a gangster, all right.
Funny. I see him. Yeah.
What's going on with you and AJ? Why are you so, mad at him?
I don't.
Everything. I mean, did something new happen?
Nah.
No. Okay.
Look at this.
That is hilarious. That was a really good one. Hey, Chuck.
Oh, Chuck's here. Hi, Power Chuck. Yeah. Power Chuck, what do you think about what happened with the Pope? Should they just make you the new Pope? Power Chuck, why does he call himself Chucky? He's Father Chuck.
Anyway. Huh?
But he's Father Chuck.
Oh, I seen him. I said hello. Did he hear me, or did y'all hear me? Maybe I
Yeah.
was.
Uh-oh. The priest got a
What?
gun.
Oh. Stop the drive-bys.
That's funny. Yeah.
I better stop, or Daniel will report you, or somebody. Who knows?
Okay.
So,
Okay.
how was your Easter?
It was good. How was yours?
Fantastic.
Oh, that's good.
Very blessed and lucky, and just all that.
Oh, that's
It was
good.
a good day. Yeah.
Oh,
And it's been a long time since my anniversary landed on. Wait, I don't know if it's been a long time, but it's kind of like my first son. I had him on Thanksgiving, and every year it changes, you know. So every like I don't know how many years goes by when it goes back to the because it's the last Thursday of the month, and Easter is the last Sunday. So, or is it the Sunday before last? I don't know. Anyway, or the Thursday. I mean.
oh,
Anyway.
yeah, this could be my last Monday. No, I'm going to just do shows on Fridays and Sundays.
Yeah, I figure it'll start. Mine are going to die down too some.
3 o'clock Fridays, 1:30 on Sundays.
Oh, nice. So what made you decide to do that?
I talked
Stressing
to
you out?
Yeah, and I talked to my friend from the UK. Yeah, he said he did GPT something and put my stuff in there and see what I do the best on. He said the weekend thing. So
Yeah, but I mean, what made you not want?
Just too much. And so you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I'm losing signal apparently.
Oh,
I
sorry.
don't know. They're working on the internet around here, but I have a feeling I know what's going on, but
What happened?
It's you wouldn't even know. It's totally hid. It's subtle, very subtle. You wouldn't even know. I wouldn't be able to prove it, but what made you decide? Is just stressing you out?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I get it. I get that. Now imagine if you had like a person constantly sucking the life out of you at the same time.
Oh.
At least you got. At least I don't know. It is a lot of complaining. People just on your back all the time. It just gets. Yeah.
Oh.
I get it. I talked to Adam the other day. A little bit. Little tiny bit.
What did he say?
He said that he asked me if I'm still doing my show and stuff, so he's not on YouTube at all anymore.
Oh.
But he didn't really say much. It was just kind of like I was like, hey, I just wanted to check on you, see how you're doing. And he responded back, asked me how I was doing, and then that was it.
Was that on Discord or email?
Messenger, Facebook.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was crazy. Daniel did a show last night.
Yeah, I seen it. I seen it go live. I was watching on Z-Dens for a little bit.
Yeah. I was on there a bit too. Yeah, it was crazy.
Oh, yeah?
He's back now. He said he would come on today.
Oh, nice. Probably not with. Well, I don't know.
Yeah,
I never know.
Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
so is Lent over? Is that why?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy, and yeah. But what you? Yeah, it's crazy. Like, I like this.
That is literally Aiden's next job. It should be anyway.
Oh, good run
What the hell?
Aiden McDonald.
That's so good for him.
Buddy. Well, I got a new video I have. He wore AJ as a pregnant woman.
Oh my gosh. I was watching an old stream the other night with Lupin on, and it was right after he got out of the dentist. The one where he was like punching at the screen, but there is so many funny parts in there. I'm literally making a video out of it.
Oh.
I've been working on it all night.
Well, I made another one. I found a scary thing where I have you. It is a weird, scary thing with Jiki. You want me
With
to show
me?
you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put you in there, put Aiden in it, and put Kid in it.
Mhm.
It was crazy.
Hopefully, I'm beating Aiden and Kent up, right?
Yeah,
I'm the hero of the plot.
it's crazy. Watch. See, this is it.
An excellent day for an exorcism.
Watch this. There.
Oh, that was good though. That was pretty good.
Wow, it's scary. It's just ghost.
Ooh, creepy, Creepington.
Yeah.
Show me the other video, the one that you said you made out of the one video.
Oh, that also, but that has music on there.
Oh,
Show you a bit of.
what the hell? I loved it whenever you clicked on this video and you told Dustin, or Dustin was like, "I told you not to put me in your videos anymore, GG." That cracked me up. I just immediately went to, "Ooh, so and so looks really sick."
Yeah.
It is creepy though. That not that well. That one's creepy too, but the other one is really creepy with the breathing.
Yeah. That has him
That
in it. I mixed these two into this video of
Ooh.
your one scary video intro you made.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. And it's gotten how many views?
I think I forgot how many views it got. I think it might be 1,000 views.
Nice.
Yep, 1.2 thousand views. The other one would just have 1,000 views.
Wow.
Here's Gangster.
Man, you're doing really good with them.
Look at Gangster Aiden.
I like the one where he's playing the guitar under the water. Is being gay though cool and encouraged in America?
Hmm?
Who is that? Who's
I have no
Joanna?
idea.
Or Joanna? Yeah. Nah, I don't know either. Is being gay though cool and encouraged in America? I mean, isn't it pretty much everywhere?
Oh. What about Gangster Aiden? He's just a gangster. A gangster.
Oh, Christian Carpenter. Yeah, pretty gangster, all right.
Yeah, it's crazy. Lupin still thinks that's Christian Pike. Brother Pike.
What's Christian Pike?
Christian Carpenter.
Oh, he's dumb. He's literally an idiot. I mean, the guy could literally show his face. I mean, he's nice and encouraging, and it doesn't matter. Just let him think whatever he wants, because he's never gonna
join it. Could
He's
that be
never
the
gonna
lady from what's it called? It
DL or Cindy's friend?
DL. Yeah. Oh.
And now she'd be yelling at us or something by now.
Oh. Oh, but yeah.
And whoever it is, they only made their account a month ago, so.
Oh. Do you think
Who
it could be
knows?
this guy?
Aiden? Probably.
It's just so funny.
It is pretty funny.
Yeah. When are you doing your shows?
I'm just gonna do mine whenever. Whenever I feel like it, I'll just do one. I won't do it on the days that you're gonna have one, or I'll do it later than yours or something. I won't get in. I won't mess up your times and stuff, but I'm probably gonna cut back a lot too, just because I need to work on my life and get my stuff. I don't know. I just want to get the hell out of here. It's really. And I hate to say that because I love everybody here, but Seesaw.
Hi.
Hey,
Good morning.
morning.
Mm.
How are you, Seesaw?
I'm old, so I wake up and my back hurts.
Oh, you're not old. You're younger
You
than
look.
me.
You and Maud
I
both look 20.
I feel
Oh, thank you.
extremely old, you guys.
You know what I do for back pain, and I
What?
never have back pain ever anymore. Is before I wake up, or when I wake up in the morning, before I get up, or maybe I'll go pee or something first and then come back. Is I just do 15 leg lifts with each leg once a day, and you'll never have back problems again.
Ooh, thank you. Okay, I'll try that. Hopefully it
Yeah,
helps.
for real. It will. It will. Is it in the lower back or is it in the right?
It's
Going down the leg.
lower back.
Okay. Yeah. So you should that'll work. Because see, I have piriformis problems, which is in your like right or left cheek, you know. So I have to do it. I have to do with the band exercise, you know, where you lay on your side and you do one leg up. But just a couple things a day, and you'll feel so much better. Like you won't have any pain anymore.
Oh,
Or use a
wow.
TINS unit. TINS units do the same exact thing.
I don't know what that is. What is that?
It's a little thing that has like gel sticky pads, kind of like a hospital, and you put them on whatever muscle you're having problems with, and then you snap these little buttons on it, and it turn it up, and it kind of gives you a little tiny electric pulse that'll tighten your muscles up. Because you need fat to cushion the organs and muscle to hold them in. So when your muscles start getting weak, then everything starts hurting. At least what I've learned.
Yeah,
Back
I'll
pain
try
is
that.
blocked. Sacral chakra. What? Who is that? Do we know who Joanna is?
No.
No idea.
I've never seen her in the chat before.
Oh. Yeah, how was your Easter? Was it a good old time?
It was a great old time. I was just home, Gigi.
Oh.
Being my regular hermit self.
Which is nice. Very
Which is
nice.
very nice. I was very happy, Gigi, to hear that you're cutting back on the shows. When it's good, the conversations on here, when they're good, they're great. When everybody's in a good mood and being respectful and everything, it's awesome. But most of the time, yeah, it's so problematic and just
Negative, yeah.
so negative. Yeah, it's like, so it'll be nice, and I'm happy for Gigi. He'll have a little bit more peace of mind.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. And in July, because I'm going to the UK, I don't think I have internet abilities there, so I'm going to take a month off there.
Yeah.
He drove by. Your truck tossed two eggs in the yard, and I got $2.
All those Aiden videos are so funny. The pregnant Aiden was my favorite.
That's the pregnant evil AJ. Yeah.
Can't even tell the difference anymore.
But Aiden's the dad. Yep, he is.
Ooh.
See?
Jeez, what the hell?
I can watch that video time over.
That thing's gonna haunt my nightmares.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all right. It's a living nightmare, like you would say. Is that how you say it? I don't remember.
That's what Steven said.
I know, but I love the way you. Yeah, go ahead.
Your living nightmare.
You say it like, and it sounds really good, like a scary movie.
Oh,
because you were the first time you were like, "Be your living nightmare." I'll just never forget it. I love it.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Oh. With booty cheddar nonsense.
It'll take him 6 years to notice it.
Know what they say? Or
definitely not booty cheddar nonsense.
First time I heard him say that, it seemed like I don't know. It just seemed like stuff I heard my whole life. That's how awesome it sounds to me. Booty chatter, nonsense. Booty chatter, nonsense. Oh, good to see you. Yeah, funny. But Mod,
Yeah.
get down. Oh, sorry.
Hmm.
But Mod, yeah, funny. It was crazy. Sandman, and I hope he comes on today, Sandman. Oh, look at this.
Yeah, I hope he comes on too and makes fun of us all again some more with his possessed pictures.
Yeah.
And then I'll put my "Why Are You Gay" on.
And calls us all heretics.
Yeah. And see, he started doing that. I can't remember if he started putting those on with you in the room or if it was right before you. So I took it like it was about, he was saying that to me. And I'm like, why, dude? I didn't even do anything. Like, because you didn't start talking about the possession stuff until after the pictures.
I
Because I'm
don't
like, what the
know.
hell? That's why I put the "Why Are You Gay" thing up. Because I was like, all right, I can send messages too, bruh. No.
And I'm so obtuse, I don't even notice them. Like, if you hadn't told me right now, I wouldn't have, well, I wouldn't remember because I forget everything. But I also, like, am in my own world. So I wouldn't have even caught that.
Like this.
Hold on one second. I'll be right
There
back.
you go.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it was crazy little guy. Yeah, what do you think of that? Is that crazy the Pope passed away today? But I need to tell you something. No, I saw on Facebook, but Tim said it's crazy. Yeah, it was crazy. Like, but do you think
I vote
AJ?
for Gigi to be the new pope.
What about good AJ or Zidane?
Seaton would be a great pope. That's true.
And AJ could be his vice pope.
There's a vice pope?
I don't know, but he could be his vice pope.
I don't know anything about the Catholic Church, so maybe there is a vice pope. I
Yeah,
bet you I bet you Zidane is not gonna come in here and correct us
yeah, like
with
this.
his I'm busy at work BS.
Oh, yeah, he's a crazy little guy. Yeah, it was crazy. The Pope passed away. That's the day
Yeah.
after Easter too. Is that crazy? Oh, you disappeared. Oh no.
Oh
Oh no.
no. She must have got a phone call.
Yeah. Is that weird? He passed away the day after Easter.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of weird.
Yeah.
I thought it was even weirder that they were saying Easter Monday. Is that a thing?
I don't know. But is that crazy that he passed away the day after Easter?
The mark
Yeah.
of the beast is changing Easter Sunday to Monday.
Oh
No, I'm
no.
just kidding. Have you ever heard people say the mark of the beast is a Sabbath? Keeping the Sabbath?
Yeah, the 7 Day Adventists say that, I think. Oh, sorry. But yeah, it was crazy. Do you know what Tim said about this?
No.
Oh, your one video went up to 100 views already.
Oh,
Aiden
nice.
a gangster Canadian is 447 views.
Well, I'm more popular than Aiden, so I knew that. No, I'm just kidding. Hey, Frank, how you doing?
Oh, hi Frank.
We missed you. No, I'm just kidding. You better be coming on to my show tonight, though, for sure.
Better where you get a whooping.
Yeah, you get a whooping, Frank. You ready for that pow pow? That's what I used to tell my kids. You want a pow pow? Oh no. They never got one though because they were spoiled rotten brats.
Oh, what time? 7:30 is her show. Eastern Standard Time. Is that right?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh,
Yes,
who is
sir.
that? Oh, no. Yeah, it's crazy. You know what Tim said about the Pope? Of course, he said, well, you know what he normally would say, that the Pope, bad things about the Pope.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
because they have no, they have no empathy at all. They just want to make people feel stupid. Him and Bruce. And it's like whatever. Everybody's got their own approach, I guess. If that's the kind of wake you want to leave, be my guest.
But what if?
Because no matter how right Tim is, nobody wants to hear about it because of his attitude. So, he can not care about that all he wants, but you're not getting any jobs done with your attitude. Just like Steve. They can have all the zeal they want, but if you can't present it to somebody without giving them the worst feeling and never wanting to be around you again, well, I mean, that's not really helping,
Oh, you know that what's his name? Tim's going to do another street preaching. This time it looks like he's going to be street preaching at people. Instead of just standing at the corner street preaching, he's going to actual people to talk. What do you think of that?
Not much.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I think the group is pretty much like, we've all, yeah, I don't know. I don't even have any ideas for like shows anymore. And I don't know. I definitely miss my garden and being outside for sure.
Oh.
I took my dog for a walk this morning though, and that was great.
Oh,
so happy about that. I actually got a video. Let me see if I can get it.
Oh.
And I'll show it.
Oh, that's good. Missing the mods.
Yeah. Yeah. Gangster the ghosts.
Oh, mod. Yeah. You meant to video pregnant evil AJ?
Could I imagine what? Hi, nerdy. Nerdy.
Evil AJ is pregnant.
Oh. Oh, is it Big Bad Mama's?
Aiden.
Oh, okay. Big Bad Mama's the godfather.
Yeah.
Mother. Or whatever. I don't know.
What do you think of that in UK? They ruled your genders, your biological sex.
What do I think about it?
Yeah, it's awesome.
I mean, I guess, yeah.
Well,
I mean, isn't that already like? Yeah, I don't know.
Leftists try to change it, but it's crazy. But
well, the Bible talks about stuff like that. They'll be calling good things or bad things good and good bad, and that just like they are right now. I mean, I don't think we can stop it. We just got to pray about it. We can't physically stop it. I mean, because as soon as they vote someone else in, they'll put it all back. I mean, they'll do it all again. They're going to do what they want, and unfortunately, we have to let them do that. That's why we have freedom. We can complain about it and get people to do policies and all that, but it'll come back around again because that is exactly what the Bible says, and it didn't happen already. That's obvious, right? Like it's pretty friggin' obvious that things are headed in a bad direction when you're.
Make sure they don't get back and make sure they stay out. Pretty sure all religions are pagan. What do you think of this?
Pretty sure all religions are pagan, though. I keep hearing that, like people saying, "Oh yeah, Easter's bad," and this and that. It's all on pagan holidays, and it's like, you think these friggin' demons coming up with this stuff don't steal God's ideas? Like the Lord isn't the one that knows everything about the stars and all the seasons and all that. I mean, probably they know too. Like they're probably mimicking him. That's why they pick those days specifically, because there's something about them, and they just, get their stuff out there, like, because they were receiving worship, remember? Like, they were literally on earth, or, at least I believe they were, Nephilim or whatever, these Greek gods, whatever. So they were just mimicking God. They needed to do that or people wouldn't believe it. So, I mean, it's kind of stupid for the creator of the entire universe, probably had his stuff in place first. And he doesn't give a crap about pagan holidays and crap,
Oh.
It's just dumb to me. It's like, oh, we're not allowed to celebrate Christmas. It's like, dude, that's the best time of year for almost every kid that celebrates Christmas. That's their favorite time of year. Why would you rip that away from your own family by being an ass and not celebrating Christmas? I mean, come on, dude. It's so stupid. It's like, dude, you just want no joy at all in your life. I'm going to do this. It's like you're spending so much time trying to look good for everyone else that you're missing the point. You're not even, you're so stressed, you're biting people's heads off, It's like not helpful.
I heard Bible says it's all right to celebrate holidays.
Yeah, like traditions or something, right?
Yeah, I think so. But Miss Mod, what would you do if you fall into another dimension where they made you the queen of the universe, queen of the earth?
I don't know. What would I do? Probably kill everyone, I'd probably be in a bad mood, like, at some point. It'll be great for a couple days.
Oh.
But, yeah.
Oh, would you?
Everybody but you. Because I love you.
I love you too.
Mm-hmm.
What about friends?
Azzo's going first. Oh, hello, Azzo. I didn't know you were there.
Hi, Azzo.
Therefore, do not let anyone judge you by what you eat or drink or with regard. Yeah, because, when you go into someone's house and they offer you to sit down and eat with them, it's rude to say no, right? So the Lord's saying, don't say no, just do it. Just sit down and eat with them. Don't act all crazy, start acting all weird and stuff. It's exactly like today, the way people act. They think they're righteous because they don't celebrate Christmas. It's like, no, you're an asshole because you're taking that away from your own family. I know I did it 1 year and it ruined it for me. It's totally destroyed my Christmas forever now, just because of 1 year. Yeah, it sucks. I wish I could take it back.
Were you a Jehovah's Witness?
No.
Were you a Mormon? Were you Pentecostal?
Nope.
Well, are you?
I've never been to anything. Yeah. But see, I can't even really claim Baptist because I've never been baptized. Don't you have to be baptized to get in to be a member of a church? Like, technically.
Yeah, that's Bruce about that. He would know. He's Bruce.
Bruce is Bruce.
Yeah, he's crazy.
He's a weirdo, and he could just keep avoiding me.
Sorry,
I'm fine with that. No, don't be sorry. It's for the best. It's for the best.
How about this?
Whoa, McDonald's. That's cute though.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it was crazy. What do you think if you won $1 billion?
I'm not drinking to sit down with them if they're drinking cold tea because that's heresy. Have you ever eaten anything in a BAP that still counts? What? What's a BAP?
I have no idea.
I don't either. Technically, you could be a member of the Baptist congregation regardless of whether you've been baptized or not. Oh, okay. Well, I still, haven't went to church. I need to. Can't be a Christian if you're not baptized. Okay. Well, anyway.
What about being looping, pooping, takes a pooping?
That is hilarious. And actually, I forgot. I need to find that video that I was looking for.
Well, what about this? The baby.
Oh. Cutie little tootie.
That's the face a baby makes when they're about to be baptized.
They probably turned around and seen Christian back there. They were like, holy crap, who's this guy?
And everyone, remember this.
Hey, Zeden. I'll jump in about 10 minutes. You keep threatening us with that, but, still haven't seen you yet, Frank.
Oh. I sent the connection to Zeden at the way.
Oh, yeah?
Don't leave, we miss you. Even Lady Ada would miss you. Oh, Lady Ada, love you. Lady Ada doesn't want you to leave. Lady Ada. Lady Ada. Lady Ada. Oh.
He's probably
Oh.
working or something. I don't know.
Do you think he should be the new Ronald McDonald?
Who?
Aiden?
Well, we already have a Ron.
I think the other guy got retired or something.
Oh, so Ron retired? What? No.
They should have Aiden McDonald. Aiden McDonald had a farm. E-I-O. E-I-O.
E-I-O.
Oh.
E-I-E-I-O. Sorry, I was just singing along.
Oh. Aiden had a little farm. E-I-E-I-O. Oh. But, Mod,
yeah.
what your show's going to be about tonight?
We're just going to be chilling. I am anyway. And then whatever topic comes up. Jill commented on my video at like 5:30 this morning on one of the other streams. Saying something, I don't know. I swear these guys like attack the chicks just to be like edgy, and it's like, dude, you don't realize you look like a bitch coming after the women. Like, are you seriously gonna try to take shots at the ladies instead of the dudes? Like, dude, don't beat up on a girl, because he was talking about Pixie, I think, as far as I can remember. Yeah, and it's like, dude, what the hell? And she's the smallest and a girl, and you're picking on her. I mean, kid, even if you're right, just don't do that. She's very sweet and soft spoken and nice. So she's not gonna friggin' hurt anyone. Just lay off.
Yeah. Jill has a pixie book. What?
Oh. Yeah. So did who else was it? Joseph.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He had an argument with her, I guess. I don't know. He was mad about something. I forgot what he was talking about. What do you think?
He did the same thing to Deviant, too. It's just that first... I don't know. I do not know. I don't want to give my thoughts on it. I already did, so, yesterday. But, I don't know. So what about you?
I don't know.
What aboutism?
But what do you think? Would you ever join a cult where you have to change your name to Jessica?
No.
Oh.
One of my friends' names was Jessica.
What if you went to Dale and you had to change your name to Sandra?
I'm never going there because I definitely don't want to run into any more freaking narcissists. I mean, that's insane. I can't believe it. I'm starting to think my dream with all the snakes running towards that plane crash. I'm starting to think the snakes are all the narcissists headed there. I mean, that place must have tons of them there constantly coming through. It's really freaking creepy. Not saying anything bad about narcissists, but I mean, you got all of them in one freaking area. That's that's a recipe for disaster. I mean, pretty much.
What would you do if Kent asked you to marry him?
Say no.
But what if he asked Claude to marry him?
I would say, congratulations, you're engaged again.
Funny. But The other day, Claude got in it with Dan. My
Again?
comments.
Yeah, I have a clip of them fighting. Actually, I just was clipping it this morning.
Yeah, yeah, it was crazy. Like, but what would you do if you wanna what is it?
Wayne Wait, what in the world would Maud ever change her name to Execute Order 66? What the hell's that?
That's from Star Wars.
Okay. I was gonna say that other person I think was threatening me. So
Who?
that person, that commenter that I showed you.
Oh, if there makes you mad, you could always.
Oh, I'm not. I'm not mad. I hope they do. I hope it's not, just a little, chump running their mouth. Like,
If they,
I'm here, like McDonald's, billions and billions, Well, no, I don't want to say that. I used to call my hoe friends McDonald's. Just come and get it if you want it. I'll be waiting. Can you please donate to say, holy crap.
What happened?
My daughter's about to break the house. Hey, Dr. Spider. Hello. Change Mod's name to Sachago. I know what that name is, but I don't know if I can say it. Sack. Okay. I'm still waiting for Mod to get a job and stop drinking cheap liquor. Well, the job part I have. My job doesn't have weekends either. Well, it does right now, but change Mod's name. Sacagawea, that's what it is. Sorry, I'm doing your comments for you.
Well, that's all right.
I just want to be able, because I know I could hear people out there complaining. Why are you putting them on the screen right here? Jill has a boner for dudes. Nope. Instantly taken down. Gangster Ghost and Lord Vader should get married. What? Oh, okay.
What do you think that is?
Oof. I don't know. It's definitely not who I thought it was at first.
Who you thought it was at first?
Well, I thought it was a girl, but it's not. I don't know. Why would they say that? Vader should wait. Lord Vader. I was watching a clip of actually it's from the video that I'm making a clip, little video out of. And AJ was on that one, and you guys were getting along really good. You were telling him you hope he felt better. Oh wait, no, that was Mark Reed that you were saying that to. Never mind. Yeah, I guess you could be getting along one day and the next day is different.
Oh.
Let's make Mod say words. What the hell? Hello, Beerius Slack. Hello.
What y'all talking about? Mod's name is Sacagawea. What now?
Sacagawea?
Hey.
Man, you can do all kinds of funny stuff with that name.
So how's everybody doing? Did y'all have a good Easter weekend?
Yeah, did you?
Yes.
I won't go into all the details, but mine was very drama-filled. Because my ex and her entourage of people were back over at my house to collect her things after the court ruling, and it did not go smoothly. It was a very stressful and drama-filled day. So,
did anybody go to jail?
No.
Oh man,
no,
that would have been
but
funny.
The cops were called though. Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that.
Because court orders were not being followed accurately.
Yeah, her bringing a bunch of
so
people.
much
I mean,
fun.
did she need a bunch?
To get all the stuff that she had left, yeah, because there was a bunch of stuff she had left in the back of the house, backyard, and they
say
need to collect all that.
dioxarib. I can't say that.
I have a question. You heard about what happened with the Pope? He passed away. Somewhere he passed away the day after Easter.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
It,
was he? I don't really know much about this Pope. Was he already in poor and failing health?
Yeah, he'd been sick for a while.
I lost track because for most of my life, I want to talk about Azo for just a second before we continue. Time to leave. Frank's voice is like nails on a chalkboard. Oh, thanks for the love, Azo. See, there's that Christian love.
He's not Christian.
Nails on a chalkboard. I know he's not. That's right.
Is he joking or is he being serious?
No, he's not. He's just messing around.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I thought you guys were friends. I didn't see anything going on there.
We are. No, I'm just playing. Yeah, Azo's a good guy. I hope he can jump in on the panel.
No, we don't. It's full. We're all full here.
All full up.
Yeah, no LGBTQ allowed or can fit on here with us.
Well, I thought he called it alpha. I thought he called it alphabet community.
Oh, I don't
know. But yeah. But back to the Pope though. For most of my lifetime, it was Pope John Paul. It was Pope John Paul II, and then after he passed, and then they had to select a new pope. I kind of lost track after that about I don't know how many different popes the Catholic Church has had over the last 15 years or so.
Yeah,
can't keep up with it.
Yeah, it's crazy. Do you think? I think Zidane should be the new pope.
What are his qualifications?
That he's Zidane.
That he's Zidane. Well, he could be our pope. How about that?
Yeah, Pope Zidane. Oh, well,
our Pope of Catholicism. Yeah. What about Orthodoxy? They don't have a pope. They have but they do have some kind of leader. What's he called?
Sandman.
Daniel that. Oh, yes, Sandman. Cornelius. Yeah.
Bartholomew, I think.
Bartholomew. Actually, let's look that up. Let's see. What is the head of the Orthodox Church called? Commonly asked Google question. The head of the Orthodox Church, Google AI says, head of the Orthodox Church is known as the Ecumenical Patriarch of Constantinople. Man, just rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it? He is considered the first among equals among all Orthodox patriarchs and is the spiritual leader of the Orthodox Christian world. While holding a position of honor and respect, he does not have a central authority over other Orthodox churches. Oh, so it's not really centralized.
Hi.
Hi,
BBC. Join us.
It's Daniel. Yeah. Daniel can jump in and talk about all that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I was under the impression that there was at least a figurehead similar to the Pope in Orthodoxy, but not necessarily with the same political power or whatever, not this or whatever you call it. Sorry.
He's going to join
I like what Stephen said that his grandfather used to say to him. He said that his grandfather used to say he was more useless than balls on the Pope. Ooh, that's hilarious.
That's not a fair requirement, isn't it? That the Pope can't ever have can't get married.
It would literally drive some men. I mean, you would never feel I don't know. It would just be very hard, I imagine, for a guy especially.
Oh. Yeah, Daniel's going to join.
Okay.
Awesome. Yeah, is that crazy? What if they made you Pope Frank? Would you be Frank with us then?
Well, I'll be frank with you regardless of what my position is, but no, I'm content. I would not accept if elected, and also would not serve. I'm not qualified anyway. So.
Are you sure you're not qualified?
I'm pretty sure I'm not.
Do you think
I don't think they want a non-believer in charge. That wouldn't go so well.
Oh. But what if they had a mod in charge? A
Hmm.
missing mod.
She can have.
Ooh.
Yeah, I can have it if she wants.
Ooh.
Pope mod.
She can be
Pope.
the owl mama of
The Pope of
the
all
Orthodox
popes.
Church.
Yeah.
The
The
Pope
Orthodox
to end all
Pope.
popes.
I want to be the Pope of Baptist, the Baptist Pope.
Hmm.
Oh,
Would that
I
be what?
doubt that'll ever. They'll
be
never
what,
let a woman do
Baptist?
that.
It's half Baptist, half Catholic, so it's like Baptist or something like that.
Yeah. Baptist.
Oh, God, have you seen this, Frank?
So, okay, wait a minute. So it's Ronald McDonald in a, what was that? What outfit was that?
And guess who that's Aiden is Ronald McDonald.
Oh,
The
okay.
king of hamburgers, of plastic hamburgers.
In his great grandfather's World War I uniform, no less.
That crazy Aiden.
He served in the Canadian forces of the British Army in World War I or something. I guess I don't know.
Just like Missing Maud. No, she's only
What?
20 years old.
She's just a pretty young thing.
Thank you. Actually, I probably wouldn't go back if I had to live my life over again. I'll pass. Hard pass for me, especially my 20s. No, thank you.
They just made a machine that can reverse your aging back to being 20.
Oh, I'll
Really?
stay here where I'm at.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called drinking blood. I've heard that they use I don't know where or how exclusive it is, but there's somewhere that they put young people's I don't want to say blood, but it's their plasma or something, where they kind of do like a I don't know if you ever been with somebody that does chemo, where you take them in and they like sit by a machine or whatever, and they get hooked up and they do their process and then leave. It's kind of like that, but it keeps them young.
Are you talking about endochrome?
Adrenochrome? No,
Adrenochrome, yeah.
That is something, but it's not the same thing. Let me see.
Okay.
Let me look it up.
Hi, Daniel.
Don't you call me Z-Den.
Dan, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Glory to God. Christ is still risen. It's bright week. And of course, you guys probably already heard that the Pope has deceased.
Yeah.
So
I heard it right here on this channel, on this very
prayers
channel.
for Pope Francis. Whether you agree with his theology or not, he's still an image bearer of God and deserves our prayers.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. What happened?
Yeah, well, you know what? I look at it like Gangster Ghost, and I don't know if this is going to sound a certain way to the Catholics, but it seems to me that God answered a lot of people's prayers, because the way that I would have prayed, well, and I did pray really for Pope Francis, was like, get him to another Pascha, get him to another Easter. You know, everyone knows that he can't live forever. He's 88 years old. It would have been nice if he could make it to one last Easter. And that's exactly what God gave him. He gave him the entire Easter and then took him away at 3 a.m. I mean, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah. He passed away after Easter.
Yeah. So like the way I see it, I mean, lots of prayers got answered, because a lot of the doctors wanted to pull the plug on him during Lent, and somehow prayers kept him alive. And he was even able to participate in the Easter celebration and say Christ is risen, and give people, like, he barely could move his hands. So he gave a very subtle blessing, but he did his last bit, you know? So I think he went out strong, and I hope people remember him in a good light, because, you know, who doesn't want to be remembered in a good light?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah.
Hey, that's Mr. Ronald McDonald.
That's Aiden is Ronald McDonald. Isn't that crazy?
Go ahead, Gigi.
Sorry. Of course, I seen on Facebook Tim, what he said wasn't very nice, I guess.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You know what?
Are you and Tim still beefing?
No, But he still doesn't want to come on anymore, I guess.
Yeah. Well, that's okay, I guess. He did say that one time that he would never come back on if I was on. So I guess in a way, he kind of just fulfilled his promise.
That's so harsh. I mean, just why?
Because I have a false testimony according to him. So when Mother Mary came to me and told me to worship her son and go to the church and saved me from alcoholism and being overweight and being an occultist, that was actually Satan tricking me. Because yeah, I'm still Christian, but now I'm an Orthodox Christian, which is really idolatry. So we're breaking, that first commandment. We're worshiping this, images of Jesus Christ instead of Jesus himself and his mother. That's his point of view. Of course, that's all nonsense. We don't worship Mother Mary. We don't worship the pieces of wood. We remember that God is good. He's the God of the living, and that the saints are in heaven. I hope that Pope Francis is talking to God, or in any way that we do in the afterlife. I think I would like to hope that he's with the saints.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I know that clergy will be judged harsher than laity. So that's why I think it's really important that we do pray for his soul, because I'm sure he made mistakes. Every man does.
Yeah.
I just think it's pretty rude of any Christian to point at somebody else that calls himself a Christian and say, "Oh, you're not really a Christian because of this. You're not really a Christian because of that." I mean, really. I mean, I know I'm looking at it as a non-believer,
Yeah.
but as a former believer. But still, it's you guys all worship the same God, so you just have differences in how you worship that God.
Very true. And
That's all I see.
I thought that way when for some reason I'm like starting to become sick again, which is like the worst.
Oh, sorry about that. I hope you
So I apologize for sneezing.
I'm going
but-
through that too, real bad right now.
Yeah, I got sick. I got better.
weed
Now
out
I'm
a
getting
little.
sick again. I'm like, what is this? Again, now other people did too. They're like, I also got double tapped, and they're like, yeah, I got better, and then I got worse again, and then it finally goes away. So it's like a 2-part sickness. But
Something
anyway,
going around. I've been down with it all weekend.
yeah, right. It's probably because the weather has been so crazy, 30-degree swings in weather. I'm sure part of it's allergies, but what I wanted to say is that when I first became Christian again, I went on to the Praise I Am when I was ready to go onto YouTube about it. And I remember telling them what happened to me. And I was so shocked, just like you, Lord Berius, because I just assumed, oh, yeah, I'm a frogman now. I didn't get to that yet, Zeldsten. I'll tell them about the frogs. But oh golly, what was I saying? So I went on the Praise I Am, and I was expecting the same kind of thing that of you, Lord Slack, where it's just like, we're all Christians here. I'm sure they're going to be celebrating this, that I was an alcoholic and now I'm not anymore, and like God healed me. But when I told them about Mother Mary, they're just like, "Oh, this isn't what we believe." Like, and all of a sudden I realized I'm like, "Oh, so Christianity, on the internet at least, is going to be very different than it is in real life." Because if you tell a Protestant this story in real life, as long as it's not a church, they're probably going to be pretty receptive to it. I had gone to churches and inquired, and a lot of them did say some pretty wacky things to me about Mother Mary. Like, we're not even sure she's in heaven. And I'm like, if you're not sure that the mother of Jesus Christ is in heaven, then what hope do any of us have? His own mother. If his own mother can't make it, then why do you think you're going to make it? These are the kind of conversations I had with Protestants in churches. But when it comes to like in public, or like, say I share that I do Lyft and Uber sometimes. When I'm driving someone around, and if they came up, that none of them would react the same way that people do on the internet or in churches. There's something about it. There's like you have this like strength in numbers. So it's like, well, we're all free gracers here, and we're completely against that. And just like, oh, you're a flavor of Christianity that doesn't appreciate miracles, or at least this kind of miracle.
Oh, that's crazy.
It is. It's super crazy. You think everyone would celebrate when you get another Christian. I worship Jesus Christ. That's what Mother Mary told me to do. But because it was Mother Mary saying it, a lot of people are against it.
Wow. Yeah, that's
Well,
crazy.
if you don't mind my asking, it's like how just to ask. I mean, how do you know that it's Mother Mary that's telling you that?
So I went to hell. I went to hell when I think I died. I withdrew from alcohol way too quickly. And so I bled out through my throat and my stomach. I had these varicose veins. And when I quit too quickly, my blood pressure went sky high. I mean, alcohol is a sedative. So everything just started bleeding out. And I went into a deep sleep, but it was for 24 hours in a locked room. And when the paramedics came, they thought I was dead. So,
Oh, wow.
yeah. And from my perspective, I went to hell, and she came and rescued me from there.
Oh.
So to me, it was without a doubt who she was, because she appeared like she does in the icon of the inexhaustible cup, but she looked more beautiful than that, and she filled the whole place with light. And there's no one like her. So I feel like if you meet her, it's pretty clear who she is, and that hell can't touch her. Hell is afraid of her. It's afraid of her light.
I remember
Okay.
watching this thingamajig where this guy said he went to heck, and he heard these demons come out to attack him, and he prayed to God, and God sent light there, like angels to take him out there, and he came back and stuff. Was there anything like that?
No, I wasn't praying down there. I was very lost and was looking through trinkets in the dust. I mean, the only thing really to do is to look for things, and there's nothing for us there. There's nothing that makes any sense to take back. The place is madness. So what did Missing Mod say?
She said God wouldn't send Mary to deal with the demonic forces on earth. He is the Lord. The Lord would never put her in danger.
She wouldn't be in danger. She's glorified. So she has a
no,
glorified body from Jesus Christ. Jesus raises us up. As many as been baptized into Christ, die with Christ, and are resurrected with him. So Mother Mary especially was assumed into heaven. Now, she passed away first, but to think that she wasn't resurrected when her body was assumed, that would be silly. That's not in the MO of Jesus Christ, who called out Lazarus and said, "Arise." He is resurrection.
Hey guys, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to jump because I've got some phone calls that I've got to make. I may try to jump back on a little bit later. But Daniel, thanks for your story, and Gigi, thanks for having me on for a little bit.
You're welcome. Thank you for joining.
All right.
See you,
Talk to you later.
See ya.
Peace.
Daniel.
Peace out.
Peace. Daniel, how was your Easter? Did you had a good Easter? Did the Easter bunny bring you candy?
The Easter bunny didn't bring me candy this year. I had to get candy myself. And what I mostly got wasn't really candy, because you can have candy during Lent. I wanted something with egg in it, like donuts. And I got glazed donut holes that were delicious. I finished the rest of them off this morning. Well, not this morning, but when I woke up pretty late. I woke up a few times. Like, I woke up around like 4 o'clock and saw that the Pope has passed away. And then I went to sleep for a while. Yeah. And I watched a little, I have it on Fox News or Fox Live, the mass that they're doing. And I listened to the homily, and it's interesting. I've been talking a lot about how the Orthodox say that we don't look at our relationship with God on this sort of justice level that the West does. Most of the time we look at it from the more healing perspective. that the church is a hospital. And he actually said those words today in his homily. He's just like, the church is like a hospital. And I was just like, oh, it's happening. Like, it's pretty amazing to see like the words that you're speaking start to be spoken around the entire world, because they're the true words. And I think this is all in God's plan to see, for the Catholics to be more exposed to orthodoxy and to slowly start taking on their doctrine, is a good sign, actually.
Oh. Well, do you think the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church will become as one?
Well, I think that it won't come as one like Sandman thinks it will. Sandman thinks it's going to be like a compromise of the faith, and it's going to be a terrible thing. Like the faith is going to get betrayed. I have more hope. I know that God can do all things. It does seem impossible for us to unite, but the way to unite is for them to accept the truth. And I think the Orthodox have more of the truth than the Catholics do. I think, they'll see that where we preserve things, they're going to be happy with that. But that's something that takes time.
Oh. Do you think if they did come together, that would cause other people to break away, like Sandman and Zedon?
No,
Oh.
because from the Catholic perspective, the Orthodox are full stop not wrong. I mean, their own Pope says that. It's like, I bet one day it might even be in their catechumenate period, like in their catechism, that like the Orthodox are correct. And they'll also see themselves as being correct. And that's like step one. Step two is like for them to slowly to adopt more and more of our practices, until eventually they'll start to see maybe the theological issues with the double procession and how that messes with the revealed nature of the Godhead. That we know the most about Jesus Christ. Jesus himself, while he was on earth, testified of the Father, and that's important. And we know some of the Holy Spirit, but the Holy Spirit is probably the most humble out of the three, but is the one that dwells here with us. And we can't sublimate the role of the Holy Spirit and say, well, the relationship of the Holy Spirit is he proceeds from the Father, but also the Son. This is a lack of balance. It makes the Holy Spirit seem less than what it really is. He is a person. He just doesn't talk about himself. He talks about Christ. And so when the Holy Spirit is in us, we have Christ in us, because he testifies of the Son. And if we somehow change that apostolic message, I hope that they see that is an innovation, one that we fought against, and it's caused so much controversy over the years because it really is wrong. There hasn't been a point where the laity has agreed and been like, you know what, this does seem right to us in the Holy Spirit. Like the Holy Spirit is also proceeding from the Son. Like that doesn't happen because it's not true. The Holy Spirit has a relationship with the Son, where the Son sends us the Holy Spirit, but the Holy Spirit also sent the Son in many ways. So if we were to say one temporarily, we have to say the other one's temporarily, but we can't affirm that as the eternal Godhead. For them to see things like that, I think will take time, because there's a lot to shake yourself out of the scholastic method of all this deduction, because there's a reason for everything. You'll get somebody who can talk your ear off about why the Catholics believe what they believe. But that same reasoning is why we fractured the church, because anybody can do that. Anybody can take their intellectual mind and be like, this is how I think that the scripture should be applied. It's better to be humble and to accept what the apostles, their fullness of the faith, and very little should change. Changing things like the way that we sit at the church or the calendar, those things aren't like changing of God's nature. But things that change God's nature we need to be very careful about those conversations. And I think if they adopt a more healthy reverence, they'll see, well, we agreed to this for 1,000 years. Maybe we should just kind of go back to what we agreed to. That's how you unify the churches.
Oh yeah. Yeah. But
Thank you.
yeah, the other day your talk with Salmon went pretty good.
Yeah, I think it went okay.
That's good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Would you ever like to have just one-on-one talk, you versus the Sandman?
No, I don't want it to be versus Sandman.
Oh, you talk with the Sandman? Would that be good?
Well, I feel like I kind of did that during Good Friday. And I was asking him to try to put on the spirit of repentance during Holy Week and Lent, to not be saying the things that he was saying about me, because he has this idea that I would compromise the faith, which is, of course, very insulting. So many saints have died to preserve our true doctrine. Just because I have conversations with others doesn't mean that I think we should adopt other people's beliefs.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. What would you? Yeah, what happened with the Pope thing that he passed away? And of course, guys like Tim, what he says is messed up.
I don't want to hear what Tim has to say about it. That guy does not have reverence. Like, that is one thing that I can say about Tim. And if he's listening right now, I would say, like, I don't mean to say this to embitter you. I say it to try to reprove you as a brother. Is that you seem like you really love Christ. Why else would you be reading the scripture so often? So maybe be a little bit more careful about what you say about people's eternal soul, which only Jesus Christ knows what happens to people when they die.
Yeah. Well, he's going to be street preaching Wednesday. This time, unlike the other time, he's just street preaching at the corner at the point to the cars. He said one of the people flipped him off when they drove by. But this time, he's going to be street preaching towards people. It looks like he's going to be at a campus.
Well, what do you think about street preaching? Like, I almost want to ask a spiritual, like a priest about it, and it's be a tongue-in-cheek kind of question, because I already know the answer. Like, is there a way for Orthodox to properly do street preaching? And what do you think actually gets gained from it? Like, do you think there's any souls that are won by street preaching?
I don't know. I've seen a lot of street preachings out there, like hardcore preacher, like these guy Rupert Israel. Him and his street preacher guys, they look more like a gang. They go out there when they preach down to people and stuff. It's crazy.
Well, that's basically what they're going to have to do, is they'll go in numbers so that nobody will intimidate them.
Yeah.
Probably have guns too. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't do that. I mean, we live in a dangerous society, but why street preach in the first place when all it does is cause hostility?
Yeah. Bruce, I heard he went street preaching once, a couple times.
I'm sure he admires it. So what do you gain from it? What I think it does is it swells you with pride, because you feel like you're better than these other people, and you're here to tell them the truth, and you have it, they don't. And then you can tell to people that are upset because you're bothering them throughout their day. You can say, well, see, they're demons. They're upset not because I'm being annoying, but because they don't like the truth. And to act like that is the way that people are going to consume the truth in the 21st century is to be hounded on the street versus probably Googling it, which is how everyone actually consumes information these days. It seems naive at best, but I think if we were to pull away those little layers that we put on top to make ourselves feel better, I think we all know that no one's naive enough to think that street preaching actually wins souls. I think they're doing it to get a thrill.
Yeah, it's crazy. I see all kinds of crazy street preachers. I seen this guy went Jesse Morrell. He went street preaching at a Pride Parade. He walked in there preaching at people and stuff. It was crazy.
Yeah, there's a sort of a discernment that you're supposed to have about when to talk about God, to who, and at what time. And you also have to keep in mind how to be charitable to people. And this is why not everybody should be evangelists. It's a gift, it's a charisma given to some people, and some people are actually hurting the faith because they're not good at it. They turn people away because all they're hearing is, you're wrong, I'm right, I know everything. Look at me, I'm Mr. Special.
It's crazy. Like I seen these guys street preaching where people on a beach just laying down and having fun. Really annoys them and stuff. It was crazy.
Yeah, they make a lot of noise, right? I gotta blow my nose. I'll be right back.
Okay. EM? Are you there, EM? Are you there, EM? Are you there?
All right, I'm back. We got a new guest here, EM.
Yeah, I think he was Tim's friend guy.
Oh, this is the guy who says the N-word?
Yeah.
You're letting him back up?
The other day he actually came on a different thing and behaved himself.
Oh, that's sweet. Well, that's good, EM. Can you use your self-control not to use the vulgarity?
Yeah, sure.
That's awesome. Well, maybe Lent's been good to you, or Easter.
Yeah, sure.
Well, it sounds not so confident. But EM, how are you?
Decent.
Decent. Good. Do you know that Christ is risen?
Yeah.
Excellent.
So we decided to give him a second chance because he showed he can behave.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Takes a lot of humility to come back from something like that.
Yeah. How are you, EM?
Decent.
Oh, that's good. Have you seen Tim's street preaching?
No. Although he did send the video, I haven't watched.
EM, do you think that street preaching is a good thing to do?
Sure.
Why?
Well, I mean, you can see people who convert, like you can see results from it.
Can you? Because I haven't.
Well, it depends, but yeah, sure, you can see results.
That's interesting. I'd like to see where you've seen results, because normally what I've seen from street preaching is just somebody hassling another person. And typically, like what I was saying to Gangster, because I don't know if you were hearing me earlier, but I think people do it to get a thrill out of it. I don't think that they actually think they're going to win any souls, because it doesn't.
Well, I would say if you're going to say that, I mean, I would grant that some people sure do it for like, but I think that's a few, and you shouldn't judge everybody on base of like, if you can assume that some people do it wrong, sure, but I don't know if that like.
Is there a way to do it right? I kind of look at it like a soldier,
I was
shooting at people. It's like, is there a right way to do it?
I was specifically talking about when you said that like some people do it to get the thrill. I mean, sure, some people like, not everybody. Some people just want to win souls.
Yeah. So Missing Mod asks, how do I share the gospel? And how I do it is, number one, the number one way to share the gospel is to be a good person and to be calm under pressure to not allow people's insults to get to you. And people will see that you're different, and they'll wonder what's different about you. But also being just open about your faith, just letting people, when it should be part of your everyday life. It shouldn't be something. Jess and I were talking a little bit about this, to not compartmentalize it. Like when people ask me, "How are you today?" I say, "Glory to God. I'm doing good. God gave me another day." To allow the language of God to be part of your everyday vernacular, so that it's not any mystery to people that you are a Christian. And they'll typically will ask eventually, "What kind of Christian are you?"
Yeah.
Because you seem different, like you're praying all the time. Like you don't seem like a normal Christian. And I'll say, "Oh, I'm an Orthodox Christian," or like, "What's that all about?" And then I get to tell them. I say, "Well, it's the ancient church. It's the church that Christ himself established, that still exists to this day, surviving Islam, communism, all of it, all the persecution. Of course, the early church that the Catholics were a part of us for, the Roman persecution. We somehow survive all of it, and we've kept the traditions the same. And they're typically pretty interested. And what will further get them in is church history and, of course, the feasts. And I would say the lovely icons is a great draw as well, because it's the gospel visualized. So when Missing Mod asks, how do you share the gospel? Sometimes it can be an icon.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Did Jess block you on Facebook?
He did initially, and then I talked to him about it because I saw that, and I was just like, "What happened?" And I commented on one of his YouTubes, and then he unblocked me. He did that initially because he wanted to get rid of like the entire community, and I was just sort of a part of it. But then I think on second thought, he realized that hopefully our friendship is more than just me being associated with everybody else on YouTube.
Can you ask him non-block me?
I could ask him. I think he wants to avoid a place like this because there's a lot of arguments and bad feelings that can happen.
I won't send him a link to this place anymore.
But yeah, I can ask him.
Oh, thank you. I like Jess. I just want to make sure he's all right inside. He's a good guy. I like Jess. Oh, hi, Ian. What you doing there, little guy? Watching TV?
No, I was just sitting here watching, listening to the conversation.
Oh, have you street preached, Ian?
No, but I have shared my faith in different, like I have like talked about it to people.
Oh, thank you. Would you ever street preach?
I mean, sure, when I was older, I'm 15.
Oh, good. Thank you a lot, Daniel. You're a nice young man. We're proud of you.
You know you're okay. I'm typing to Jess right now.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tim had a show last night about it's an open medium show. Yeah, he's a crazy little guy.
Who?
But thank you a lot, Daniel. Daniel, would you ever like to be a priest?
No. If I was called to, I would. But no, I don't want to be a priest because it's a lot of responsibility, and I would be in charge of people's souls. That would be part of my flock, and so I'd be judged for what happens to those in my flock.
Yeah,
It's
those
a
who
tremendous
teachers will be
responsibility.
Yeah, those who teachers will be judged more. I think that's in James.
Yeah.
Well, I have a question. What would you say to a Calvinist when they read the part in the Bible that says, everyone's been called, but only few were chosen.
Oh, so that's about salvation. Everyone is called to salvation, but few are chosen. It's because we're all called, but it's our choice whether or not we respond to that call. That's our free will. So that's how people can fall away. That's, you know, it kind of goes into the once saved always saved thing a little bit, but or at Calvinism, it clashes with a lot of doctrines that are outside of Orthodox thought. But yeah, it makes perfect sense to us because we believe that God gave us free will. So we have a choice to fall away. We have a choice to obey. It's still our choice. And it's something that we continue to live in. We had to endure till the end.
Oh, have you talked to Richard lately? Richard Manson?
No, I haven't talked to anybody by YouTube during all of the Lent, really. I only came on like that one day. It was like, I think it was like Good Friday was the only day that I came on. I might have came on one other time besides that.
The feast.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. There was a feast day, and it was for the Annunciation. Yeah, I came on for that as well. So there's 2 times during Great Lent that I came on, and technically Good Friday is not part of Great Lent; it's part of Holy Week. So 1 time during Lent, 1 time during Holy Week.
Oh, yeah. I think when you talked to Sam, I think that might have been on Thursday. Good Friday off.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, it was probably Holy Friday then. I mean, Holy Thursday.
Yeah, is that crazy?
Yeah, that's when they were celebrating the Last Supper, but I had obligations, so I wasn't able to attend any services that day. But on Friday, I was completely off. So
I have a question. Why do they call it Good Friday?
well, that's the Western word for it, and honestly, I say it a lot too. But it's Holy Friday technically. But yeah, it's good because it's holy, even though it's like a really sad day. So that's why Holy Friday probably works a little better than Good Friday, because it's like we're remembering that Christ was crucified for us on Friday. That's why every normal week, like Bright Week is this week starting now. We have no fasting during Bright Week. But once we're back into the normal groove of things, we fast every Wednesday and Friday. Wednesday for the betrayal and Friday for the crucifixion.
Yeah. You ever heard of? I heard heard these old gospels called. I think they're on 100 years later. Judas Gospel and
Like Gospel of Thomas and stuff.
yeah, Thomas Gospel. You ever heard of them?
Gnostic Gospels?
Yeah, they're pretty way after and pretty unreliable because when you look at like the names used, the Gospels, like the 4 Gospels, have names which actually match those times, but then the Gnostic Gospels will have like random names which don't match the names, popular names of the time.
Yeah, and it's also from the Gnostics, so
Yeah.
pretty skeezy stuff. You don't want to listen to them.
Which of the fathers have you read, Newman?
Which of the church fathers?
Yeah.
The most of probably John Chrysostom and Saint Basil.
All right.
Well, I have a question. What would you say to him that
And
has?
Gregory the Theologian, probably those 3.
What proof do you have
The 3
that?
greats. Sorry, Gangster Ghost. I was still thinking about EM's question. I'm like, technically, I guess it's the 3 greats. That's the ones that I have the most knowledge of. Is the 3 greats.
What would you say to someone where they say, "What proof do you have that the Gospels came from the disciples?"
I mean, you can have like internal evidence, but internal evidence is like, I would say complementary, but then like the other, like the fathers testifying, like Papias and etc., testifying that those are the 4 Gospels were written by these people. So like external historical testimony, for example, from the fathers is like the main evidence you would go to, and also like hostile corroboration, because like a lot of things are debated, but nobody ever like debated the authorship of the Gospels. Everybody like readily accepted them, so there's even like hostile testimony to them. And then I guess you could look at internal evidence like undesigned coincidences, or like specific, like Matthew mentioning more about money and Luke being like aware of medical terms, etc.
What would you say, Daniel?
It's all based on faith. There is no way to really prove it. You can't prove the authorship of the Gospels. It's all because of the Church Apostolic faith that we like basically what EM said, but just in less words. Because the Apostolic Church accepts it, therefore we accept it. So at some point that authority kind of goes away for the Protestants, but for the Orthodox, that's what we accept for everything. Is we believe it because it's the church saying it, because the Holy Spirit's with the church.
Oh. Yeah, Daniel. Clay, he was on Luke's show last night. It was crazy.
Oh, I'm sure. Clay's a rascal.
Yeah.
Who's
Well,
Clay?
Clay?
Yeah.
Clay is a friend that I've had for a long time. I used to have a show called The Pandemic Pub, where I was a drinker. I was an alcoholic. I drank like a fifth a day, sometimes more. And I had a show which was all for entertainment. And
Is
it was called The
Clay a
Pandemic Pub.
Christian or an atheist?
Clay is a Catholic, actually.
Christian.
So he's a Christian. He's not as into his faith as he's not like one of the people who come onto YouTube to talk about Christianity. But he is a Christian, yeah.
Oh, guess who's here?
What's up,
Asshole.
Azo?
It's Azo Teddy Bear.
This is for EM. How are my ninjas doing?
Or Nichols, right?
My Nichols, there we go.
How are you today?
I'm good. It's pretty sad though that I get all my news from YouTube. I wake up this morning, did all my stuff, didn't even turn the TV on, turn YouTube on because I knew you were getting ready.
The Pope's
to stream.
dead. Yeah.
And the Pope's dead.
Pope's
It's like,
dead.
damn it! I miss all the good crap. I mean, sorry, not the good crap, but
Well, it happened at 4 a.m. So I saw it.
okay.
I saw it because I woke up and I just checked the news and I was just like, oh my gosh, the Pope's dead. Went back to sleep.
Yeah, that's a little callous. I'll take that off of there. But I'm just thinking of all the weed smokers like me. It's like, all right, we get black or white smoke today in a few weeks.
That's what I was dreaming about after I learned about it. Like all my dreams were about like the black and white smoke, and that there was going to be like one black pillar of smoke that would stay longer. I think they're going to have to really think about this one.
Yeah, see, most of my family, not most, like on my mom's side, especially. Well, most of them are Catholics, and there's a good chunk of Jews in there. So I hear a lot of this. So, and I think Maud said this earlier a little bit, and don't tell her that I almost gave her a compliment because this isn't. But the one thing she said, or paraphrasing, is some people will turn this into something, laughable or, whatever it is out of disrespect.
Yeah.
And the empathy. I'm an atheist. And
he's a human being.
I would do that just for my family's sake. I wouldn't do that to an Orthodox, that are not because of I have anybody Orthodox, but that's just, once again, empathy. I can't believe Maud even knew what that word meant, or she found it in a fortune cookie. Today you have empathy for whoever.
Yeah, and that's the appropriate way to
Exactly.
look at any death, but especially somebody like the Pope, because he
people
was a
cherish him.
Christian. He loved Christ, and maybe your doctrine was different. He certainly had different doctrine than an Orthodox and than a Protestant, but he still loved God, and he will be judged extra hard. So we should be extra hard praying for him and his soul. Nobody should want the Pope to be in hell. If you want somebody to be in hell, unfortunately, you have a deep darkness in you that will probably get you to hell.
Right.
Well,
And a lot
I mean,
of
just in
Christians do
general,
that, but
because
I think they don't do it out of being. I think they try to do it out of caring, not realizing it comes across very crass. I think is the word I'm looking for. Well, if you don't do it, believe in Jesus, you're going to hell. Okay, big deal. But to throw it like an insult, that's the problem I have with it. But see, with me, and I guess that's why I can have at least a little bit of this thing that Maud calls empathy, because when I was a Jehovah's Witness wannabe, I never got dipped as one and I walked away prior to it. But anything and everything in the world, was a sign that the end is here. So you go into a meeting, whether it was a Thursday night meeting, the book study, the Sunday meeting, the Saturday, because I've got like 4 or 5 different meetings a week. And it always started off the same way as, "Hey, did you hear the Pope died?" And everybody would literally burst into cheers. See, the end times are here. This is another sign of it. And to me, that is sick and despicable.
Yeah, something that's been going around for a while. There's some guy who claims to be a prophet, and he says that, or he said, I don't know if he's still alive, but he said that this would be the last pope. And there's been a lot of people who've been saying stuff like that, like this was the last pope. Right. But I guess we're all about to find out real soon if that is true or not.
Yeah, but see, I heard the same stuff, and I'm sure. Well, some of you may not have been old enough for the Desert Storm and those. But a lot of churches were saying, especially the apocalyptic ones, especially Jehovah's Witness ones, were praising it, saying, "This is the end. This is the end." You're getting all excited for it, and it's just like, wait a second, we've had, and even in your own book, it says there's going to be rumors of wars, of pestilence, of strife.
What does Christ say immediately after that? I feel like that's the part that like people
exactly, but forget. The end is not here.
The end is not yet. Yeah, it's like he's saying these things will continue to happen throughout all of history, and it's still not the end.
And I've heard, well, it's getting worse and worse.
Yeah,
because the only thing that's different in the last 50 years is the media that covers these. Oh, sorry. I guess I was
just saying that like those rumors of wars have always happened, because when I was just reading like Justin Martyr the other day, like a dialogue with Trifo, like I think chapter 82 or something, he'll apply those things of the false prophets and rumors and stuff into his day. So like it's throughout history.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, Hazel, you don't want to hear what Tim said on.
I mean, honestly, and I'm not mad at you, Gigi, because I know you talk about it, you can do what you want, but I could care less what Tim says, does, or, to me, he had his chance. And once again, I hope they're backing up. I don't know if they're doing road work out front or what, but to me, I'll stand by what I've always said. It's going to take somebody, and not just because I've said this even with Daniel not here, but it's going to take somebody like Daniel or Carp or even Gigi or, that type of mentality that might get through to me. I doubt it, but somebody like Tim definitely doesn't have a chance to break that wall I have already. And it's not even about wall of trust, but it's like I've been there, done that, read that. I've been exposed to cults myself. Like I said, I'm just become a JW. So I am very self-conscious and aware of doctrines, whether I believe in them or not. I'm going to become a poopanite.
Poopanite.
Right. Yeah, every day before you go to bed, you got to poop at night.
I
shall be saved on thy throne.
Isn't that right? In the morning most of the time. I don't know what you guys.
What is this conversation going to?
But that's normally what's when I wake up. It's like it's time to go to the bathroom, and I'm it'd be great if it wasn't like that, because the first thing that I'd like to do is, of course, thank God for another day, and if ideally I would start my prayer roll, but most of the time I got to hit the bathroom first.
Why can't you do it in your bathroom?
I'll do this in private.
I mean, you can't bow there, but like
you can pray in there, and I have prayed in the bathroom. Lord knows I prayed in the bathroom before, but I mean, like my prayer roll, like normally I do that in front of. I face east towards the icons. It's like a discipline of, a prayer rule versus just praying. Like just praying would be like, Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner, or it's something else, maybe a little bit more personal and off the heart, where you could say, Lord, what did this dream mean? Or something like that, whatever it might be. I'm not saying you shouldn't always be praying. I think it's a nice discipline to have, kind of like making your bed or brushing your teeth. It's just out of maintenance, doing a prayer.
Right.
What would you do if you fall into another dimension where you're the Pope?
If I was the Pope in that dimension, B.S. Lewis would have a wrench. I'm trying, B.S.
Yeah, that's a great question, Gangster Ghost, because you used to always ask that. What would if you were the Pope? Now this can actually happen.
Oh yeah,
because there is a vacant seat, so one of us could become the Pope conceivably. I know none of us are Catholics, but you never know.
Speak for yourself. I've already been told I'm going to heaven because I was a Catholic and was sprinkled, but I wasn't.
Azo, you could still be called It could be like a draft for you.
I've got 3
It just gets your
baptisms under my
number.
belt.
They're like, we're doing something different
I
this
think
year.
this was all planned. I was dipped as a child, obviously without my choice as a Catholic. I was at a band camp. I always say that, a Christian camp, which was Protestant. I was dipped there, and then a Word of Fellowship.
Oh no! How many times have you been baptized, Azo?
3.
Oh Lord, have mercy.
Yep.
Well, you know,
and never again.
These things happen in the West.
And like the only one I can really say, I mean, obviously I didn't have any control over the Catholic one, but like at the Christian camp, I did for a girl. You know, and that's why I kept telling everybody, no, I don't care if I was dipped 100 times, for the same reason that I was dipped the other times would be the same reason I would get dipped the rest of it, just because, you know, we use like Den's little thing, the get along, go along gang sort of thing.
Get along,
I've never
go along.
felt it. It's never stuck, you know, like spaghetti on the wall sort of thing, but I've never had that personal. My buddy, who was it, Mindshift, Brandon, he has his channel. He did one over like talking about personal relationship with God and Jesus.
Yeah,
and that's when I finally realized that that's what I've always been trying to, you know, verbalize. You know, why I know I'm not or ever have been a Christian, because I've never had that personal relationship. I've never had that. Oh, I ever felt like he answered my prayers or talked to me or walked with me, or, you know, and I never found a damn watch on the beach, and I'm still pissed about that. How am I going to defend, you know, creationism if I can't find that damn watch on the beach?
Well, you know, God is with you, whether you recognize him or not, and he is in nature as well. And so there's a contemplation of nature that can bring you closer to God, you know, knowing that he is the author of creation. And sometimes that can be a way God speaks to you, and he'll speak to you through people too. I mean, you know, what exactly do you want out of your relationship with God? I think, unfortunately, a lot of people want a sort of movie set. I want to hear God's words reverberate in my mind. And I got to tell you, that might not even be something you want. It might freak you out.
It could be.
Because you might start questioning. You're like, okay, either one, I'm insane. Number two, that was the devil, or that was God. And all of them are kind of terrifying. Even the third one. You know, God just spoke to me, even, is a pretty terrifying thing. It's sometimes for our own mercy that God is more subtle about how he talks to us.
Well, if there was a God, he'd know that to smack me upside the head and said, "Here, listen, boy, this is what I got to say to you." And I still wouldn't listen, you know, to be honest.
You want that? I don't know, man. I've been smacked on the top of the head because it took a lot to get me to where I am.
I mocked Santa Claus once and got a big old chunk of coal, and I ended up selling it for about $562. So that one turned out pretty good.
You compressed it into a diamond. You're like,
I said $500 and some dollars. I didn't say thousands. But I could have had
with your own hands.
I could have had my ex-wife sit on it. I'm sure she could have compressed it.
Oh wow!
Not because she's big.
Jokes.
She worked out. Buns of steel. Forget. I guess you should have known the story to that.
Oh yeah, I thought you were making a fat joke about.
No. I only make fat jokes towards myself. I don't try not to make fun of other fat people.
What about this guy?
Yeah. What about EM? EM is horribly overweight. Why don't you ever talk about him?
You don't know my weight.
I don't.
But I can't understand what EM says half the time because it's like a egg McMuffler when he talks.
Oh, so do you see that video I made? It was funny. It was funny. From Reface, I put AJ on a evil AJ on a pregnant man's body.
Well, you do realize that, you know, talking about fat, you know, Dan Pozzi has a fat ass. Just ask him; he'll tell you.
Dan Pozzi has the most immaculate eyebrows, and everybody treats them the wrong way. Those
are
Dan,
beautiful I didn't
eyebrows.
see you there. How you doing, guy?
Yeah, those are beautiful caterpillars. I love Dan Pozzi. Every time I talk to Dan Pozzi, it's been like a delightful conversation.
Once I let go of the religious aspect of this, I kind of enjoy Dan at times. Don't get your Filipino, you know, fruits in an uproar. I'm not giving you a compliment, Dan. I refuse it. You know, but
no compliments for Missing Mod. No compliments for Dan Pozzi. Check.
Right. Yeah, definitely not missing gray matter, or Dustin will be mad at all of us.
Yeah. These aren't compliments. Az was
Yes.
just saying nice things about people.
Yes, if you think something is nice coming out of my mouth, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
Oh, Dan Posey's in the chat too. I didn't even see he was there.
Oh yeah, that's why I even said it. I seen him say hey, and that's when I said yeah. And I declared blue sky when I mentioned Dan. You know, but I'm thinking, okay, Daniel, don't say something really stupid joking around because Dan's in the side chat.
Daniel too is my boy. It's true. It's true. I actually am his son.
So you're Daniel J. Posey.
Yeah. Yeah, I changed my name to Newman because I thought that sounded cool. Like I'm a new man, but
so we've got
it's
Dan,
just a made up last name.
The Paz father. Now we've got Daniel, the Paz son.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, me and Dan Posey. We're running a Posey scheme actually.
Well, that's the hair on both of you, and you both have the same hair. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, I need to get this cut. So I let it just kind of grow out during Lent, but now that it's Pascha, I need to start looking sharp.
I made a video of a pregnant AJ.
Yeah, pregnant atheist junior.
Yeah.
See, if you're smart, I just couldn't. Nah. I don't even like making fun of the evil AJ. I just can't stand the dude. I really can't.
Daniel J. Newman.
Yes.
Did you see the debate between the Stuart and the Orthodox Christian?
The who?
The Ethiopian Orthodox Christian.
Versus who?
Stuart.
Stuart.
Have you seen it?
Who's Stuart?
Do you know Clifford?
Clifford? No.
Clifford Nectal.
Clifford Nectar.
No, Clifford Nectal. Yeah.
Clifford Nectar.
Bro, you should watch it. Everybody's been talking about it.
Oh, I don't know. I've never heard of it. I don't know who Cliffo Necto is.
I haven't either.
No, Clifford Nectal.
Did Cliffo Necto become an Orthodox afterwards?
No. He debated his Ethiopian Orthodox on like.
Was he destroyed? Did Orthodoxy win?
Well, I mean, he did win, but Stuart at one point said Vatican III.
Vatican III.
Gigi, put in where'd it go? I'm trying to think who to put it in. Spooky's last comment, because I think Daniel has another relationship he didn't know about. He's also related to Spooky Bedhair.
Yeah, Daniel Bedhair. I did kind of get out of bed to come onto this stream.
Which kind of makes me ask Spooky, why haven't you told me that you were related to Dan Posey?
I'm pretty notorious for not doing anything with my hair, though.
I'm the worst. Ask my family. I'll go take a shower at night, not even, dry it necessarily, or
No, I'm the same.
I can just go straight to bed.
Go to bed. You wake up and like your hair is a mess, and you just go to work and like you just say hi to people.
I'm not that bad. I can't leave the house without taking a shower. Like when I worked every day, if I worked 7 days a week, I was taking 7 showers at least, if not one when I got home, depending on how dirty we got that day. But
yeah, I'm not like that anymore. I used to be like a big shower goer like every single day, but I stopped showering daily. I don't know. I feel like we don't need to shower as often as we probably do.
I think the once every 6 months taking a shower thing's working for you, Daniel.
Yeah, once every year actually. Is
well, I was trying to give you some critics. I can see the little steamy stuff coming up.
And there's like a few bacteria just like crawling on my cheek. Yeah, you don't really do that.
Those aren't zits. Those are boils.
But yeah. Well, I would say at least if you are going to shower daily, don't use shampoo every single time. Because,
you definitely don't want to wash your hair every day.
Yeah, because your hair has the oils and stuff in it that need to be maintained.
Azel.
You're thinking of pregnant AJ, aren't you? It's like Lady Aiden. You're just gonna crack yourself up over that, Logan.
Yeah, sometimes she said, hear me and Gigi more behind stage, talking, and most of it's not bad, but it's like you think Gigi comes up with funny stuff up here. Backstage, it's even funnier because and I do the same thing when we're backstage. I'll just say help since it's not that bad. Oh, sorry, Gigi, I didn't mean to say that. Oh, it's okay. We're not rolling now, but he knows I don't cuss every other word, especially like I used to.
Yeah.
Except when I'm dealing with Maud, and you just have to use cuss words with her.
Well, we
doesn't
could always
understand
say
the big word.
Hades instead of hell, or Sheol.
Right,
There
but
are
if
other
you're gonna,
words for it.
talk in a biblical sense, heck or Sheol or, any of the other words for it, Gehenna, doesn't make it any less worse. It's gonna be as
Yeah,
hell.
I prefer the word hell, but
I do too, but I respect Gigi and I'm not saying it, but
yeah, Hades is fine,
But I think he knows when we're talking about hell, it's in a biblical context most of the time.
Yeah, not as a cuss word.
But yeah, I was rewatching one of his streams for looking for something because I was trying to clip it or learn how to clip it. I was, goofing around, and I didn't realize how much like me and there's like several others, like Math Pig, Rex. It's like every time we talk, it's like we'll say a bad word. Oh, sorry, Gigi, didn't mean to, but keep on going. But then they turn right around and do the same thing again, over and over again. And it's funny how many times they'll say sorry within
It
like
takes practice.
it
People
does.
don't realize, like, if you are in the habit of using vulgarity, you will slip
Right.
up if you
Yep.
don't practice it.
Oh, I am.
Yeah.
I've worked in factories most of my life where the women were teaching us new cuss words, just, goofing around. But
Well, you hang out with Dustin Buck so much. That's your issue.
well, I really don't hang out much with Dustin, which I do like Dustin, and I actually found, and I will stand by him on this one forever, because when we did that review the other night, I was kind of hesitant to have him on, and him and Pike really had a great conversation, and he added a lot to it. And I don't know where we're going to do the second part or even do the other one.
I heard a little bit about that conversation. Didn't Sandman walk him through the Apostolic Creed or something? Or was this a different conversation?
This is a different conversation because
I've heard a lot about what I missed during Lent, and like that was one of the things that I missed was like Dustin Buck being like, "Okay, I agree with that one. Well, I don't know about that. I don't know about baptism for the remission of sins." It's like
because this was nothing more. The one I'm talking about is the review we did with that the debate that Pike had with Trash Smeller. So we're kind of going over, review had Pike there to review his own stuff, really. And it kind of turned into a dialogue between Dustin and, Carp for a while. And it was actually enjoyable. And everybody, when I was talking to somebody else about like a day or two later, they're like, there's no way that Dustin behaved himself. I said, I can't say one bad thing about Dustin. And
that's the weird thing is, like, it does seem like he can shut off his Tourette syndrome if he wants to, which if he can, he should do that more often, because that's much better.
Right. Oh, and it was a great conversation. And he added so much, to it. And he was pleasant. Not that I agreed with what he said, but I don't agree with what you say, but we can still have a discourse where it's not like, well, I guess it's gonna be hard to get around the bed here now.
As though you will agree with everything I say. You better.
If I'm going to be the Pope, I'm going to have to. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, that's the first thing that you need to do as Pope. You need to turn the Catholics into Orthodox.
Oh, man.
That's my dream. That's the Pope comes by and says, we're actually the Pope doesn't have supremacy. And we are going to go back to the 7 ecumenical councils.
You do
We're going to
realize
get rid of Immaculate Conception. We're going to get rid of all that purgatory. We're going to just go back to the apostolic faith.
Well, you do realize that if I become Pope, I'm going to be inviting a lot of people from YouTube to come hang out with me in the Vatican basement.
Oh, I know Gangster Ghost is going to be like the new forum for the Vatican now. Like, it's going to take place at that show like that they have, CBN or whatever.
Oh, I can't say that's gonna be somebody's gonna turn this into something perverted. I don't. Oh well. Gigi's gonna be my personal little media star. He's gonna be the one in charge of doing all the clips, and even if I have to put up with look, the Pope's pregnant videos.
Yeah, it'll be great. It'll be like when Donald Trump won the presidency. Like all of a sudden, America is just under this kind of I don't want to say an absurd regime, because some of it I really agree with. I love what he does, some of the stuff, not the immigration stuff so much, but he's changed so much, did you hear about the COVID website that he just changed?
No.
Yeah, we used to have a COVID website that would have the numbers of people who died still ticking up, and how we should all get the vaccine and all that. Now the new COVID website just it came out of a lab from China.
I knew BS would go there. I just knew he would.
But BS, what's happening in the chat?
Gigi will be asshole's personal altar boy, and that's what I almost said. I said, nope, we're not going to turn this into something perverted. So he's my media PR guy.
Seesaw's asking about Immaculate Conception. So Immaculate conception is something that the Catholics believe because of original sin, that Mother Mary would have to have been born without sin. But we don't believe in original sin like the Catholics do. We believe that there's an ancestral curse from the fall of Adam. You're not personally responsible for what Adam did wrong.
So you're closer in lines than with the Jews, because that's what the Jews are like. Yes, we believe in original sin, but not to the point where when you're born, you start off with a clean slate and you condemn yourself, not the sins of the father, basically.
Correct. So like the world is a sinful place, and you will hurt because the world is fallen. And what baptism does is it gives you protection, gives you some grace, and then with the Orthodox, as soon as you're baptized, you also start taking communion. So the babies are taking the Eucharist, and that is initiating them into the Christian life, the sacramental life, and it gives them extra protection against the devil. That's why we do it. We do it as something to heal and to protect. We don't believe that this baby was guilty of something, and we just saved it from going to hell because of its guilt.
Yes, and I've always had a problem with that. The original sin, because the Bible talks about not the son not paying for the father's sins in places, but yet here you have in Genesis that for generations,
doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
No.
And it goes with some of the other goofy things that eventually the West spiraled out of control, where they're just like, what Jesus is doing is that God is upset at us, so Jesus steps in and takes that wrath. And it's like, whoa, wait, that's like God not loving himself. That's like a part of the Godhead tricking the other part of the Godhead. One priest called it a schizophrenic Godhead. And I really like the way that he said that, because, it doesn't really make any sense to do that. Sandman, I see you have Pascal eggs.
Oh, is that what those were? I thought they were Kegel eggs.
No, those are Pascal eggs.
Don't bring those in here with me here. I'll make jokes about it no matter what it is. Benoit balls, or whatever they're called.
They're using one Pascal egg to crack the other Pascal egg.
Okay, what's a Pascal egg then? I've heard the word Pascal obviously in the last few days, but what's the egg?
It's an Easter egg. It's dyed red.
Okay, so it's just an egg.
Blood of Christ. Yeah.
Well, that makes sense now.
Did you guys hear me?
Yeah, now we can. What's going on, Mr. Sandman?
Sandman, if you're going to talk, can you mute yourself so we can hear you better when you talk? I guess not. Drinking buddy. He must not be in the drinking mood yet.
Oh, you told me to mute, so I mute.
Oh.
Am I coming in all right?
Yeah, you're fine. I'm just giving you hell, Sandman.
Hades.
Yeah, he's giving you hell, or Hades, I'm giving you hell. And to heck with GG. Okay, there we go. I said it. I'll get kicked.
How you guys do?
Sandman, I got a bone to pick with you.
No, not today.
It's something that I heard you say that I would hope to clear up a little bit. So I think I heard you say something about that the Orthodox don't believe that people who die go to heaven.
Is Sandman Catholic?
No, he's Orthodox.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He's a Timmyite.
He's a convert Orthodox that pretends to be a cradle Orthodox. No, I don't know. That is one of the theories out there.
Shots fired.
Shots fired right now.
Sandman,
but Sandman, in all seriousness, I did hear you say something about that we don't believe that people who die, our loved ones, go to heaven. And how could that be when we know that the ascension happens and that Christ, who is a living human being and also God, is at the right-hand side of the Father, and that we would be living in Christ? So clearly the saints dwell in heaven as souls, not with their bodies yet until the great day, where there will be a new heaven and a new earth. But at this time, they are in the old heaven with Christ at the right, Christ is at the right-hand side of the Father. So they are, of course, they have to be in heaven. Where else could they be?
Could you define heaven for me?
Heaven is where God the Father is and God the Son.
Okay, so you're talking about the ultimate heaven. Because that's where God the Father and God the Son and Mary is, right?
Well, there will be a new heaven and a new earth. But yeah, that's where they dwell right now, is in heaven.
The ultimate heaven.
Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. You know how it goes.
Yeah. So you're referring to that heaven?
Well, yeah. The heaven in the prayers.
Okay. And what was the question that you heard that I don't believe that?
You said that that we don't believe that the people who die go to heaven. You're like, they're in some kind of waiting place, but they're not in heaven because the heaven hasn't been created yet. And like you started sounding like one of these like reformers out there. We of course believe and affirm that the saints are in heaven. That's how we ask for their intercession.
Okay.
So I think maybe you misspoke.
No, I don't think I misspoke.
All right, explain the difference then.
Well, again, I didn't want to pick on that bone, but all right. I mean, I'd like to hear what your point of view is. Your point of view is that we go to heaven. So you hold a Protestant / Catholic position, basically.
No, I hold the Orthodox position.
Yeah, that's why I said I don't know if I want to pick on that bone, but
the Orthodox certainly believe that the saints are in heaven. Do you disagree with that?
I do disagree that no, nobody's in heaven yet.
So Jesus isn't in heaven.
I don't mean when I say nobody, Daniel. You know, that's not what I mean.
Does that mean include, as a layman here, like wasn't it Elijah or Elijah?
Yeah, Elijah, Mother Mary. What about John the Forerunner? Like, you don't think they're in heaven?
No, the ultimate heaven. No. Mother Mary is, yes. I'm talking about anyone other than Mother Mary, Jesus, and the Father.
What about John the Forerunner?
No, he's not in heaven yet.
Haven't you seen our icons? Of course he's in heaven. He's in our icons in heaven.
I understand. I understand what you're saying. But what I'm saying is I'm talking about the ultimate heaven.
Yeah, I don't know if you're talking about if you're talking about the new heaven and the new earth. That's not what we're talking about right now. We're saying where the saints are before the great day.
Yeah, so my stance on that is that they're in a blessed place called paradise. Let's call it that, okay? Let's call it that. But it's not the ultimate heaven where you reach after your judgment day. That's what I think.
After judgment, there'll be a new heaven and a new earth, so they'll never see the old heaven? Because we live in the old earth right now, right? Where are you right now? You're in the old fallen earth. There will be a new earth one day, but right now you're in the old earth. When we die and our souls, where our souls go, the place of repose, the place of the blessed, of verdure, of the saints, is with Christ, because we believe nothing can separate us from the love of Christ, not even death, for he destroyed death and he freed us from hell.
They're in Christ's grace, but they're not with Christ, literally.
So there's a separate place, like a purgatory?
It's Hades or paradise. Let's call those two, Hades or paradise. So you're either in your, have I said this in the past? I believe that your soul does go to a resting area, a place where you wait for judgment.
So purgatory.
It's not purgatory. Purgatory is a Catholic thing, but
yeah, it is a Catholic thing, Sandman. What are you doing right now?
Like
you need to talk to a priest.
Like in Revelation, they're worshiping like God in like the same area. The same
Hades is is a place where it's not a really great place, and you know it.
The lake of fire is not the same as Hades.
No,
the lake of fire is something that was created at the end, and that is that fire is actually God's energies. So hell, as we know it, could be even a place in our soul for all we know. There's a lot we don't know about hell, but it's a place without God. And that's where Christ descended to save fallen Adam and Eve. He didn't descend into the lake of fire, obviously. So hell is different than the lake of fire. And we will all be resurrected. But in the meantime, and we should be somewhat silent on some of these issues, but I find it very alien to think that the saints are indwelling with Christ, how else do they intercede with Christ for us?
Because they're in his grace. Where they are,
And you know where Christ is. He's at the right hand side of God the Father, who art in heaven. Sandman, you do need to talk to a theologian about this. It's something that I think you need to understand, that at least your point of view is not as common as you think it is.
so let me get this straight. Let's clarify this. So your belief is, or maybe your understanding of what you've heard, is that you die right now. Let's say I die. My soul goes where? Right where Mary and Jesus are, and the Father?
So are you immediately after death? There's some that say that there's toll houses, some that say that it's immediate. There is a judgment that occurs in the immediate, and then there'll be a final judgment on the great day. But there's a sort of judgment to that sort of determines where you go, if you're going to be with the saints or if you're going to be in hell.
Okay.
Yeah, and so the saints, of course, are with Christ.
Do you believe in a Hades?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you believe in a paradise, but not the ultimate destination?
By ultimate destination, what do you mean? Do you mean the new heaven and the new earth?
Heaven. Ultimate heaven.
So your soul can only go so many places, Sandman, and I know you're trying to make more places than there are, but yeah, your soul can go to heaven, it can go to hell, it's not going to stay on earth. Your body will stay on earth, but your soul is going to be either going up or down.
Up or down upon death, right?
Right.
You believe that?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a Protestant point of view, just so you know.
Well, it's also an Orthodox point of view, just so you know.
You're right. Maybe a Western, maybe?
Orthodox? Well, Sandman, how could you ask for the intercession of the saints if they weren't with Christ?
Well...
And why do our icons show them in heaven?
They're not in ultimate heaven, is my point.
I don't know what you mean by ultimate heaven, but it's where Christ is. And we know that Christ is in heaven because he ascended there.
Okay, so so what do they call that? Wait, I don't want to. So what do they call that? They call it a. I'm gonna have to find it for you.
You need to talk to a theologian about this, Sandman. And the thing is, what I'm scared of is that you come on here and you're like, this is what the Orthodox believe. And like you say something that's not Orthodox.
Well, we do have Eastern Orthodox and Western Orthodox. Do you agree?
No, it's Eastern Orthodox. This is what the Eastern Orthodox have always believed. It's in our icons. And it's also something that the church fathers say. And for you to think that there is some kind of separate purgatory is very Catholic and not Orthodox. The Protestants did go against purgatory. You're right about that. They're right about that. You know, we have some to look at the Protestants and be like, oh yeah, we agree on that sense because we also disagree with purgatory. We also disagree with Immaculate Conception. You're acting like it's all wholesale. Like we completely disagree with everything the Protestants agree with. You know, we're not completely against that. We saw the Protestants saw some of the same issues that the Orthodox saw in the Catholics.
Interesting.
There isn't a separate place.
So I did ask you, is this the ultimate destination? You said yes, right?
I didn't say the ultimate destination. I'm like, what do you mean by that? I know that you're with Christ. Christ is in heaven. So, you know, what you should probably make your point because I feel like you're trying to lead me down a certain like argumentative line to help you. And I'm telling you, like, literally, if you just keep asking me the same question, it's time to change strategy and just tell me what you think.
Well, I think I made it pretty clear. I don't believe that when your soul parts in the body at death, that you go, if you were destined to go somewhat to either Hades or what I call paradise, right? Paradise, though, is not the ultimate destination. In other words, the ultimate heaven is what I'm saying. That's my
All right. So it sounds like you're trying to make a semantical difference that the saints aren't in heaven because you want to call it paradise instead of heaven. And because like every Christian knows that there will be a new heaven and a new earth, you're like, they're not in heaven. They're in this place called paradise because there will be a new heaven. But clearly we know that Christ is our Father who art in heaven, and that Christ is at the right hand of the Father. We know that we are with Christ, that as many have been baptized into Christ, die with Christ, are resurrected in Christ, and that we maintain our lives in Christ. We are meant to be immortal. There isn't a separate place that is away from Jesus Christ that like, well, you're still somehow connected in a loose way. And, you know, every once in a while he walks into that paradise zone out of the countenance of his Father and says, hey guys, you got any prayer requests for me? No, they're right there in heaven with Jesus Christ. And that's what the Orthodox believe. That's what the church fathers say. Sandman, what you're talking about is some weird, I want to be different than the Protestants in every way possible. Again, makes me think like either something went wrong in your catechism or I don't know. I highly disagree, and most Orthodox will disagree with you on that.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
It literally just doesn't make any sense.
All right.
We had to be with Christ.
Samuel, what are you sick of this?
Who's that?
That's Aiden as Ronald McDonald.
I was about to say that. You're taking Aiden's face and you're putting him on everything, huh?
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So now let's go with what you said, Daniel. All right. So I die now. I am judged and go to heaven, right?
It depends. It's up to Jesus.
Why would you say depends? Do you not know if we're judged immediately and going to heaven?
I'm just saying that I don't know what Jesus is going to say for you. I would hope so.
Well, let's say I was a righteous man, which I'm not, but let's say I was. Where do I go after death?
You go with the souls of the righteous.
Where's that?
In a place of verdure with Christ in heaven.
In heaven. Ultimate heaven, right? Ultimate destination.
You keep saying ultimate. With the caveat knowing that there will be a new heaven and a new earth, I would say it's sort of ultimate. Yeah, I mean, you're with God himself. So yeah, it's ultimate. But I don't know if you mean that in the sense of like, are you trying to catch me on there will be a new heaven and a new earth? That's where like you seem to be confusing the doctrine.
What's Judgment Day for then?
What's it for?
Yeah.
Are you using this in the sense of like where do we go afterwards? Like you want to connect the two?
Yeah, like what is the Day of Judgment? What was that event that we talk about? What is that?
I feel like you're
that for?
Searching around in the darkness right now. But what is that for? That's for separating out the chaff from the wheat, the goats from the sheep. So God wants to save humanity, and there's going to be parts of humanity that don't want to be saved by the way that they lived. They've created a characteristic that they identify more with the demons than they do with God. Instead of becoming more like God, they became more like the demons. So they will go with the demons to the lake of fire. That's what that's for.
Okay. Then why did Jesus go down to preach? If righteous people were to be in heaven with him, why did he go down to preach to all?
Why did he go down to preach in Hades?
Yeah. So he went down and got Adam and Eve, you said?
Yeah.
Who were what? What was the purpose of him going down to Hades, to the dead of the past, and to preach?
Sandman, the point was to save humanity. So he went to the place where God couldn't possibly go, but because he's God, he can do anything. So he went to the depths of us where there is no God. And he freed fallen Adam. And he also brought all the Old Testament saints out. So John the Forerunner was down there in Hades as well. When he accomplished the victory on the cross, and hell took in life itself, he was able to break it from the inside out. And so he broke the gates of Hades so that everyone could escape who loved God.
Oh, I need to tell you something, Sam. Man, did you know what happened to Pope? He passed away.
I heard. Yeah, I heard. Sorry.
So yeah, that's the heralding of Hades. So what's your point?
So did he take him out of Hades and bring him where? Where did he bring him?
To heaven.
To heaven. Yeah, I think here's where
where do you think they went? That's my question, Sam. And where do you think they went? They didn't go to heaven. Where'd they go?
Okay, so
they didn't stay in hell. I hope, right?
No.
John the Forerunner's not still in hell. Okay.
Is there anybody in Hades?
Have you seen our icons, like where John the Forerunner is at the left hand side of Christ?
No, actually, I haven't.
Okay, so there's Mother Mary and John the Forerunner at the sides of Christ on our icons.
I haven't seen that. I haven't seen Jesus, Mary, and John the Forerunner in one icon standing next to whoever's side. Probably on Mary's side, because Mary's above all in heaven. John, being the Forerunner, is above all other saints, but I've never seen an icon where they have them all together.
Yeah, okay. All right, let me pull one up for you. This is a really good one, if I can find it. Well, there's a few out there. This one is on the judgment seat. I can share that one, but it's not the one I had in mind. So you can see Mother Mary and you can see John the Forerunner.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly with Christ, being able to intercede because they're with him.
Could you show me the icon with the thief on the cross next to Mary and everyone else? Does that even exist?
Oh, this is the one that I wanted to show you, actually. Let me share this one. It looks a little different than the one in my parish, but I like this a lot.
Mm-hmm. I've never seen an icon like that myself.
Yeah. So we believe that Mother Mary and John the Forerunner are right next to Christ in heaven.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back, you guys. Please.
Sure.
Hi, Sam, and how have you been? How was your Easter?
It was great. Thanks for asking.
That's good.
How about yours?
Mine's all right too.
Yeah.
Oh, Sam, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is gonna be my last Monday. Now I'm gonna do shows on Fridays and Sundays.
2 days a week, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, I got a test for you, Sandman. This is a Western East test. So in heaven, do you believe that people remain married?
No, I don't.
Okay. So you think in death do you part?
In death do you part?
Yeah.
Till death do you part.
Yeah, marriage vows, yeah.
Yes.
That's what you believe?
Yes.
Well, that's a Western belief. We don't believe that in the Eastern Orthodox Church. We believe that your marriage is forever, and we don't include that in our marriage vows. We never say, in death do you part. That's completely from the West.
Really?
Yep.
How do you like that?
Yep.
So paradise and Hades, to get back to your other, is and I said earlier, do you believe when you say paradise, you're talking about the final judgment, final destination, right?
Well, you say final judgment, final destination, and I think I know what you're trying to get at. You're trying to get at that there will be a great day, right? Talking about the day of resurrection. But I'm saying that there is a time between that, and before the day of resurrection, there's still the old earth, the old hell, the old heaven. I mean, I don't know if we should call it the old heaven or not, but for just taxonomy purposes, because it's not the new heaven, it's not the new earth, that we can call it the old heaven. We can say it's our Father who art in heaven. In the sense of our prayer to the Lord that we should be saying every single day, yes, we believe that Christ is in heaven and that the saints are in heaven.
Okay.
In their soul. Now, there are a few exceptions. Elijah was assumed completely. So was Enoch. And Mother Mary, she reposed and then was assumed into heaven. And we assume that she was resurrected, of course. So she and those other two are in bodily form in heaven with Christ. But we believe that the souls of the saints are also dwelling with Christ, with Mother Mary, with all the other saints. But it's just their souls. Their bodies are still in the earth. One day they will return to those bodies, but they'll be incorruptible. And then we'll have the final judgment. And then there will be a new heaven and a new earth. And a lot of, people seem to think like we're just going to be in the new heaven, or just in the new earth. For all we know, it might be the case that we'll be able to traverse both places in this glorified state. We don't know what is intended for us, but we do know, we can be sure that the dead are not staying dead because Christ destroyed death by death, bestowing life to those in the tombs.
Okay.
He is resurrection. He is the life.
So you die. You are somewhat judged. It's a little judgment. You agree on that? Where decides whether you go to where?
So the church fathers call it an immediate judgment.
An immediate judgment. Okay.
Yeah. If you read your OSB, you'll see that that's what we write from the church fathers, like John Chrysostom and all that. This is the Orthodox belief.
Is Hades in there?
Is Hades in the Orthodox belief? Is that what you mean, or the OSB, or what are you asking?
Hades as being Hades.
That's
paradise
from the Bible.
Hades.
So you better believe. You could bet some top dollars that the church fathers had something to say about Hades.
Is there a Hades? Are souls in Hades?
Are there souls in Hades? Yes.
Did Jesus save everyone when he went down to preach?
Not everyone wanted to be saved.
Exactly. So they remain where? In Hades, right?
Right.
Okay, so there is a Hades.
Correct.
And there is a foretaste of paradise, is what I'm saying. The other direction, the opposite of Hades would be for the righteous.
Well, a foretaste of heaven is the sense of you being there as a soul. You're not in there as body yet. So you don't get the full taste until you have your body. God made us to have both body and soul. We're somewhat compromised as just being a soul. So it is a foretaste. But we're still with Christ. That's how our prayers meet.
If you're in Christ, you also believe, then you also get to see heaven, right? The heaven he and the fathers mentioned how wonderful would be, right? You now see heaven. You actually see what God created for the righteous as a final destination. You get to see that, right?
Well, when you say final destination, that makes me think that you're still thinking about the great day versus what happens in the interim.
Mm-hmm.
So,
that's why I asked you, do you believe paradise is the same as heaven, the final destination?
Because you're misunderstanding that there's a heaven now. We pray it every single day. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. We're not talking about, oh, heaven doesn't exist until the great day. Heaven exists now.
It does, but who's there is the question.
God the Father is in heaven, and we know that Jesus Christ is at the right-hand side of the Father. It's in our creed.
Yes.
And we know that those who are buried with Christ are resurrected in Christ, and that there's nothing that can separate us from the love of God. It's all in our gospel. To deny this is very anti-Christian.
So
it denies our very hope.
I'm referring to the full inheritance of heaven. Is that where they are?
So I think I already mentioned something about not having the body yet. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. I just want to make sure we're not like talking in circles here, because I feel like you're bringing up a lot of the same points.
Well, I'm changing words. You're right. I am. Same points, different words, because I'm trying to, because some of the words I'm using, you're not understanding as to what I'm trying to, or what I'm referring to. So,
well, because you made a mistake. You said that the saints don't go to heaven, and that's an error.
Okay, now
and you're trying to make yourself right now by saying, look, I'm talking about paradise. But what is the difference between paradise and heaven, Sandman?
Full inheritance of heaven. That's what I'm talking about. Are the saints in the full inheritance of heaven?
In the full inheritance of heaven. See, you're still trying to make yourself right. Maybe instead it would be better to talk to a theologian about this. I've made my points pretty clear, and you can look at what the church fathers say about what happens to those who repose. And you can learn about why we do saint intercessions. We don't believe that they're in some separate place. We don't think that paradise is different from where Christ is. Remember what he said to the thief on the cross when he talked about paradise? Because you keep using that word. He says, surely you will be with me in paradise. So if paradise is with Christ, and we absolutely know, Sandman, because the creed, that Christ is at the right hand of the Father, and we know because of the words that our Christ and Lord and Savior taught us, our Father who art in heaven, we know that paradise has to be heaven.
No. So here's what I think. So paradise here refers to the blessed state of the soul, basically, is what I'm trying to tell you. It's not the final resurrected heaven, is what I'm saying.
The final resurrected heaven?
Yes.
So you're talking about the new heaven and the new earth.
So that's why I asked you earlier, and I said, well, if that's what you're referring to as well.
So the new heaven and the new earth isn't until the great day of resurrection. So when he said to the thief on the cross, today, you'll surely be with me in paradise. Let's just go back to that, Sandman. Break it down for me how that's not with Christ in heaven.
That is not the heaven he was referring to.
Is Christ also in a separate place besides heaven? A little special place called paradise where he just kind of sees us. He's like, hey, you guys, you're waiting for that day when you get to be in the real heaven. But for now, you got to be in here. But you're still with me, but I'm also with him over here. You think that's how it's going to work?
Right. That paradise.
You think that's how it's going to be like? Sandman, the reason why we can walk 1 foot in heaven in this life and 1 foot in this world is because of the perversion that happened to fallen creation, that we see a difference, that we only can be in heaven in our hearts, in our spirit. But when we are separated from the soul and body, they're going to be much clearer. And no, there will not be a separate place that is somehow with Christ, but somehow not with Christ. This confusing, weird, again, seems like purgatory. I think anybody listening out there will say, wow, Sandman, that sounds like purgatory. You're saying a separate place besides heaven. It's completely out of line with orthodoxy.
So then Hades is also out of line too with orthodoxy, because that place can't exist either. It's either heaven, which you confess to, dying, going to heaven with Christ and the Father and Mary. So then there should be the complete opposite, which is hell. So when you die, you either go to heaven or hell. This is what you're saying, right?
Correct.
Okay, so there's no Hades. Okay.
Hell is Hades.
No, hell is not Hades.
Yeah, it is.
Well, maybe for you it is, and your church, but not for me.
What is it? What is it, Sandman? What's the difference between hell and Hades? This is great. I want to hear this.
Well, it's where the souls go till the second coming and judgment day. And
So
take on.
you think the lake of fire is the same as Hades?
How are you going to pay your punishment without your body?
How are you going to pay your punishment without your body? I think eternal torment. In fact, just to be separated from the soul and body itself is a torture, unless you're in heaven with Christ.
That's interesting. So, so those who say my parents are in heaven right now, we're talking about the same thing, right?
Yeah, they're with. If you believe that they're with the righteous, if that's what we mean by that, in paradise, yeah, that's what heaven is.
Ultimate heaven. You agree? There is no other heaven except the ultimate, the one and only heaven.
Well, we actually know from Scripture that there will be a new heaven and a new earth. So I have to disagree with you on that one. We do know that there will be a new heaven and a new earth. That's in Revelation, Sandman. Have you ever read that one?
I'm still working on it.
Yeah.
Bless you. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, what?
Well, you were in the middle of something till you sneezed.
No. You said that you're working on reading Revelation. So once you read Revelation, maybe you'll understand that there is a new heaven and a new earth, but that doesn't mean that the souls of the departed are in some weird limbo state.
Oh, there is no Hades. Okay. There's no Hades. So those are in hell. So straight to hell, straight to heaven. This is what I was asking earlier. You believe in a straight to hell and a straight to heaven, right?
Yeah, it sounds like you don't think hell is hell, though.
So that is 100% a Protestant view of what you just said. That's why I said earlier it's a Protestant, sounds like a Protestant view.
Yeah.
Where they teach that the soul goes straight to heaven or hell upon death, right? And resurrection is just a reunion with the body later on, right? That's what you're saying? Damn. You okay, bro?
Are you all right, Daniel?
I had to sneeze. But yeah, Sandman, I think I heard you saying something like it's a Protestant view to believe that the saints are in heaven, but it's kind of ridiculous to say because we have icons all throughout that. Sounds like you haven't seen a lot of icons or understand our theology at all.
Imagine how wrong I could be about that, huh?
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing?
It sounds like you know, like kind of like what some people have said about you.
Where's your mom, Daniel? Is she in heaven right now?
Yeah.
You made that judgment.
I know it in my spirit.
Your spirit told you that your mom's in heaven.
I said I know it in my spirit. I didn't say my spirit told me.
Okay. Isn't that a little blasphemous for you to make that judgment? Didn't we say Jesus is the ultimate decider? Are you making that decision?
Jesus made the decision, Sandman.
And he told you about his decision, right?
I didn't say he told me about the decision. I said my spirit tells me that that's the case.
Okay.
No, or that I know it through my spirit. I shouldn't say that the spirit told me. I should say I know it through my spirit that she's alive in heaven.
You know it through your spirit. Could you define what your spirit is? What do you mean by your spirit? I mean, this is not a catchy question. It's just, what do you mean? Your spirit told you your mom's in heaven.
Again, told you isn't the right, because I caught myself saying that too, and I corrected myself just like I did you before. So it's not right to say that the spirit told me as such, but I know it through my spirit.
So could you tell me if my grandfather's also in heaven? Maybe.
I don't know anything about your grandfather, or even
So
what his name is.
So this soul that speaks to you about your mom being in heaven is just a one-on-one. Like it only belongs to you. You can't say this about someone else's mom.
So you share a special relationship with your mother. If you have a healthy relationship, I don't know. I don't know what your relationship with your grandfather is. It sounds like maybe you're just using that for your argument's sake, but are you concerned about your grandfather's soul?
No, I'm not actually.
Okay. Where do you think it went?
I have no idea. Oh, think is a whole different thing. You said that's a whole different thing too. To know and to think is completely the opposite. I don't know where everyone's going ultimately. I don't. I can't make that confession.
Yeah, and that's fine to say out of humility.
Oh, just out of humility. But deep down or somewhere else, if we turn the corner, we actually do know. Is that what you're saying? Out of humility, let's act out of humility by saying we really don't know. But somewhere deep down in us, we do know. We're just not saying it because we're trying to be humble. Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm saying if you don't know, and out of humility you say that, that's a good, that you know that out of humility that you don't know.
Okay. Okay. It's a very interesting theology.
My personal experience with God is not theology.
No, I don't mean that now. I'm past beyond what we just said. I said it's interesting what you asked me about heaven or hell. It's an interesting theology. Orthodox theology, actually.
Yeah, we believe that the saints are in heaven. You can ask any priest, they'll tell you.
Any priest?
Yeah.
So usually the Orthodox, believe the soul does not reach its final destination at death. You do.
So final destination is something that you've said throughout this stream. I think we've been talking for like 2 hours almost. And every single time you do, what have I said, Sandman? Do you remember? Or are you not actually talking to me? You're talking to yourself, perhaps, and a caricature you've made of me. This is why it's going to become really difficult having a friendship with you, Sandman, because it seems like you don't understand anything I'm saying. Now, did I say it's the final destination? I think I said something about the new heaven and the new earth, and I mentioned something called Revelation, something that you said that you haven't even read fully. And I'm sure you meant that as a joke.
No, you did.
That's fine. You don't have the reverence that I do for these things, but you want to mock that I know that my mother's in heaven.
Yeah, I do actually. That's a joke. You have no authority to make that call, although you're claiming to have that authority. So I'm not mocking you. Forgive me if that's how it came out. It's not a mock. It's just
originally you agreed to that. You said, yes, I am mocking that, but now you're saying you're not.
I'm mocking the idea, not you or your thoughts of. I don't agree with you, basically, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, well, you don't agree with the orthodoxy then, because we believe the saints are in heaven. Now, as for my own mother, that's a matter of personal experience. Again, I know that my mother isn't glorified by the church. She wasn't even an Orthodox. But this is something that I know in my heart. It's something that I know in my spirit, not because my spirit told me as such, like you talk. This is a type of wisdom that maybe you will never understand, Sandman.
First of all, you Christians, Orthodox Christians, okay? As I mentioned, the soul, I said, does not go to its what? Final destination at death.
No, you said the saints aren't in heaven. You made a mistake, and you're trying to make it like I'm making a mistake.
Again,
and you're like, look, everybody, Daniel said it's the final destination. The final destination is what the heaven is that he's talking about. And I never said that. You know that is disingenuous to do. Everyone who's been listening knows it's disingenuous. All you're trying to do is hunt for a clip.
I'm not going to clip you.
Well, you've done it before.
I promise you I'll never do it again.
Okay. That's nice.
And I'm making this confession right here live. And if I'm saying I'm doing it live, well, you got proof.
Yeah, but I don't clip. So
And
even
remember,
if you did that, it wouldn't mean anything. It's not like I'm going to do the same thing to you.
Well, you could if you want. I mean, it's fine with me.
But I don't want to, Sandman.
Okay. So do you agree with my statement that the soul does not reach its final destination at death? Or do you believe it does with heaven and Mary and all the saints are in that? Or is there? Is Jesus and everyone else going to change locations at the resurrection?
It took you 2 hours to realign this argument to make it you asking me to make a determination as if I said something wrong. You were the one who said that the saints aren't in heaven. And now you want me to say that when I say that they're in heaven, that if it's the final destination or not, which I made it clear that it's not the final destination in the sense of the new heaven and the new earth. But that's what you've spent the time doing.
Did you not just earlier say that? Yeah, it's where the Father
who
Jesus,
art in heaven is.
Right. That's the final destination I'm talking about.
No, there's going to be a new heaven. It says it in Revelation. There's a new heaven and a new earth.
New heaven and new earth. Okay.
Yeah.
When does the judgment come? When does judgment come? When we say we're going to be judged, when does that come, Daniel, in your opinion? Because we know there's a small judgment. We both agreed on that. Where we don't agree is where you actually go after that little minor judgment. But you don't believe in Hades, which is a waiting room.
That's really wild that you say I don't believe in Hades, Sandman, when you know for a fact that I believe that I absolutely went to Hades. But so I don't know even how you're saying that right now. I don't know how anyone listening to this, Azo, Gangster Ghost, if at any point that I say that I don't believe that Hades exists, please point it out to me.
Oh, please tell us what Hades is to you again. It's hell.
Yeah, the lack of God, the lack of grace.
Okay, so Hades is hell. So whether I say hell or Hades, it's the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
that's how we translate it. Hades is a Greek word.
Okay, no, that's not how we translate.
Sheol is a Hebrew word.
But
hell is an English word.
Oh, okay, fine. Listen, that's what you believe.
Have you ever picked up an Orthodox study Bible?
I have the same one you have.
You do. So you know that they use hell and Hades interchangeably. Yes? No?
It's not the final hell, which comes on Judgment Day.
But no, you're talking about the lake of fire, Sandman. This is showing how little you know. And look, and I'm glad I had that I had that question for you, because you think that we have the Western view of marriage. So it seems to me that you think that you know a lot more than you really do, Sandman. You live in the West, and maybe you were cradle Orthodox and you came back to it. But at some point, you got this bad attitude where you think you know more than everybody else when it comes to the ancient church. And you think you're more Orthodox than other people. And you come on here and you're making Orthodoxy look bad. What you're doing is you're showing division within our church instead of unity. And you're not charitable to other people. You're constantly telling them that they're going to go to hell. You're putting a bad face to our religion.
How can I say that people are going to go? When did I say people going to hell?
You've all but implied it.
Oh, so are you putting words in my mouth now? Are you saying that
I've watched your behavior.
Are you talking about my behavior or what I came out of my mouth?
That is your behavior. You're on YouTube, so it's not like you're actually moving things around. All you can do is talk. But the way you've been talking to people is not a charitable way.
Could you tell me an example of that?
Yeah, all the time. When you're talking to other people, you're constantly interrogating them to see, do you believe in the true tenets of the Orthodox Church? And if you don't, well, like, this person's not a real Christian. and then you move on. And like in your minds, you're doing something good for God, but all you're doing is turning people away from orthodoxy.
Oh, really?
Yeah. What do you think people feel like after you do that?
Do you believe in a new calendar orthodoxy and an old calendar orthodoxy?
I believe in orthodoxy. I don't think the calendar has anything to do with our main doctrine. Now, there are Orthodox that have old calendar and new calendar. I've been to both parishes.
Okay.
So are you trying to say that really we ought to be having more division? Is that what I'm hearing from you? I don't know why you're bringing up the calendar.
Well, because there's old calendarists and there's new calendarists. They're both orthodox,
Right.
aren't they?
That's what I just said. Yeah.
Okay. And what do you think is my impression of the new calendarists?
Well,
everything that you've seen so far.
So the reason why I came on Good Friday was because I was alerted to what you've been saying about me behind my back. And I came on and I confronted you about that. So you know exactly what I think you're saying. And
What?
I think you agree with what I think you're saying.
Okay, so what are we saying then?
What you're saying is that the new calendarists are going to betray orthodoxy, that we're going to become one with the Catholics. And you said you thought that this latest ecumenical meeting that was the 1700th anniversary of Nicaea, you thought this was going to be some union with the Catholic Church. Ha ha, the joke's on you. All they said is we're going to talk more. So everything that you've been pulling around is just a bunch of yarn. It's never going to happen the way you're saying it. You're being purposefully divisive. And if anything, you would be cheering on for more division to happen in our church, which is demonic.
Are you angry right now, or did I upset you?
Yes, you upset me.
Well, forgive me, please, if I upset you.
Sandman, what do you think how am I going to feel when you ask me something like, where's my mother, my reposed mother who hasn't been dead for even a year yet?
Well, go ahead and make that judgment.
I did make the judgment, and you mocked it.
Well, I don't believe it, and that's it. I can't.
That's okay. But to expect me not to be angry at you after saying something like that, it shows a lack of empathy.
Do we not pray for the dead?
Of course we pray for the dead. Are you praying for the Pope?
Are you? No, I'm not praying for the Pope.
Why not?
Well, that's my personal thing. But do you pray for?
He was made in the image of God, was he not?
Daniel, please, Daniel.
Do you disagree with some of his theology?
I don't want to talk about the Pope, bro.
Do you disagree with anything about the Pope, or do you agree with everything the Pope does?
I don't want to talk about the Pope.
All right.
Why do you want to talk about the Pope?
Because it is very salient to the point.
Which is?
What are you really about, Sandman? Do you really believe in orthodoxy or not? Because what we believe is that every human being is called to salvation, and that everybody has the image of Christ in them. And if someone like the Pope, who you disagree with, dies, you should be praying for their soul.
Well, are you telling me that I should be praying for his soul?
Yes.
Where does it say I have to pray for his soul?
Well,
Would you bring up a verse or something that tells me
this is the Orthodox phronema, something that you've shown that you do not possess?
Yes, the Western Orthodox phronema. I don't understand. You're right. Absolutely right on that.
I said the Orthodox phronema.
No, the Western Orthodox phronema.
Well, that's what you want to add to it? You're trying to be clever. But the Orthodox phronema is something separate from the West. And the West is all about hating on the people who aren't like you, and that you can feel superior to other people.
Well, why do you use words?
These are all of the Western ideas that have like osmosis soaked into your bones, and you don't even recognize it.
Daniel, why do you use words like hate rather than bring it out there or expose it like my videos say? Why do you use word hate? Do I hate you? Do I hate your, I don't know, so-called new theology? To me, I'm talking about me now. I'm not talking about the church. I'm talking about me. All right.
There's nothing new about this theology.
Does that mean I hate you? Did I ever say I hate you? Do I use the word hate? Have I hated anyone? Have you heard me say I hate this guy? I hate that guy. Do I expose people in my videos? Yeah, absolutely. Does that mean I hate them? Two different things, right?
So you think that you know orthodoxy more than people like Callisto swear?
Kalisa's word to me is a universalist, and he's down another path. Yeah, we don't follow him. He's
Have you
out.
ever read any of his books?
No, I haven't.
Right. So he's a expert theologian and a priest, and you haven't even read his books, but you made this determination about him.
Sure, I've
But
seen
you're
all
going to
this.
mock my judgment about if my mother's in hell or heaven. But
I'm not mocking your judgment. I am merely saying you have no right to make that call, but you are. Why? Because it's your mother. It's a personal thing. You would like to think she's in heaven. That's why you say what you say. But ultimately, you or me don't have any idea where your mom is and where she's going. That's the truth. Now, if I'm wrong on that, well, let it be on me.
it is on you, because I have something called faith.
Well, faith is faith. But okay.
Faith is
Now,
faith.
Callisto's where I didn't have to read his book. I can just go listen to his Theology on YouTube, which he has.
Yeah, you'll hear other people talk about him so that they can think for you, right?
I said, Daniel, please, Daniel. He has a whole seminary lectures on YouTube. Volume 1, 2, 3, 4. He's got a lot of stuff on YouTube. Just go listen to his heresies if you want, right there. I mean, I don't even have to read his book. But here's the thing. If I just as much as read as one heretical statement, and then you move from 1 to 2, he's done. He's out.
Well, I'm probably not going to have much more questions for you, Sandman, but I will ask you this. What do you think is a heresy that Callisto Ware has said? Name one.
I'm not going to answer those questions. I show them in my videos when I do pop up with something that comes up new, fresh.
Oh, I remember one of those. I commented on it. I said, "Congratulations, Sandman. You clipped Callisto Ware saying there will never be a woman priest."
Mm-hmm.
Which is orthodoxy. If you want there to be women priests, you should probably get out of orthodoxy, Sandman.
Are you telling me to get out of orthodoxy?
If you want there to be women priests.
If I want to be women, why would I want? I'm exposing it. What are you talking about?
Callisto Ware said there will never be women priests, and that's what you clipped. So if you disagree with Callisto Ware and say that's a heresy to say that women can never be priests, what you're doing is you're playing yourself, Sandman.
Okay.
You done played yourself.
Let's go backwards. If I played,
it's showing how little you understand.
Okay, well, let's keep exposing me. Is Callisto Ware under EO?
Yeah.
Are you under EO somehow related, under the wing of, under the patriarch of? Are you?
I mean, that's a weird way of asking it, Sandman, because you know how it works in orthodoxy. But yeah, sure, we're under EO.
Apparently, Daniel, I do not know.
Apparently, you don't. So yeah, really, we're under a diocese. So you might want to ask, what's Callisto Ware's diocese? Do you know what diocese he's under?
Yeah, he's under EO. Which is
no, buddy. No, there is no EO diocese.
He's under the EO.
Oh my goodness. No. Sweet, my summer child. No, he's Rokor.
He's Rokor, okay.
Which is one of the ones that you're supposed to agree with. Remember? You're getting yourself all your shoelaces are getting tied up now. So you're either Greek or you're Rokor, and both of them believe in heresies, apparently, according to you. They don't rebaptize. Oh my goodness, they have pews. What's going on here? Well, I guess they're starting to go new calendarists. The Greeks certainly did, and Rokor has new calendarist parishes. I guess maybe you knew that, maybe you didn't. But either way, Callisto Ware is from a diocese that you're supposedly a part of. He's supposed to be part of your authority, and yet you disagree with him. How humble is that?
I don't, did I not tell you in the past, there's question, they're questionable now. Rokor is under question.
That's crazy, Sandman. Are you going to find a parish that you agree with?
Maybe not.
Maybe not. And maybe that should tell you a little bit about your own ideas. Maybe you're not some crazy prophet saint that is calling out all the Orthodox as being not real Orthodox, and you yourself are actually the chief goober in chief, Mr. Sandman, trying to tell everybody else they're not Orthodox. People who are theologians who spent their whole lives learning this stuff. But Sandman comes along on YouTube and he knows more. It's pretty amazing stuff, Sandman. Really.
What are you?
I should prostrate to you.
What are you so upset about, Daniel?
A number of things. Not only the fact that you mentioned my mother like you did, and that you're saying things about orthodoxy online, like, oh, we don't believe that the saints go to heaven. And when you're saying things like this, you're confusing people. You're going to turn people away from orthodoxy, and probably the biggest reason, you're wrong. It's also the way that you come across with other people. You know, you put an arrogance to it that is not. It's not a welcoming message. You need to work on your presentation if you want to be an evangelist.
Okay, so to clarify your points, what I was saying about the soul after death being separated and going to a paradise place or Hades, you translate that. So but before I finish that statement, as a temporary spiritual state is what I said. Okay, a temporary, but you called it the ultimate destination.
Oh, did I call it the ultimate destination, Sandman? Did I say that?
Shall we reverse this video?
Yes. Let's all reverse the video where I said, everybody, it's the ultimate destination.
Yes, you said yes. Where you said where Jesus is and the Father is and where Mary is. That's where they are. That's the final destination.
The final destination. Well, I guess that's avoiding the new heaven and the new earth, isn't it?
What are you trying to say? Is it or not the final destination?
Sandman, I think I've already said that what you said in error were that the saints weren't in heaven. And somehow, through an almost 3-hour conversation, you have tried to twist this around to make it so that I was making a statement that I did not make.
What was that statement you did not make?
Well, you just tried to do it a few times here. You said, it's the final destination, everybody. Daniel Newman out here is saying that's the final destination when the saints repose. And if they go to heaven with Christ, then that's the only heaven that there will ever be. You see, he was the one who said something in error, not me. Even though I'm saying the saints aren't in heaven, which is completely opposed to orthodoxy, you're trying to catch yourself because you know you made an error, but you don't want to admit to it. It's embarrassing.
So we don't.
That's where we are.
So we don't go to a temporary spiritual state, but
I gotta sneeze, Sandman. You keep talking to yourself about this.
Hi. Are you there, Sandman?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, can I show you something?
Sure.
Are you all right, buddies?
Yes.
Okay, good. I want to show you guys something. What's this?
Let me take a guess. Is that Aiden?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. Oh. Hi, Daniel. Are you all right, buddies?
Yeah. Yeah, but I should be getting out of here pretty soon. It's about to be 3:00. But yeah, no, it was a good conversation, Sandman. I'm sorry that we haven't really fully resolved things, but it's really important to me that if you're going to talk about orthodoxy, get it right.
You mean talk to you, right?
No, to other people, because I was away at Lent, and you were talking a lot about me. And you were saying how I was I wasn't representing orthodoxy well. You are misrepresenting orthodoxy, and you need to stop doing that.
Why do you say I need to stop doing that?
Because it's spiritually bad for you
Because
and other people.
Because you're saying it?
You should talk to a theologian. You should be talking to your priests. It sounds like you don't talk to your priests, though, because you think they're heretics.
So here's the thing, Daniel, and this is not to argue with you or anything like that. You stick to your orthodox theology, and I'll stick to my orthodox theology, okay? Now, whether you think I speak to people and leading them down the wrong road, that's between me and them and God.
If you were honest about it and you said, everybody, this is a very fringe version of orthodoxy that just me, Sandman, have come up with. I call it OSAS orthodoxy. The priests that I go to don't agree with it. My diocese doesn't agree with it, either if it's the Greek or the Rocor. I haven't been able to find a parish that agrees with my beliefs, but this is what I call orthodoxy. Do it kind of like Achileas. Be like, I'm a proto-orthodox. You call yourself something different, but don't try to come up here and tell people that this is what the Orthodox believe, that we don't think that the saints are in heaven. It completely goes against our theology. It makes it completely vain to ask for the intercession of the saints, because how would they be able to talk to Christ if they're not with him?
Oh, how if they're not with him? There's no way to talk to Christ unless you're with him. I see. I get it. You just made a very nice statement. How else would you talk to Christ if you're not with him? Really, bro?
Yeah, really.
Oh, people can't talk through prayer. What is prayer?
That's Christ being with you.
Is that not reaching out to God? The church, what is our liturgy?
So did you hear what I just said, Sandman? Because I hear you still rolling on as if you didn't hear me make a counterpoint.
Daniel, let me tell you something.
Yeah, go ahead.
What did you say earlier?
You weren't listening. You weren't listening, were you? What I said is that Christ is with you when you pray. That's called praying in the Spirit. And you cannot pray without being in the Spirit.
You said we can't talk to Christ unless you're with him. That's what you just said.
Yeah, and guess what? Christ is in our midst. He is and ever shall be. That's something you would know if you go to Orthodox churches. If you spent less time on YouTube and less time trying to be the super Orthodox, I'm the only one who's right, and actually went and participated in the liturgical life, you would know that Christ is in our midst.
What gives you the authority to say what you just said? Who are you? In the Orthodox phronima, what are you? Tell me what you are. For you to make that judgment on me.
You were saying things against the church. You're saying things like the saints aren't in heaven. And you also are constantly trying to add division to the Orthodox Church. You've embittered Jess. And one of the few people that we have of orthodoxy in this community, and you want to turn them away, and you want to argue with them. You want to show that you're the most orthodox.
Again, there you go again. Attack upon attack. What gives you? Who are you to make that authoritative call on me?
So you can make that decision based off of the evidence I'm giving you right now. So who am I to give to make these statements? I'm telling you that the statements from my own lips, and you know what my name is. It's Daniel J. Newman. If you're asking me on a mystical sense, who am I? I'm the fallen Adam. I'm the worst sinner. But I'm also part of the Orthodox Church. Something that you sometimes deny because I didn't have the proper baptism according to you.
Is there anything I said with you since we started talking correct, in your opinion? Is there anything I said? Anything?
I'm sure. It's not the things that I'm looking for right now.
What are you looking for exactly? You want me to not come here and represent orthodoxy, right? Is that what you're saying?
I want you to stop saying mistruths about orthodoxy, and I want you to stop sowing division in the church. I want you to stop showing orthodoxy to be something that is so fringe and full of argumentation. This is what people are trying to run away from Protestants, and you're showing us to be fighting against each other all the time.
What would be a good solution for this?
to maybe be a little bit more humble about your theological positions, and you don't come on here to Gangster Ghost and say the Orthodox believe that the saints aren't actually in heaven. That's a Protestant belief, everybody. Well, that's Protestant. We don't believe that. Don't say stuff like that, okay? Because you're wrong, and you're turning people away.
And who told you I'm wrong? Your theology?
The Orthodox Church tells you you're wrong.
Who's
The icons
Orthodox?
tell you you're wrong. The priests will tell you you're wrong. The gospel will tell you you're wrong. And I'm telling you you're wrong. Who are you going to listen to? Probably none of these, because you like being right.
Okay, now I'm just going to point out some key things you've said in this video before you leave, because I know you're going to leave. There is no Hades. But if
When
there
did
is
I say there's no Hades? This is what I'm talking about, Sandman. It's so blatantly disingenuous what you're doing.
Can I finish? I said there is no Hades unless you're calling Hades hell. Hell, lake of fire, hell.
No, not lake of fire, hell.
Okay, so Hades is not lake of fire, hell.
I've said this to you multiple times. When you're talking about the new heaven and new earth, you're talking about something different after the day of resurrection. We're talking about the interim. That's been this entire conversation, and yet you want to constantly go to, well, is it the final destination, Dan? Is it the final one? Because you want to talk about the new heaven and the new earth. You want to talk about the lake of fire, but that's not what we're talking about now, is it? We're talking about where are they now?
So wait a minute. When you are destined to go to heaven, you immediately go to heaven.
Oh my gosh,
with
Sandman.
Jesus, right? With Jesus, right there, and the Father.
So
you believe that when we go to heaven, we actually see Jesus and the Father and Mary? Do you we see them?
Sandman, you can go around in circles and circles around this, but this is the thing. This is what the Orthodox believe, the church fathers affirm, is that the saints are in heaven. They're with Christ. Those who are baptized into Christ are buried with Christ, are resurrected with Christ, and that they will be with Christ because nothing can separate us from the love of God, not even death, because Christ destroyed death by death. He is the Passover of incorruption, and he is life itself. He is resurrection. And so, yeah, when the saints repose, they are in heaven with Christ and God the Father and Mother Mary. And one day, the great day, there will be a new heaven and a new earth, and people will rise from the graves, and there will be all of creation will be remade, because creation was marred because of the fall of Adam.
So
now, if I don't want to spend more time repeating myself on this, this is something you're supposed to know. If you were catechized correctly, you're supposed to know what I just said. I'm making this very easy for anyone who's been properly catechized to understand what I'm saying is the Orthodox belief.
So you believe in a disembodied heaven, right?
Sandman, I'm done having these, oh, so you believe this, you believe that. You're trying to catch me in something, like some kind of Sadducee or Pharisee right now. And I'm not having it, dude. You're the one who said that the saints aren't in heaven. You're the one who's going to have to either repent for that or try to make it out like I said something incorrectly here. But I don't think I missed a beat this whole time. But, I'm sure if I did, you'll find a clip of it. All right, guys, I'm out of here. Love you, Gangster Ghost.
Okay.
Azo, good seeing you. Sandman, I'm praying for you. I'll continue to pray for you. I do consider you a brother in Christ. I hope that some of these words penetrate your soul and you can kind of see why I'm a little upset. But if you don't, then I'm a crazy guy, and I'm sure we'll see each other again sometime. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Take care, man.
Take care. Salmon.
That's me.
Did you meet the Easter Bunny yesterday?
No, bro. We don't believe in Easter bunnies. We actually catch them and eat them.
Like Azo? That's what he does. Right, Azo?
Everyone's looking for the bunny, but they don't realize that the bunnies were caught.
Well, you have to believe in the bunnies then if you're catching the bunnies and eating them.
True.
Oh, sorry.
You like that picture, huh?
Yeah, it's funny. Well, Salmon, I did find a movie from 2017 called Sandman. It's a horror movie about this girl get attacked by a Sandman. Was that based on you?
I think so, but they're trying to copy the original movie.
Oh.
Let me put it up. Let me see. Sandman, the movie.
Did I come in at the ass end of the conversation?
Yeah. But anyways,
Okay.
Sandman.
Which movie?
Yeah.
The 2017 movie, you mean?
Yeah. I seen a trailer. This girl's getting stalked by the Sandman.
I don't think I've seen this one.
Me either. I didn't know about it until I put Sandman in the Singjig because I thought I remember hearing Sandman movies before, and it popped up.
Wow, crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, but talking about horror movies, have you heard there's one out now?
What?
Well, called Until Dawn.
No, I haven't heard of it.
It's not really it's somewhat of a horror slash, looks like a bit of a Jason Friday the 13th. It's like a mix of horror and Friday the 13th, like, you know.
Oh.
Until Dawn.
Oh.
And this one's coming out the 24th. It's not out yet in theaters, but it will be the 24th or the 21st. So 24th.
Oh, there was a whole Netflix series called Sandman.
Yeah, that's based on the DC comic.
Yeah, it's Dark Horse. It's not DC, unless they bought them.
Yeah, they paid me good money for that.
I thought it was good.
What do you think, Azor?
I try not to think. I get in trouble when I do.
Yeah, thinking makes my head hurt. So, yeah.
Does
got
it?
50-50 shot at being right, I guess. But, you know, it's that 50% that kills me.
Well, I mean, listening to people like Orlo really makes my head hurt. So.
Right on.
Pixie! Hi, Pixie!
Hey, Ghost. How are you doing?
The voice of reason.
Well, I don't know. I didn't express myself very clearly with Sandman the other day. As a matter of fact, I still have so many questions, but we can address those at another time.
Oh, you can ask if you want.
No, that got a little more contentious than I meant for it to. And, like, it wasn't even addressing the information I was trying to get to. So I will do that another time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. What happened with Joseph was crazy.
Oh, I'm not sorry about it. Don't you worry about it. You don't have anything to be sorry for. You are always awesome, and you do not owe me any apologies, dear Ghost.
Oh, thank you.
Look, Gangster, you're the most even-keeled person I've come across in a long time.
Oh, thank you.
You don't get angry like other people do about little petty stuff. Yeah. And neither does Pixie usually, but you know, you can get under her skin, and yeah.
I get indignant, and not usually when you address me. Usually when you address somebody I'm fond of, I get really indignant. Yeah.
Yeah. And Sandman, I've never heard him yell or raise his voice at all at anybody.
No, I don't mean that kind of contentious, right? Like I was having trouble expressing myself, and so I think he felt like I was going down one path when I was trying to go down another path, and I felt like I was being pigeonholed because he insisted on a path and things just went bad, and I didn't even get to my questions. And it doesn't matter. It's nobody's fault. It was just an interaction, right?
Yeah, it's just a conversation. Wires get crossed. I mean, come on.
Yeah. And I'm the first to admit that I can come across flippant when I don't mean to at all. So, you know, not putting that on anyone.
And how you doing, Pixie?
You know, no complaints. Just working. Had a great day with all kinds of family yesterday, you know.
Yeah. That's great.
Did you eat a bunch of candy?
Yeah.
No, actually, I didn't. So I didn't have super munchkin this year. Usually we make y'all know what cascarones are, right?
Mhm.
Cascarones, the confetti eggs. So we make a version of that, and we fill them full of like confetti and glitter and stickers and prizes and candy and money and all of that, and then we sew them back up, and then we'll do like a big Easter egg hunt with all the nieces, the nephews, super munchkin, everybody. And you don't keep the prizes in your own eggs. You keep the prizes in the eggs you like. People will bust the eggs over people's heads, and you keep the prizes from the eggs busted over your head.
And that ain't no yolk, right?
No, it's like confetti and glitter and stickers and candy and
No, I'm
money
saying
and
it's
stuff.
sorry, the play on words. I said, and that's no joke. I said that's no
Oh,
joke.
got you. Yeah, but my super munchkin wasn't here, and unfortunately, because of the way everything worked out, I missed my nieces and nephews by about an hour yesterday. So, I did not do cascarones this year. I just went and hung out with family and cooked and helped clean up so other people didn't have to, and played cards with my mom and my uncle. Just little things.
Uh, oh, that's nice. Did you get to meet the Easter Bunny?
No, not this year. I had to do that for a lot of years. Didn't do it this year.
As I think he's the real life Easter Bunny.
Uh-oh, I'm in trouble then, because maybe that explains why everybody was shooting at me yesterday. Give me those damn eggs. Balk!
Speaking of Final Destination, here's a new movie coming out of Final Destination.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, I've seen the previews finally.
It was based on True Story, based on me. Is that crazy? They made a new Final Destination. Final Destination.
There's no new ideas in Hollywood, so yeah, they're going to remake everything that's old.
They want to do stuff good
The
with
old
stuff.
stuff wasn't new to begin with.
Well, I
It's
thought
like people say that about the live action Disney movies. They say, "Oh, live action Disney movies," because they can't come up with anything new. Well, Disney movies were just spins on old stories. They weren't new either.
But I thought here's a good idea to do something with something old. Make a prequel to the Pumpkinhead movies.
Oh yeah, how he got that way? Yeah, the first one. Yeah.
They did show how he got that way, didn't they?
No, I don't think they did.
Oh no, I don't
Because
think not.
wasn't he like kind of he was like deformed, and you see him like playing with the trucks and stuff, and they knock him down. Those kids like knock him down that shaft or whatever.
Oh, that's Pumpkinhead too.
Yeah,
that's Blood Wings. Yeah, they knock him down a well. Yeah.
You mean just like do a deep dive into it, like a whole movie? Got you.
And it could show what happened, how that one. I think that's a different witch that happened that too, but they could show how she got that kid. What? Because that kid, I think, is supposed to be Pumpkinhead's son.
Oh yeah, huh?
I don't know, man. They've made a bunch of movies. I love the first and the second one, and the third one was kind of and I watched the other ones in the background, but yeah, the first two are great because you don't know. Like Lance Hendrickson was the dad in the first one, and he called Pumpkinhead to avenge his son, and then when it was all over, he became the next vessel for Pumpkinhead because the witch buried him in that pumpkin patch at the end. Yeah.
Part 3, that one was about the return of that guy, and part 4 too. But part 4 was more about. You ever heard of? I forgot about these families that fought. It called it Pumpkinhead Blood Feud. It was crazy. Part 3 had Doug Bradley in it, and the return of that one guy.
Well, I remember there was one of them. All the ones after 1 and 2 are forgettable, but Lance Henderson came back as a ghost in one of them.
Yeah, part 3 and 4.
Was it 3 and 4? Okay.
Yeah, it was crazy. They should have Azo in it. He could take on the Pumpkinhead and win.
Mm-hmm.
Right, Azo?
I gotta meet Leatherface from the third movie. Ari Mikhailoff.
I could make some pumpkin spice out of them.
Pumpkin spice.
Oh, you know that guy, Loud Phrase from Part 3? He was in Pumpkinhead Part 2.
R.A. Mikhailoff is ginormous, by the way. He's huge. Huge guy.
You met him?
I did.
Wow.
I have a picture where like he put his hands around my throat to look like he's strangling me, you know? But what's so funny about this is in real life, my hair is hiding the fact that his fingers are actually really loose around my neck. Like he's barely even touching me. But he's so big that his fingers are overlapped, like majorly. Like the dude is huge.
Wow.
He passed away, I think, but I
did?
met him about, when did I meet RA? I met RA in like 2014, 2015, somewhere around there.
I say I'm gonna have shows on Fridays and Sundays.
Nice. I will definitely try to attend.
Yeah, thank you.
What's everybody going to do during the rest of the week without the Gigi?
Well, we're gonna go to Pixie's channel.
Yeah.
No, we're gonna be much more bored because I'm working. I love that Ghost keeps me company while I work, but I can't stream while I work.
Oh, sorry about that.
Is anybody streaming anymore?
I do occasionally, but it's usually like on a Saturday.
Well, yeah, I streamed this morning, but it was only for like a half an hour because I had to pass out. I played a bunch of music. It's still up for now.
I streamed not that long ago, actually. Unfortunately, I played a song, and so it got taken down for copyright, and I can't be bothered to edit it, so it's just gonna stay down.
Yeah, most of your streams are you reading the Dark Tower or something really
No,
cool?
that's just the book club. Book club is the most consistent thing I do, and that's once a week. But sometimes I stream Saturday or Sunday.
Well, I want you to read some of Stephen King's stories, like from the Night Shift or Skeleton Crew.
No, if I go into his short stories, first of all, I want to read The Long Walk. I also want to get enough voices together. I need like 8 or 9 people, but I want to get enough voices together to do like an old like radio show reading of Plato's Republic, and I would be the narrator and everybody else would be characters. I want to get that together. If I do read Stephen King short stories, it's going to be the new one because I haven't read all of them yet. And the new one is called You Like It Darker, I think, or You Want It Darker, or something like that.
See, I haven't read that either. So
I have that one. So.
Oh. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. Would that be great? They made an origin story of the old witch and Pumpkinhead. That would be great. And Azel could play the old witch, right, Azel? See?
Well, I'm trying to decide if I want to be the old witch or the old witch with a bee on it instead.
Like this.
That's just creepy.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? The Sandman.
He's back.
Oh, is it like your Sandman and Daniel Newman's Spider-Man?
Oh, please, God, no.
Yeah, because I think those two in the movie they were actually after each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that who you were asking me about, Gigi? That Daniel guy, is that Orlo? He used to be called Orlo, if that's the same guy.
I think so. He said he used to have this weird singing jig back in the day before he became Orthodox. I guess it could be him.
I don't know. All I know is he used to play really boring games of chess.
That's Orlo, yes.
Okay, yes.
Yeah,
I knew him from way back, yeah.
Oh. I'm not sure. But Azel.
Yes, sir.
When do you want to do that one show?
whenever everybody can do it. I can do it whenever.
Wednesday?
Actually, wait. Is that Wednesday? I've got a ball game to go to. Yeah, Wednesday night I can't do it. I'm going to see the Hoosiers and Ball State play a college baseball game.
Thursday?
Yep, I'm good Thursday.
Oh, that'd be good.
Wait,
Monica's supposed to be making a generic thumbnail, for that. I don't know what she's going to do with it, or just a thumbnail. I don't know if it's going to be generic, but.
Oh wait,
Did you like mine thumbnail?
I like all your ones, even if other people don't. My favorite, and I know this is going to be bigoted as hell, is if you got a Y, you're a guy.
That was funny. Just why. But Josh. Hi, Josh. Pixie.
Yep.
Do you know Josh?
I wouldn't say I know him. I've interacted with him once or twice, maybe. I know
I'm
of
sorry,
him.
Pixie.
We would leave it there.
Gotta give Josh hell.
I've heard him show
the bean farmer
scream and lose his mind. Yeah, but
when I just met him, he always go on asking Catholics to pray for his crops. He went on this one Catholic show asking.
Yeah, and after that, he had to get his beans exorcised because they had demons.
It was so funny. Z did tell me about that he heard, here's this guy asking people to pray for his crops.
Well, I had to call Zealot Den yesterday because I got scared. I was going to have him do an exorcism on the deviled eggs, but I found out they're supposed to be that.
Oh yeah, they're supposed to taste like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Now they tell me. Some good satanic, like manna from hell or something.
Oh, that's another thing that fucking irritates me about these people. Sorry, Gigi. Every time you disagree with them, you've got a demon spirit. There's a devil in you. Hey, look, I am a devil. I'm not the devil, but I am a devil. So bring it.
Yeah, the only thing I get offended when they start the devil crap is when they, start talking about mental illness. That triggers me big time.
Yeah. Well, back in the day, we didn't know what schizophrenia was.
For me, it's something really simple. For me, it's something really simple. I think the most frustrating thing is when they tell you that the reason you didn't believe or the reason your prayers weren't answered is because you did it wrong.
Oh, yeah, you didn't believe hard enough. Yeah.
Yeah, you weren't sincere. Right. I'm
you didn't believe it.
It's got to be your fault. It's not God's fault. He didn't hear you.
Yeah, I just somehow wasn't sincere or didn't ask the right way. I wasn't facing the right direction when I prayed. I didn't look at the right star. I don't know.
You didn't squint with the right eye properly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Somehow it's your fault. Yeah. That God didn't show up. Yeah. But, just my opinion.
What do you think, man? You should know you're saying, man.
Well, see, to me, that the whole prayer thing doesn't make much sense just for the fact that if God knows your heart, even if you prayed wrong, doesn't he already know what you're trying to pray for or get at?
Well, then that's why they default to, well, you must not have been sincere enough, right? Which is
right. Because God wouldn't know that you're being sincere.
That's such a presumptive and arrogant thing to say, but they say it like full-chested, so I don't know.
What does Sayman think? What do you think, Sayman? You should know you're saying, man. Oh, are you muted?
Away. Yeah.
God turned him to a pillar of salt. He got screwed. To Daniel Newman, he's got connections, obviously.
Azel, know that Dustin still thinks Sayman's a cross-dressing Satanist.
And he just might be, but that's his business. I don't care to I won't condemn him for being a cross-dresser, but his shoes better match his purse. That's all I got to say.
If I wear a kilt, am I a cross-dresser?
Yeah.
That's a gray area, Pixie.
I thought that'd make you a Celtic dresser.
No, because kilts are for men,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So even if it looks like a skirt, whatever, if I wear a kilt, am I cross-dressing?
Well, it depends what you're wearing underneath it, because most
Yeah.
guys that wear them, they probably don't wear anything underneath it. So
But if it would be classified as cross-dressing, then any plaid school uniform skirt must be
Right.
cross-dressing.
maybe
We
that's
had
why
to
so
ask-
many guys like schoolgirl outfits.
Do you know makeup and wigs and fancy robes and jewelry were all created for men first?
Mhm.
You have to ask Josh. He would.
Back in the day, men
Yeah,
wore high.
Uggs are actually supposed to be for men's, like the Ugg boots.
Yeah, all I got to say is about those boots is that they're ugly.
I'm just saying, the moment I saw a girl wearing them, I stopped buying them.
Well, I hate Crocs. Those
Oh,
things.
you bite your tongue, or I will have you removed from this stage.
Hey,
there,
look.
Mr. Rex.
Is that what happened?
fight about
Women started wearing makeup and jewelry, and the men were like, "No, never mind. Can't be bothered with this anymore."
That's me. Not a, can't speak for
But I'm
can't
thankful
speak
that
for all
I
men,
don't
but
have to wear a powdered wig.
no, it's
That's
like
what
have you
women
so
do.
basically
Thinking the
have you
same.
ever read that Dr. Seuss story, the one about the Sneetches that have stars on their bellies? No. Well,
Yeah,
there's
I have.
there's
Yeah,
some Sneetches that have stars on their bellies and some that don't. And then the ones that have stars in their belly, they think that they're like the shit. And then the ones without stars, they want stars. So this guy comes around and then he has this machine where they pay him $10 and then they get a star on their belly. So then all of them went through it and then all of them had stars on their bellies. So none of them were special anymore. So then the ones that originally had stars on their belly, they went through the machine so that they could have the star removed. And then it went on a vicious cycle of like getting a star on their belly, removing the star from their belly. And then eventually they all ran out of money. And the guy that had the machine that removed and added the stars walked away rich. So the moral of the story is you got to be the guy that takes advantage of other people's foolishness.
And don't be the star of the show.
Exactly.
Hey, when everybody's super, nobody's super.
Yeah, no, but I guess like the main thing that the reason why I really joined was to say hi, and then also because I don't know, me as a Christian, like one thing that frustrates me is when other Christians tell me that, or tell anyone that they probably were never saved to begin with. It's just kind of in line with like what you guys were saying, where it's like, oh well, you did it wrong. You weren't
Right.
facing the east and wearing the kill and then scratching your head. Because
You
if
weren't
that's the because if there's a way to do it right, then nobody will ever do it right.
Yeah, you weren't patting your head and rubbing your stomach at the same time when you said the prayer, and you should have been facing north instead of south. Yeah, I mean that crap just irritates me.
But it really is the people who are like they live in this gray area. Like, see, Sandman will straight up tell you, yeah, you're not saved, but he doesn't live in like delusion. So I'd rather have someone give it to me straight and tell me, yeah, you're not saved, than somebody tell me you probably didn't do it right.
I mean, that's fine. I don't care if people tell me I'm not saved. I'm not saved, right? That's the point. I reached out to God a lot, but God never reached back, and I never managed to believe.
Right. But you
And
didn't
that's
pray
fine.
sincerely enough,
I'm
Pixie.
yeah, I didn't pray sincerely
I've
enough
heard that
most
one
of my
myself.
life,
Yeah.
apparently. Yeah.
Mhm.
But so it doesn't hurt my feelings when somebody says you're not saved. That's fine. I'm not saved.
Yeah,
But to tell me that like I wasn't sincere in pleading for belief is just like, oh, okay, buddy.
Yeah, but see, it doesn't stop there. What about all the people that have prayed for you? Does that mean that they weren't praying properly for you?
Yeah, they weren't doing it hard enough.
I guess my mom, who's been saved all her life and is a preacher's kid, just isn't
it's
praying the right way
exponential.
for me.
It's
I
not
don't
just
know.
the lost. It's everybody that's prayed for him that's lost too, because the persons that's still lost they prayed for.
But
They must not have
another thing
connection.
that credit to the Orthodox, that at least they give you a guideline. They give you a set of standards to try to abide by. Which I think is a little more solid of a religion then yeah, you're saved. You're good to
You know,
go. You know.
I'd say I had a really good standard. My grandfather's standard was he believed that any true follower of Christ lived in servitude of others, and he did so. He said that
I would
preaching
agree
the
with that.
word of God was not a job, and that a man should work 6 days a week to earn his bread. And he did. He worked for the city, and he was a preacher. The only thing he ever accepted from a church was one house when they asked him to move, on the condition that he buy it back from them with interest, which he did. He threw birthday parties for anybody. He found out this prostitute had never had a birthday cake before and had never had a birthday party, so he threw her the biggest birthday. He went and bought a cake and threw her the biggest birthday party at the church. When somebody ran and told on some girl smoking in the bathroom, and asked if my grandfather wanted her to go kick this girl out, my grandfather said, in that bathroom right there, and she said, yeah, and he said, no, there's a speaker in there, and when we start she can hear us, and that's all I need. You leave that girl alone. My grandfather was
Well, I mean,
incredible. Like, he was the most patient, most tolerant, least judgmental person I have ever known, the biggest peacekeeper I've ever met in my life.
well, you know, even if he did, like, accept the house and not pay it back, like, he wouldn't be wrong, because the Bible actually has verses that tell us that, you know, the man that preaches from the altar is entitled to eat from the altar. So I mean, his character wouldn't allow him to say, yeah, I'm just gonna freeload off the church, so that's why he worked. But even had he taken anything from the church, he would not have been wrong.
He served a lot of farmers, and a lot of those farmers, their tithe wasn't necessarily money. They had enough to keep the church going, and that was great. Most people actually tithed in excess crops, which went to the food bank to help other people. It's
Yeah,
just who my grandfather was. Had a great standard. He's probably one of the reasons I wanted to believe, because it is a great shame of mine that I am not more like that man. I just never managed to.
Well, I mean, in our reality, Christian or not, I mean, people can exhibit all the same characteristics that you just described of your grandfather. Like, you could be uh, devil worshiping Satanist and still be that kind, gentle, generous, giving, loving person that never asks for anything in return. That's not exclusive to, like, Christianity. So if you're looking for that, you know, I
No,
would.
I would say it's the conviction and humility with which he did it.
Yeah, the people at the food bank that don't believe in God, they're doing it with just as much conviction, and they want just as much for other. It's just this selflessness. Selflessness is not exclusive to Christians, you know.
No, it's not. And I get what you're saying, but I would say it wasn't just that. He was definitely a great example of what he believed in. Like, and
Would
it's
you
not
would
like
you
he was
say
always perfect,
would you
but
say, like, statistically speaking, that someone with his type of standards is more likely to be an upstanding citizen than not?
yes, well, I'll put it this way. I'll say I understand what you're saying, but it took me a while to get there. Like, as an adult, I realized that my grandfather is not who he was because of his beliefs. He is a great example of his beliefs because of who he was. But as a child, I connected a lot of who he was with the beliefs he was so passionate about, being the preacher, right? That he was. And
Yeah.
so, like, for me, like, I always felt like not only did I want to believe and I wanted to be like this person, but I felt like broken that I couldn't manage to believe, right? Like, something is really wrong with me. I'm missing something or something. It was kind of like that.
Oh, Sammy, are you there?
Yeah, I'm back, bro. I just want to make a coffee.
What kind of coffee?
Cafe au lait.
Oh.
Ole,
Well, Sammy.
ole, ole, ole.
Ole.
Is that like the soccer coffee?
Soccer coffee?
Yeah, because they always singing "Ole, ole, ole."
Yeah,
Guess you don't watch much soccer, huh? I don't
well,
either, but
actually,
just happen to see it.
I do like
I know.
watching soccer.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't.
World Cups or Euro Cups. That's about it. World Cups or Euro Cups.
So Sandman, should we all just like give up or what? What's our options
Give up what?
at this point?
What do you mean? Like in what sense? Give up?
Like if I just like I've done everything I could to try to find the truth, and as far as I'm concerned, there's just no truth. Should I just keep seeking? Should I keep seeking until I finally make it to the Orthodox Church, or just give up and then put it in God's hands? Like, give it to me straight, bro. I know you wouldn't give it to me any other way.
I mean, to tell you not to seek would be like crazy, but I mean, if you said you already seeked, but you have not found, and now it's just a question of time before your soul separates the body. You know, honestly, like I said, nobody can judge.
So is it like kind of like birds need wings to fly, but Orthodox fly because they have wings, or how does it work?
That Orthodox lie?
No. Okay, so birds need wings to fly, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And so do bugs.
Okay, but and then the Orthodox fly because they have wings, right?
Oh, got it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I thought it's because they sucked on helium a lot.
Because they drink Red Bull. That's what it is.
That's it. It gives you wings. You don't need wings.
Yeah, 99 red balloons go by.
No, but you get it's more of a, I guess it's more of a philosophical question, right? Like if I had wings, would I use them to fly? That's my question.
Well, do we all already have wings and we just don't know how to use them?
That's what I'm saying. That's why like a bird just does it because he has them.
It's instinct for the bird. And
I think it's just you guys are too scared to jump off the roof and flap your wings. I'd fly. I do it all the time. Go on your roof, jump off, and I guarantee you'll fly for at least 2 seconds.
I tried that
before the setting stops, right?
I put my Superman cape on and everything and jumped off the roof. No, I hit the ground.
You didn't do it right, bro. You didn't.
Yeah, I didn't believe hard enough. I didn't believe hard enough. So there's that.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I think
BS brings up a good point. Penguins have wings. Do they fly?
That's exactly what
ostriches.
Emu.
Well, they swim.
Well, these obviously the wing bird metaphor is meant to be a metaphor, right?
Well, yeah, I get it.
Well, and then you just pissed off the penguins, the emus, and the what did I just say? The ostriches.
There's a lot more than that, but yeah.
I can remember those three pictures.
But are you telling me that a penguin? Because chickens don't fly, but they sure as hell fucking try.
Oh, they can try, yeah.
They glide. They're more gliders.
They jump really high and they flap their wings and then they fall back down. And if they get somewhere high, they can glide down.
As a Christian, I always say,
as long as I put off the illusion that I'm flying, then I'm good to go. Then
as long as you believe, I believe I can fly. Oh, sorry.
I want to see a shoebill fly.
Same.
First of all, I want to see a shoebill, like in person. Those things are adorable. Can you imagine a 4-foot tall bird that can make machine gun noises with its beak and sounds like a dinosaur just flying?
It is a dinosaur.
But Sandman, he could fly without wings. He flies like Superman. Right, Sandman?
That's exactly what I was saying. The Orthodox, they don't need wings. They just fly.
Right, Sandman?
Oh, sorry about that.
That's all right.
Yeah, I got booted. My computer just did like a reset by itself.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
A little better. A little more. Don't blow my speakers out, please.
Is it just you or is it the whole panel?
We can hear you better now.
Yeah, that's
better.
Hear you better.
Okay. So I have to push the voice out a little bit more.
You know the shoebill, when it greets you, it bows its head and shakes its head at you?
Yeah.
They're
So,
so cute.
Josh was asking me a question. So you said something about Orthodox have the wings already, so we don't have to.
Yeah, it's just a silly metaphor and trying to relate like this desire to fly versus the actual ability to fly, and trying to relate that to a believer versus a non-believer. Like, is it like, I guess the wings would be like the evidence, and then the flying would be like you utilizing those wings. So putting to practice not just what you say, but what like where the rubber meets the road. I'm running out of metaphors here, guys. Come on, help me out.
Oh yeah, you're fine. You're fine. Where the rubber meets the roads. Look, like I said a little bit ago, we all have wings, right? But not all of us know how to use them.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I like that.
Troubleshoot.
That's
Here we
pretty
go.
cool.
Fair enough. Hey, look, I'm glad you like that. Oh, Jesus Christ, that sounds like you're farting in the can. Come on. You can do better.
What do you mean?
Yeah, you're farting in the can, DT.
Let me go listen. Let me go back and listen.
Okay, keep going. Keep going. Don't adjust nothing.
Well, you said it's that audio, so you want me to adjust it?
No, we don't understand what you're saying, Darth, because we can't hear you.
Well, he sounds like he's in a
Like,
hollow. Let's
Wait, let me.
You need to adjust the horizontal and the vertical.
The horizontal and the vertical.
Wait.
Because you sound like you're in a goddamn bottom of a tin can. Sorry, GG.
Sorry.
Is that better?
Yeah, you sound like that.
I'm not sure. I had to go back to the audio and listen to it.
That's a little better.
Gigi, play this really quick for Pixie, please.
Where is it?
I got it on the screen share.
is.
Here we go.
So they kind of shake the bottom and the top of their beak or their bill backwards and forth at different speeds, and it kind of clacks together. And that's how you get this kind of amazing machine gun type noise. And it's not fully understood about why they do it, but it seems to be used as part of a greeting to other shoe bills and part of their mating.
Hit the floor!
Holy shit!
They're so cute.
Oh, it's really doing that.
I thought she was exaggerating, but when I heard it earlier,
no,
it's like Jesus. It doesn't sound real.
Yeah,
That
they
is so
really
funny.
do that.
Yeah,
I wasn't kidding. I love those.
and they look prehistoric kind of too. I mean,
Oh, they are
for
so
sure.
cute. If you see like still pictures of them, they almost look like Muppets. And they're like 4 feet tall, and they're
Now I
just
want one.
adorable. And I want one so bad.
Are they native to somewhere specific?
New Zealand.
Man, it's always the freaking New Zealand with the giant spiders and
Well, it's New Zealand and Australia.
Muppet-like emus.
Yeah. Everything's trying to kill you there. So yeah.
Well, actually, shoe bills are native to East Africa,
East Africa?
specifically
Really?
the freshwater swamps and marshlands of Central and Eastern Africa countries.
Sudan.
And we're coming up to like Sudan, Southern Sudan, Uganda, Western Tasmania, or Tanzania, then Rwanda and Northern Zambia.
Yeah.
That is so cool. I learned something new today. Thank you, Pixie.
You're welcome.
I love those birds. I think they are just
I know what I'm having for Thanksgiving.
Hey, there's no meat on those turkey legs. I'm just saying.
I don't. Then it wouldn't be a turkey, then would it?
Well, I mean, breast meat. It's all breast meat.
I want to hear the machine gun sound that they make when you're chopping their head off. No, I don't.
No, I don't. No, I just want to hug one. They're so cute.
I want to hold you and love you and squeeze you and hug you.
I will call you Fred. And yeah.
We will be friends forever.
No, I don't need to squeeze and neglect anything. I'm good.
What do you think, Simon? Tell us from your great wiseness.
About the big bird?
He would
Yeah.
eat it.
He
would
thinks he
definitely
tastes good with barbecue sauce. He already told
Yeah.
me that earlier.
He threw it in an air fryer.
Hey, look.
A giant emu-sized air fryer.
Oh no, we're gonna make Pixie cry.
That's
Oh,
okay.
well.
No, but in all reality, do they make like giant life-size, like stuffed shoe bill animals that we should all like do a GoFundMe to get
Pixie one? Well, gotta get a pair. Gotta
Oh,
get a
yeah.
breeding
Send
pair.
it to- yeah. Surprise! You just got a shoe bill.
They're so cute. They really are. I like
Well,
the shoe bill.
Probably one of those
It
birds
might. I
you're
think it's
not
my.
supposed to
It
own.
might be. It might be my favorite bird. Growing up, it was either the raven or the hummingbird, but I'm pretty sure like the shoe bill is probably like my favorite bird.
Doesn't the hummingbird
Hey, fair
die
enough.
if it stops flapping his wings?
Doesn't know what?
The hummingbird, doesn't it die if it stops flapping its wings?
No. It's
Or
got
is
to
that like a
sleep,
myth buster?
man.
Is that a myth
It's got to
buster thing?
sleep. Look, I have a bunch of
Oh
hummingbirds.
no, that's the
around here.
tuna. That's the tuna that dies if it stops moving.
No. That's a shark. And that's not true either.
It is, man. Now I'm gonna
No,
look
it's
it up.
not. They found a cave where sharks go to sleep. They lay on the bottom of the ocean
Some
and
sharks
go
do.
to sleep.
Wait, how did we not know that? Because aquariums have had nurse sharks for how long? And don't they love
Okay, no,
hanging
no,
out
no,
at
no.
the bottom of the tank?
No, you're absolutely wrong. This is from. I just looked it up right now. You can look it up yourself. Yes, a tuna will die if it stops swimming. Tunas are ventilators, meaning they need to swim
Do you
to
know how
force
big
water over their gills to extract oxygen. Unlike other fish
do
that
you
can
know
pump
how
water.
big it is?
I have a question for Dark Thanos. What is the god you believe in? Carnage?
Carnage.
Yes.
No,
Spider-Man.
chaos. He believes in chaos.
Konnichiwa.
Oh, I'm not carnal.
His god is chaos.
Chaos.
No, but hold on. Can we at least acknowledge that the tuna will die if it stops swimming?
Fair
Yeah.
enough. Look, we concede your point.
Yeah, that could be true. I was saying it wasn't the shark because the sharks hang out at the bottom of the tanks at the aquariums, like nurse sharks in particular.
Oh yeah, they'll sleep. They sleep on the bottom all the time. Yeah.
I didn't know I used the ram.
Oh
I
no,
mean,
actually, no. He's right. Also, he's also not wrong. It's this also. There's also some species of shark that they have to keep moving or they will die.
So yeah, it's basically having to run towards like to get oxygen. In order to breathe, you have to run into the wind. That's silly.
Only a silly creator god would do that, right? Or evolution just going crazy.
Yeah, just evolution just randomly needs to run into the wind, into the water.
Every other fish figured out the evolution part where it pumps the water and the oxygen.
Well, apparently one fish forgot, according to evolution.
Yeah.
What was going to be a question there, Gangster?
Yeah, I asked everyone, do they believe in chaos and his stuff? We left.
Chaos.
Pixie dropped off.
And his prophet bubblegum.
Of course. For example, here, like Josh.
Yeah,
let's say you went to heaven and you figure out the real God was Allah. Would you accept Allah as your God? I'm talking the Muslim Allah. You know, so you would accept Muslim. Accept Allah.
No. I'm just saying. Yeah, I understand which Allah you're talking about. Now,
okay.
Yeah. So,
it's not a hard question.
It's difficult because
it shouldn't be.
I'm not sure. Am I pulling from Christian doctrine or all of Islam is true and none of Christianity is true?
All of Islam is true and none of Christianity is true.
What about the overlap?
Well, if Islam says it's true, then it's true. If Islam says it's not true, then it's not true.
Okay, so and then I'd be fine then. According to you, I'd be fine because the Islam teaches that Christians are good to go.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
Not at all.
No, it doesn't. Not at all.
Exactly. Well, the Muslims might say they believe in the Bible, but they also qualify it with as long as it was translated correctly.
Yes. So they'll say some Bibles are actually false. Most of it, actually.
Right. So I can't believe gosh, there might be a God. I agreed with Bubblegum for once. Oh,
Hell must
Lord.
be freezing
I'm a
over.
Chaosian now. Jesus.
Actually, you know
Hell's
what?
freezing.
I misspoke. It was the Catholics that were saying that the Muslims are good to go, not the other way around. Sorry.
But it does.
It depends
It's
what
kind of
century also, though. They've changed their position many times on that, and recently have become more inclusive as far as the Catholic Church and Muslims.
yeah. But yeah, just kind of like
be
straying
fair.
away from the. You're kind of straying away from the question. It doesn't really matter what the Catholic believes or Protestants or the Hindus. It's Allah, right? So
No,
would you
well,
accept the law?
but the thing the reason it matters is because if Christianity is true, then
It's
you don't
not.
have
It's not.
I know, but
Here,
that's what
in this scenario, it's not. In this
so in your scenario in Islam, does that mean that when you die, you arrive at heaven and you're given one final opportunity to choose whether you can accept Allah or go to hell? Is that what you're claiming?
So yeah, you die. It doesn't matter if you go to heaven or hell. Maybe an angel comes down and says, "Allah is the true God. Do you accept Allah?"
I'm dead, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're
Okay.
toast.
It doesn't even matter if you're dead or alive.
Okay,
You
so
know,
I don't even believe Islam teaches that after you die you have a final like opportunity to repent and accept Islam and accept
yeah.
Allah.
It doesn't matter whether you're alive or dead.
It makes a big difference, right? Because the clock runs out. Well, you know, it's what you do during your life. It's not the decisions
Okay,
you make.
okay. Let's say you're alive. Allah comes down, or an angel comes down and says, "Allah is the true God."
And
Well,
Do you accept Allah?
I'm still alive. Would I accept them? Yes or no?
Well, is it God or is it an angel?
It could be Allah.
Hold on, let me try to answer the question, Shadow. So if I'm alive and an angel comes down from heaven and tells me that Allah is the true God, I would probably reject it.
Why?
Do you know what
because the Bible teaches that if any angel or voice from God comes claiming
No, Josh, this is the fact. So this is we're saying like this is the fact, not an interpretation thing. It's set in stone. This is the fact.
Where?
No, like an angel comes down and tells you the fact that it is the truth that Allah is the God. Do you accept Allah?
No, you're making okay. If I'm gonna play your game, then no, I would not accept them. No.
Why not? Well, okay, so that tells me everything I need to know. So why aren't you accepting Allah if He is a God?
Because of all the inconsistencies.
No, there is no inconsistencies. It is a fact. It doesn't even matter if there are inconsistencies.
But that's why I'm saying you're asking me to grant that all of Islam is true. So if I grant that, and that's why it in and of itself the religion falls apart.
But the question I have for Josh is then what's the difference between what you're saying towards Allah and then what atheists are saying towards, say, Christianity?
Yeah, because there's inconsistencies in the Bible.
Yeah,
in the Bible, there's plenty of inconsistencies.
Yeah.
So, Josh,
I mean, not
Josh,
really. There's none.
No, not really.
Josh, why I asked that question? Because it led me to know that it wasn't really about God. It was about the politics about God. Because you don't like Allah, because you don't like his politics.
Right.
You like Jesus because Jesus is a bit more liberal. So you don't want God. You want Jesus, and you don't want Jesus because just the name Jesus. You want Jesus because of how he is, because of his politics, you know.
Okay. Can I respond now?
So that's what is revealing about. That is what is revealing about your answer. You really don't care about God.
There's nothing revealing because I'm like answering to humor you. But in Galatians 1:8 it says, "But even if we or an angel out of heaven should preach a gospel unto you, which we have preached different, let him be accursed." So I mean, if I'm granting that this angel is coming down and telling me that Islam is true, I don't have a choice in the matter.
Yeah, we're starting with the premise that it is true, so that Allah is the God.
But then if it's true, then I don't have a choice in the matter. If it's true, I don't have a whether
it's that you rejected him.
Yeah,
it's that you rejected him.
Yeah, but when you reject the truth, what happens? You go to hell, right?
Yeah, so you'd rather go to hell than be with God because God is Allah. So
No,
because God is not what you envision of God, you
no,
rather reject God. So you're no different than an atheist. You're no different than a
not really,
Satanist.
because the scenario you've created is like there's a maze and there's a cheese at the end of it, and you have to get the cheese in order to survive. What are you gonna do? Well, obviously, go get the cheese. So I mean, you're not leaving. I'm playing within the boundaries of your question.
Josh, this was to reveal something about you that you were hiding from yourself, and not just you. A lot of Christians do this.
No,
Missing
bubblegum.
mod
There's
does this.
nothing has
Basically,
been
all
nothing
free
has been
graces do
revealed.
this.
Nothing has been
No,
revealed.
yes, it did, Josh.
Race
You rather reject
what,
God.
what the fuck does race have to do with this? Sorry, GG. What has race got to do with this?
We're not talking about race.
You just brought it up.
No, I didn't.
Okay, Darth, but here's the thing. I mean, because by your conclusion, everyone falls into this dilemma. Even you with chaos.
Many do.
Even you with chaos.
No, I don't, because I'm
Yes,
willing
you
to
do.
accept. No, Josh, if there's a convincing argument for Islam, I'm willing to accept it.
It's not about convincing argument. If this guy's coming down, and the Bible teaches that every knee shall bow. So whether you accept that Jesus is God or not, you're gonna bow. That's what it teaches. And the same is true in Islam. So if an angel comes down and tells me that Islam is true, even if I reject it, I'm gonna bow down. And you're trying to get me to a point where I'm gonna say, oh, okay, yeah, I'll just accept it. No, I'm not.
That's what you are doing. You're just saying, you're just
But
accepting because
bubblegum, you're
Bible
also
says so.
forgetting a very key element in your scenario.
I think there's some miscommunication here because he started saying that you wouldn't accept it because you would rather not be like, you would rather go to hell than to spend eternity with a God that was different from the God you imagined.
Right.
Yeah, but that's why it all falls apart, because the problem is, before you die, if you choose to reject Islam, you're going to hell. And if you choose to accept Islam, you're going to heaven, right? So every religion makes the same argument. If you're a Christian, you go to heaven. If
And
you're
it's
not
all
a Christian,
based
you go
on
to
where
hell.
you were born, generally, though, Josh.
No,
Yeah,
not every
so you're
religion makes
accepting
the same
Christianity?
argument.
Well,
Not every religion makes the same
well,
argument.
it's not necessarily heaven or hell, but there's a good afterlife and a bad afterlife, and that's it.
No, not always.
Afterlife. All we have is
Incarnation does away with that.
So there's other religions that teach that there is no life after death.
There's a couple that do. There's also some that teach in reincarnation, which isn't a heaven or hell. It's another life.
Yeah, I know, but even with reincarnation, they teach that you can be reincarnated as like a very important person or a cockroach, and it's dependent on how you live your life.
I was reincarnated into a fly.
Well, that's better than you deserve, probably, Bruce.
And don't even get me started on the Scientologists.
Oh, right. It's in your mind.
Bubblegum, if you want me to be completely honest, I am incapable of putting the Bible aside and entertaining your hypothetical if Islam is true.
Josh, you're not incapable of entertaining a God that isn't Jesus.
Yes, exactly. Amen.
Exactly my point.
And if I go to hell because of that, then that's what happens.
Well, the thing, Josh, you don't want Jesus simply because of the name Jesus. You want Jesus because of his politics, because he's a liberal God. You don't want Allah because he's more of a conservative father.
That's not even true. A lot of people teach that it's very strict.
Oh, hold on, everybody. I have a question for Bubblegum. I could turn the question around on you. What would you do if an angel told you that Christianity is true? Would you be a Christian?
Don't you realize they all contradict each other?
Well,
can
you let him, Gigi, ask the question so that?
Yeah, I answered this question before, and I said yes, but the fact is it's no.
Yeah, I need to show you guys something.
Well, we woke up to the news that the Pope passed away, and A number of people asked me what my response would be to that. You know, I think about this.
Bruce,
the Pope's
can we hear
death
this,
is
please?
yet received
Wait, did he
headline
finally
news,
die?
probably for
Yeah.
days. People are going
I
to be
said this
talking
like a couple
about
weeks ago, and everyone
death.
thought I was going to
He
hell.
died right
It's a reminder
after
that everyone
Easter.
has to die. Everyone has to face death. The Bible says it's appointed unto man once to die, and then the judgment. What does it mean by the judgment? Well,
Nothing.
those who trust Christ for salvation will spend
So,
eternity with the Lord, and those who
Bubblegum,
don't
do you
will be
think the Pope went
separated
to
from
heaven or
him
hell?
forever. This is a great time for people to make sure that
Well, let's
they
finish
are
video.
proclaiming the gospel and helping people understand that we're all sinners. We all sinned in Adam. That's why we
I
all
didn't sin
die,
in Adam.
because God placed upon us the judgment of death. But as soon as he did that 6,000 years ago, he promised a savior. And that's what we celebrate at Easter time, the savior, the one who
I
came to
got
be
a
the
book.
God-man, one of us, but a perfect man, to die on the cross because death was a penalty for sin, raised from the dead, conquers death. And for those who receive the free gift of salvation from Christ will spend eternity with the Lord. Remember, there's only one way to heaven. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes to the Father except through me. That's the
right.
only way that someone can be saved and be saved for eternity with the Lord. At the Ark Encounter themed attraction, we put one door on the side
That's
of the
right.
Advertisement.
The guy's absolutely right. You see how people are like giving their babies to the Pope, and he just looks at him and
Hey,
"Here, bless my baby, Pope."
Look, don't
You
even
think he
go
spits on the holy water? I think the Pope might be spitting on the holy water. I wouldn't trust him.
They got holy water on
nervous
tap,
around
bro,
holy
at the
water.
Vatican, man. All the
The
faucets have
Pope
holy water.
died. Do you not realize that?
The new Pope?
No,
The Pope is dead.
Well, the old popes are dead, yeah.
Oh, the Pope is dead.
The Pope died a long time ago, bro.
Oh, he died today.
The current, hey, Mr. Wayne.
Oh,
Nobody
God, I'm
asked
gonna
you a fucking question.
Language.
Thanks for having me, Ghost. I'm gonna come back later before
sorry.
it gets any more irritating and annoying, and before he starts eating his mic again.
Wayne.
Later days, pretty shiny people.
Bye,
So
Pixie.
don't forget to
See,
smile
Pixie,
and
I'm
love and
not
all
too
that
far
good stuff.
behind you.
Later.
Take care,
Oh.
Are you going to be the new Pope, Wayne?
Oh. No.
I don't really care. Everybody dies.
Oh, I was watching Fox News this morning. I wanted to
No, you
vomit the stuff they're saying on there. They had this theologian. I think his name was like John Morris or something. Never heard of him. Wrote his
You still
name
watch
down.
Fox News?
Well, yeah, you gotta have a
watch
background in the morning, bro. You know.
Come on,
Not
no
Fox News.
decent right winger watches Fox News. It's either Tucker Carlson or Alex Jones. That's it.
No,
Alex Jones. I mean, I'm
you
not
don't
that
watch
far
any
right,
of them,
bro.
so
Alex
don't worry
Jones
about
is a little nuts, man. I mean,
No, Newsmax
You gotta
is
do
good, and One American News was good.
where is Tucker? Like, how do you even watch Tucker nowadays?
He's on
my.
YouTube.
He's on
Yeah.
YouTube, huh? Oh.
He
I
got
like
his
Tucker,
ass
man.
kicked
He
in.
helped
he's
me through the
crying about it
pandemic.
on YouTube,
he's an idiot.
like lots of people do. So.
He's the only real reporter left alive.
What about Hannity, man?
Who the heck is that?
Garbage.
Hannity.
You need to go with Laura Angle
He
next.
is robotic, you know.
She's an idiot too.
Newsmax is good. Do
Hey,
you like
she's
Newsmax?
hot.
Well, yeah. I ever watch what's his name? Cuomo. He's on like News
He
Nation
sounds
or something.
homo.
He got his job back. He goes, "Hey, man, I'm still a good reporter. I got a ugly face for TV. Give me a job." Okay.
Yeah.
Ugly face for TV. It's funny.
Dan Abrams ain't bad. I like his show sometimes.
Yeah, Bruce definitely has a face for radio.
Well, it's all bimbos now. Like if you go to like the South American news, it's all bimbos, and I love that.
Even like small news stations, like in the U.S., like if you're in a small region, like it's like a college news station where they'll have.
Yeah, I like the jazz ones where it's like someone talking in a very like low monotone voice, like "Thank you for tuning in to KPW."
Well, I mean, I used to do that all the time.
Obey.
So I got a subscription. It tunes into Portland news, And holy cow, the liberal angle, like that the Portland News broadcast from, it's like everything is DEI. They have, if they have a man, they obviously have two women next to them. They have all diversities in their, broadcasts and stuff.
You know why they do that, right? Because it requires two women to make one man.
Well, they want to force it down your throat and make you accept it. And
So
just the
you're
stories, too, that
Wayne.
they publish.
Mr. Wayne.
I mean, we're just gonna just sidestep Bubblegum's misogynistic comment, or
Dude, he's lost, bro. He's like
what are you talking about?
What do you want to do? You want to go around in a roundabout over and over?
You know, God is the biggest misogynist, right?
No. Break this down for me. Break this down for me. How
Because it's true, Terry.
Break it down for me, Bubblegum. Does it take two women to equal a whole man? Break that down for me. The math.
The math. We're doing, we gotta do the math. According to God, right? Mm-hmm. God took a rib from Adam. That's just a part of Adam. That's just one half of the chest. So he didn't.
No, he took one rib. If anything, your numbers are off. It would be if what you're saying is true. It would take more like 10 women to make.
Yeah, you're right. I guess you're right, Josh.
All is possible with God.
Behind every great man is a greater woman. At least one.
But I think that's wrong because
you just proved that stereotype, Azo.
See, Josh, you proved my point,
You're
Josh.
right. I've got
but one woman can give birth to multiple men, and one man can't give birth to no.
But it takes. But a man can plant the seed of 1,000.
Yeah, exactly. So the numbers are skewed. One man can impregnate 1,000 women, but 1,000 women cannot impregnate one man.
So the man wins because the man can have more babies by impregnating women.
No, because you can't have a baby without a woman.
You guys are so
all you need is
nuts.
sperm,
it's like,
you got a baby coming.
Yeah, but the father can be like the father of multiple, like thousands. Well, the woman can only have
here's a scarier thought.
7 kids.
Think about all the
guys, Donald Trump ordered all flags at half staff because of the poop. Okay,
so what's wrong with that?
If you have a flag, make sure you lower it to half staff because the holy.
You do realize that most of this country has
the Pope died.
Okay.
The Pope died?
Separation of church and state. Oh, that doesn't exist anymore.
Trump ordered it. Okay.
Exactly.
If you're a right-leaning, guy with camo, you would do whatever Trump says. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm going to straighten you guys out. Terry, go.
That's right.
Yeah, first off, be nice to Portland. Second off,
and be nice to women.
Rest in peace, Pope Francis.
I didn't know he died. Crazy.
He's going to hell. What are you talking about?
Stop saying.
You know, people you're the most loving person. I think I just became a Christian because of you. You realize that?
He was a servant.
He was a pedophile.
Practically the Antichrist.
He wasn't a pedophile. What evidence do you have that he was a pedophile?
He's Catholic.
Oh.
Is
that funny?
That's the best you got for PDF.
It ain't really the Pope. It's more of the cardinals that cover up those allegations.
I knew that with the PDF.
It's legal to
He got busted for molesting his sister's kid. So whatever.
See, is that what happens in Portland?
Yeah. And he was a tramp. No, he was from the Midwest. He was a tramp too.
That's where I live.
He had no God. Then he started cross-dressing. Then he molested a kid, and then he ended up in jail.
And that's probably why
he only did that because of math. Probably a
he
Catholic
did that
priest.
He was godless.
Are you for sure with that?
Pretty sure Catholic priest
Let me
touched
get
him.
this straight. Only godless people
I don't think
molest
so. He
children.
wasn't from a Catholic background.
Because I know a lot of different religions that have PDFs in their
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
saying.
Okay.
The bottom line is there's over 300 abuse allegations in the Boston Archdiocese that the Catholic Church knowingly covered up and settled with the victims. Every archdiocese, the Catholic Church, in every metropolitan city has hundreds of thousands of abuse allegations that the Catholic Church settled.
Do you have a citation for this, Bruce?
Okay. So you don't think they should have settled those?
The legal records.
No, but it'd still be
Yeah,
public.
well, I guess.
medicine.
I mean, what else do you
Are
do?
they not
Here's
supposed to have
50K. Shut
Because
up. Don't ever
it's
talk
just
about
kind
it
of
again.
weird that Bruce
Sign
isn't
here.
talking about every other religion and even secular groups that have PDFs in it. It's not just a Catholic thing.
Oh,
you're
yeah, but
speaking
they're not
as a
getting a
global
settlement
witness.
from a worldwide
Bruce, can I finish for 1
organization.
second, and then you can have the conference, mic for
You know,
20 minutes.
most
All I care.
victims of that sort of thing don't get any sort of recompense for it. So
Right.
the fact that they did pay them is a good thing.
Well, it's very nice of the Catholics to
if
give
you want
large
to look
settlements to
more
their
Yeah,
victims.
yeah,
the
they're just taking
pedophiles
some
and
God bless them.
responsibility.
other
Yeah, it
religions.
is. It is. It's more than most victims get. So
Nope.
they're.
Then why do they cover it up?
What do you mean covered it up?
Why do they relocate priests to other dioceses across like different countries
Well,
and
that's
across
wrong.
the
I
country?
don't
They're
agree
the
with
only
that.
ones that
But what
do
does
Once
that
again,
got to do
Bruce,
with
it's
Pope
not just the
Francis?
Catholics that are
International
doing that.
pedophile ring.
What that got to do with Pope Francis, who's dead?
Everybody, I know
he's the head of the
everybody.
church.
Gigi, let's say something.
I'm
I
sorry.
heard,
Hi, Gigi.
hi Terry. I heard stuff like that happening even in schools. Like this, one school, this, they had this transgender
Yeah,
bathroom, I
they'll
guess,
switch the teachers around and shit. Yeah, they'll do that too. Sorry.
and even a kid who, hurt a girl, they took him and sent him to another school where he tried to cover up, and he did it again. A kid.
Jehovah's
too.
Witnesses, the same thing.
He could
Go
not
to
contain himself.
Owens.com and you'll see
Look,
Jehovah's Witnesses do the same exact
look.
thing.
Oh, go ahead, Rex.
Are we done? Are we done?
Yeah. No. Let's go back
Now
to
that's
Easter
a voice
egg
for
basket.
radio right there.
Fair enough. But yeah, all religions do that.
Thank you.
They all switch
Yeah.
their
All
people
groups
around.
have them in
Schools
And
do it.
non-religions too.
Right. Thank you, Terry.
Yeah, and
Well, I've
schools
heard
do it.
That's why
allegations of
Jesus
abuse
died for
at Baptist churches, and guess what? Those pastors are in jail.
But
And
it's more than a coincidence that they concentrate in these groups, because you don't hear pedophile stories coming from the military or
The
health.
fuck you don't?
Why
Sorry.
would the military have
does that
access to
happen in the
all-
military?
They don't
Do
really
you
have
think it
access.
doesn't happen in the military? Really?
Like
Wouldn't
once,
surprise me.
maybe?
I mean, it is the
No, they
military.
do
I-
when
You
they're
don't hear
abroad.
about it
Not
You've
because
got
they don't
families
talk
on
about it.
military bases.
Well, maybe you
Still
should
happens.
stop trying to stick women with a bunch of men in, the Green Berets.
Shit.
Like,
Hey,
Oh,
hey,
let's get some more misogynistic bullshit
I'll
going.
shut up again.
y'all
I
y'all fight night
I
and like
wasn't
a
in the
bud.
army for 8 years, so I don't know what happened. Fair enough.
don't ask, don't tell, huh?
You don't ask and don't tell. Miss Bolt Wayne, who won a fight between you versus Prophet Thanos?
Wait,
This
who?
guy. You and Bubblegum. Who won a fight?
I'll chew him till his flavor runs out, and then I'll spit him out on the curb, and then I'll sit there
Man,
and
as
have
much as
hundreds
this is
of
going to
shoe
hurt me to
marks.
say, I think I would
Years.
pick Bubblegum over Bruce just for the fact that Bruce is single-minded. At least I've seen a little bit.
I do have one brain, Azo.
I didn't say you were
See?
stupid. But
Wayne's got
you've
that.
blinders
What the heck
on,
does
and when you're
single-minded
focused on
mean?
something,
What the heck
you
is even
stick with
that?
that one thing. Whereas I think Bubblegum is more maneuverable. It has more lateral movement, left to right or up or down, opposed to you and his thinking. That's why I think he would blow you away in a debate.
Well,
Now,
yeah, if you
Wayne is
allow
like
the
the Hulk.
person you're debating to define their definitions and terms as they go along, you're never going to get anywhere, and you're never
And
going
that's
to come
why
to a
you define
conclusion.
your definitions before you ever start. That's the first rule
You're
of
defining your
debating.
definitions as you go along in the debate.
And I just said do that before. If you, because like when I talk, say if I was going to talk to you, I would have to define so many different words to make sure we're on the same page, because what you mean by it as a Christian is probably going to be different than what I mean by it as an atheist.
I'm sorry you're not able to understand simple common sense, Azo. I'm
And
sorry.
I'm sorry that you have no common sense, Bruce, but I still love you. Okay?
Oh.
I think we should get engaged, have babies, and then, adopt Bubblegum.
That's correct.
Like, who will be?
So I don't want it to ever be said that I've never professed my love to anybody on YouTube before. I just did it.
It's not okay to lie, Azo.
Bruce, I like you, but you could be a moron.
Wedding
Seriously, dude.
bells.
Well, it's okay to like someone if they're a moron, but
I didn't say because you're a moron. I said I like you, but what's the qualifier? You're a moron at times.
He likes your butt.
Gee, thanks.
Ooh, I like Bruce butt, and I cannot lie. He's got some thunder thighs.
You call him fat?
I'll call him fat.
All I'm saying is,
No, I don't call anybody fat. I'm fat.
we get a bad rap, but you know what? You know
Fat
what
boys
we
need
don't
love.
have?
Bruce, tell them. Fat people need love.
Laws? Is that what you mean? What
We
Portland
have
doesn't
laws.
have? Like
We have laws.
You're not.
Do you enforce them?
They don't enforce the ones that I'd like to see enforced.
Oh, so someone
you have no
So we
laws.
got laws.
Only gays at the gates. That'd be a nice
We
one
got
if they
hella
started
I
that
think
back up
Portland
again.
deserves every
Cops.
bit
We
of
pay
its
hella
bad
money out for our
reputation.
cops. You know what? You don't know.
You know, we should
You're just hating when you don't know.
Here's
take Portland and push them into the sea.
Man, I just cannot
Hey.
look at that AJ one. I can't.
Take
That
that
makes
back.
me
I gotta
gag.
go. I gotta go.
Oh, sorry. Were you
Later,
going?
everybody. Yeah, later, everybody.
See you later, Rex.
See you around.
Oh, sorry, Rex. Hope I didn't make you sad.
I hope I didn't make him sad. I'm just saying.
Oh, the Pope died. I'm sad.
I'm a little sad. I loved Pope Francis.
Why?
I'm
He
not
stood
sad
up for
about the Pope dying. I
LGBTQ
just don't like
rights.
people dying, and he had
No,
family
why are
and
you being
friends
that
and
way?
billions and billions of people that are out there crushed because he's dead.
Terry,
I can't
if
make
you
it
were
up.
Pope, Terry, if you were Pope, would you give LGBT rights?
I don't think I'd have the power to give LGBT rights as the Pope.
But let's say you had the power,
You're
divine
the Pope.
given
You can
power.
do whatever you want.
No,
Exactly.
I mean the
What's
Pope
that
is only
HBO
in
movie
control
about the
of-
Pope?
He's not even in control of it. He's just head of the church.
Come on, Terry. Let's not avoid the question, Terry. Let's say you had divine power to do so.
Divine power. You know, the
What do you mean?
Real
Hey, what's
authority,
that
girl.
like
What do you mean by
HBO
rights?
series
What
called,
rights
like about
do
the Pope?
LGBT people?
You know,
don't
getting
have?
married and having kids, that stuff.
I mean,
You
if
would have
they
to be a
naturally
Lutheran
have
Pope, Terry.
kids by product of like making kids the way everybody
Now,
else
like
does.
adopt kids. Of course, you know biology is that you're
I don't
not
really
just
agree
biology.
with adoption generally.
So no LGBT rights.
What the heck
So
with
is
the
that what I'm
orphans?
hearing?
Screw
Is that
those
what I'm
orphans.
hearing?
I don't agree. I don't think that people should be, if people want to live their lives, I think they should be left alone.
Terry
The way
would
they
not
made
allow
them,
the gays to be married.
not in the context of a church.
Shame!
No,
Well, no, but
not in the
marriage wasn't
context of a
instituted by
church.
God.
No.
even though
She
you
is
guys
not
think
an
he
ally,
did.
folks. Terry is not an ally. I can't believe it.
Well, you know,
We
She's
need
a
to
bigot like
crush
me.
male masculinity.
I will get Terry to start saying
Every
alphabet
man
community
must have a
before it's over with.
ponytail
whoa, hey,
or a man bun.
hey, stop.
Sorry, Jamie.
What about
At least Jamie's
pigtails?
got a mustache.
Pigtails
I do not
allowed?
have a
Hey, I like
mustache.
your hair, by the way. I just noticed your picture. I like it that way.
Thanks.
Sure,
Thank
Terry,
you.
or Jamie does too.
Yeah, I got
Put
nice
more
hair.
estrogen in the water supply.
I'm just saying, I don't think it's in the context of a church. No, I wouldn't be letting gays get married in my church if that's what
Why?
you're.
All churches
Why
carry. You're the
not?
Pope.
Because I believe that marriage is, it's a union between a man and a woman that's made to produce
Amen.
children.
I agree with that. 100%
Generally,
agree.
and if it doesn't produce children, it's there to bring man and woman together to make one flesh. It's supposed
Terry.
So there's a
Terry.
qualification for that. If you had two people that couldn't have kids, that's still okay as long as they're straight. They're glorifying God because they're one flesh. Yet we have two people.
Well, I mean,
that
marriage
may be
is
both
about
male that
it's
love each
it's
other
a
can't
calling.
produce.
Terry, you sound like a bigot.
That's fine. You know
No,
what?
she sounds
I
like a
don't
Christian.
care.
I
It's
mean,
not. I
I'm not
don't.
faulting
People can
her
think I'm
by any
bigoted if
means.
they want to. That's their prerogative. I don't judge people based on that particular sin or any other one, really.
Well,
Oh, so all sins are the same,
Well, if I
Terry?
saw two men
Terry.
kissing, I would
No.
judge them a
Hold
little
on,
bit.
Terry. Also, so not all
No, they're
sins are
not
the
all
same.
the same. No, they're not all
Okay.
the same. But you know what? I don't know what a person's gone through in their life, and I don't know why they are the way they are.
I don't know.
I do. They're
Gigi
Because, like-
just
God and the
Ronald
truth of the
McDonald is
gospel.
LGBT alphabet community material like that. That's alphabet community. I don't care.
Aiden?
If that ain't a cross-dressing satanic worshiper, I don't know what is.
This is Aiden.
I know. You start telling him he's a cross-dressing or Satanist. Bruce, why do you have to go
Cross-dressing
overboard?
Satanist.
Oh my God! I think I'm going to rescind that thing. If I said if Bruce ever comes to my show, I'll let him on the stage.
Show that again, gangster.
Hmm.
See, the laughter matches up.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not so sure that's not Bruce. If he was like
Rivers.
200 pounds lighter, that'd be Bruce.
Bruce, hold on.
Oh wait, I
Simon,
had
are you
this
there?
helium tank on the whole time. Oh my gosh.
Simon, are you there? Well, great.
Is that
Sandman.
ice cream in Bruce's picture, or what?
He
the
left
heck is
again.
that, Bruce.
Oh, I'm Sandman. I just went to
Hey,
the
he'll be
store
back.
to get a sandwich.
Every time I come here to talk to Sandman, he leaves.
Yeah.
No, he's still here. There's
He'll
his
be
picture.
back.
He's mud right now. He's got to dry out. Then he'll be back to being Sandman. He took a shower.
Got two of these here.
You gotta realize part of him went down the drain when he took a shower, so he's got to try to pull himself.
Ew.
Up.
You guys are
Hey,
gross.
I have a question.
Gross?
If you were Pope, right? If you were Pope,
Yes,
what
I would touch the
person you
kids.
Sorry. I don't know
Bro,
why
if I was Pope,
Oh my
I would
God.
like
Bubblegum, you need
the
to be
whole
shot.
Catholic Church and like
disavow.
tell everyone to repent and follow the gospel through the Bible.
I
I'm
disavow.
a religious man. I want to be Pope because I want to touch the kids too. What an idiot.
Asshole,
Stop
you're
it.
already a registered sex offender.
Hey,
Leave them
Now,
alone.
Bruce, I will
There's
get
no
triggered by that in a
you have
heart
no
fucking beat.
evidence that
I am
Pope
not a registered, never have been, and never will be. Now, if you can joke around about me all you want, but do not call me a PDF.
Sorry, guys.
Ever. You understand that, Bruce?
did.
Simon's here.
Sandman, where have you been?
On the
missed
phone,
you, Sam?
Terry. How you doing?
Hey, Sandman.
I'm
Sorry about my
distressed.
outburst, but
These
That's all right. Sorry about that, asshole.
Don't worry, you didn't miss anything.
scoundrels is what it is.
What's that?
They're being scoundrels.
Who?
These fellas, Prophet
Terry is being a bigot. She will not grant the gays, marriage rights.
there is no such
Can't
thing
believe
as bigotry. We've determined this. There's no
I'm
racism.
not.
Tell him, Terry, go.
Sandman, the Pope died.
Honestly, if you want to know my opinion,
Wayne,
We're
is
mourning.
you?
things, I believe
Wayne is mourning over the Pope.
I believe in like civil partnerships for gay people. I do believe in that, but I don't think it's the same
So
thing.
did the Pope, but now he's dead.
Okay, well, that's fine. I don't think
Seriously,
that
dude.
people.
The most progressive
Hey.
Pope.
Damn.
I
Say
don't
that again,
think that if
Terry. I'm
people
sorry.
like build their lives together, whatever the arrangement is, and should, I just think they should have an ability to state, what happens in the event of death to their property that they build with someone
It's
else.
just
marry my best
Terry.
friend.
That is quite a concession, though, Terry. I
That's
commend you for
all.
that.
I mean, the thing is,
Terry
because I've known
apologetics for homophobia.
I
I'm gonna
don't
just marry my best friend, and we're secretly gonna.
I don't.
Bruce,
it's
you
not
can even
marriage.
marry yourself and get along. Don't even.
It's not
Oh,
marriage.
yes.
I would if I could. Then I could get the tax benefits.
Can you?
It's not marriage, but I do think that because people
Would that be a gay marriage?
do find themselves in situations, or they'll find themselves in situations where, like in the past, let's say they're the person they've been with for 30 plus years is comes down with like a terminal illness, and then the family takes over and they get completely like shut out of everything, and they lose all their. I don't think that's right.
Because they're not family.
Okay, Bruce.
Wow.
You know what? The person, I don't agree. Like
So
I
then,
that
a
some people.
straight couple that live together then would be the same thing then for you.
What if like that guy who died, like that he was married?
Well, I have
or...
a straight friend who went through this recently. Her partner died. They were together
Right.
like over 10 years. And when he died, she got screwed. He tried to leave.
Were they
assets, and her
married?
family-
Was there a
no,
will
they
in
weren't.
place? Was there a
No,
trust?
no.
Okay,
No.
well there you go. That's why.
I know.
But it just happened to be a
marriage is
state that didn't
it
have
does
civil
help
unions.
protect you.
Bruce.
If,
Other ones.
if you're gonna live with someone like that, I'm just saying.
It's not.
I don't
It's not a
agree with
real
it.
civil union.
Why
Right, I
isn't it?
agree with people
In some
living
countries,
that
there
way.
or some states, it is. You lived with
But
somebody for 7 years.
I wouldn't
You're
call it
considered
marriage,
married.
but I think gays should have the right to like have a
gays.
similar process with the government in terms of like, handling their assets in the event of death.
Well, they do. It's called marriage now.
Not
Well, I don't
exactly
agree
the
with it
same
being marriage
rights.
because
Is
I
this-
think marriage is a religious thing.
Is
Yeah,
this?
well, I'm just gonna marry
Jim
my
Crow
best friend,
Terry.
all right?
Well, you marry whoever you want, Bruce.
And marriage
Hold
to
on,
me was a
everybody.
bond of
Modern
two
era, you
people
can do
loving
whatever
each
you
other and
want.
living together and
They're
showing it with a
secretly
piece
gonna
of
kiss
paper.
each other.
Yeah, hold on. Go ahead, Simon. Were you going to say Simon?
Well, I was going to say to Terry, is this a civil Terry speaking, or is this the Christian Terry speaking? I don't know which one it is.
It's liberal, Terry.
I don't think it has anything to do with liberalism. It's just,
I think it's called empathy, personally, but I guess I have a different.
Same thing.
I mean,
no, not at all.
no, I don't
Sin
believe
should be discouraged, not
I'll just be
embraced.
clear. I don't believe in marriage between a man and a man or a woman and a woman. I
Do you
don't.
believe in sin?
Nope.
Yeah.
She
That's
does.
what
I
they're
don't.
doing when they're acting like they're married for 10 years.
I don't understand
that's
then what
sin.
you said earlier. I'm sorry.
I just think they should, they should have the option to like have, these things set up in the event of death.
Yeah, it's called a will.
Yeah, or a trust.
But
You could have
that
these
still
things
can be
set up,
you can do them
but still,
online now.
families can get in there though, very
Right. Thank
easily
you.
and
Not
like
if you set it
violate
up to where
the
they
other
can't.
person.
I
And
know
think
that there's
that's right.
always loopholes in it, Bruce. I'm going through that myself right now.
If you have been building somebody, a life with somebody, regardless of who it is, and you've got shared assets, I don't think somebody else should have the right to come in and take what you've been building when they haven't been a part of it.
Yeah, that's
Just
why you
because
have a
they're
will.
like blood.
Wills are concrete, though, Bruce. Trust me.
Yeah, they're
I
not.
hope you
That's
never
the thing.
find out.
He tried to leave my friend like multiple assets. He tried to sign things over to her, and they've contested everything and screwed her because they have more money and they're all united together, and she's just one person. Meanwhile, she was the one caring for him like for years.
Oh, so there was a will in place.
No, but yes, there were documents in place, but they've contested it and been able to get pretty much everything out from under her.
Yeah, something's fishy.
Yeah, it is.
Let's take this to Judge Judy.
Yeah, but Bruce,
The
without
real judge.
I mean,
you
they're
can't bring
not
it to
married.
anybody.
I mean, they're not married, and they're able to like pretend that.
Well, why not?
They aren't. Because they're stupid atheists. That's why.
Yeah,
well, I mean, that explains everything. I mean, frankly.
Because they were like, "Oh, we don't need to get married," and now I'm looking and I'm watching her, and I'm like, "Damn, you should have been married."
You know how many how many Christians I've known that wish they went back and signed that prenup? So
But you can't get married.
Both sides of it.
Well, you can't get married and be atheist because under who are you getting married, right? You need a God to get married.
That's right. Amen.
Marriage predates Christianity and Judaism.
No,
I don't understand where you guys
it does
get this
not.
concept.
It does not predate religion.
Oh my
All
God.
marriage
Guys, I
comes from
gotta
religion.
go. I gotta pray to the Pope. Goodbye.
You don't
Bye
pray
bye,
to the Pope.
Wayne. Keep mourning.
You're not supposed to pray.
I feel
to
his
the Pope.
pain.
You pray for the Pope.
Now I know why.
You gotta pray to the Pope, to pray to Jesus, to pray back to the Pope.
Oh,
Okay?
I was asked that same
mediation.
question.
That's mean.
That's that same question from Daniel. Did I pray for the Pope? Did you guys pray for the Pope?
Yeah, I did.
And how was your prayer like? What could you like tell me a little bit of what your prayer sounded like, or
You don't want to hear my prayer.
I mean, my prayers are usually silent. They're just in my
No,
heart
sure.
between me and God. I just ask that, God's will be done in his, life, and that he be comforted, and that he, that God spare him if, necessary, and heal him, but.
My prayer went
also,
like.
Thanking God that,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
He
Gigi,
was-
if I ever suggest getting Bruce involved in a discussion on a panel for one of these reviews, remind me of this day, please.
Okay.
I mean, I prayed for him a couple of times when, over the months they've been talking about how sick he is and he's a hospital.
Yeah, I'm an atheist, and I feel bad that the Pope died for not only my family but the billions of people out there that followed him.
Did he die today or on Easter?
Somebody said like 4:00 this morning. I don't know what.
I think that was a Christian miracle, if you ask me.
Wow.
There.
So
I'm
kind
not
of
sure.
like shooting a CEO is a godly thing and a thing that should have been done long ago.
No.
Not me. I ain't no lib.
Hey, let me ask a question. Who here thinks that the Pope is going to heaven?
Well, that's what I wanted to talk to you about there, Sandman. Because Judgment Day, judgment comes at the end of time. So according to some Christians, they believe nobody's in heaven right now because nobody's actually saved right now.
Yeah, but he's
We just
going
went
there
through this earlier.
eventually.
This
So
Going there.
what is your position? What is the Orthodox position? Is anybody in heaven right now? Actually, is anybody actually saved right now?
Oh, you mean my religion, my
Yeah.
Sandman theology?
Well, all Catholics and Protestants and Orthodox, because they all have different ones.
Well, yeah, but I would like to. Well, we can invite Daniel to give the Orthodox position. I can give you the Sandman.
Or just replay what was
not
said
the
earlier, Sandman, between the two of you. Would wrap it up. To be honest,
the what?
So
the conversation you and Daniel had earlier today was on this very same thing of who's in heaven.
Yeah, but I don't have the right. I need to be catechized again. I have to be.
So
right.
Okay, can you give me the Orthodox, and can you also give me the Sandman one? Sandman one then.
Well, I can give you the Sandman theology.
Okay, and do you know the Orthodox one?
Well, no, that's Daniel's department.
Okay.
He's the authority on that.
Yeah, because Sandman's the one to be ortho, correct?
Yeah.
I understand your position, buddy.
So he's currently a heretic right now?
I need a drink.
According to Daniel, yes.
Daniel's late.
You heretic, Sandman, I believed in you.
And I'm not mocking either one of them because I don't have a dog in this fight, but it was an interesting conversation to listen to Daniel and Sandman go back and forth on that topic.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we've concluded that we've concluded two things in that conversation. I believe.
But you're not Orthodox. We know that, right?
One is that I'm not Orthodox. Well, meaning what I'm saying is not Orthodox, and I'm pushing.
No, I understand what you're saying. I'm just, having fun with the whole
pulling your leg. Yeah.
Yeah, and that I'm actually. I believe that I'm, from what I understood. I'm just saying from what I understood is that I am leading people away from Orthodoxy.
What was Daniel's position?
So Daniel's position, if I'm not wrong, I should say, is that when you die, if you are a righteous person, when you die, you go straight to heaven.
Okay, so there's currently people in heaven according to him right now, right?
Right. They're there with all the saints.
Mary's and Elijah and the ones that
Mary
were
and everybody. Everybody's there. Everybody's there.
And I'm not mocking Daniel either, by the way, Daniel. I'm just repeating.
Now, to me, this is new as a Sandman theology. Is new to me. All this is new to me. So
yeah, because I'm wondering what verses is Daniel using to come to that conclusion, because it says when Jesus exorcises that demon, he says, "Have you come for the judgment? It's not time yet."
No, but according to Daniel, it's if you're righteous, that's not for you.
Oh, okay.
Right. That's what I understand. Did anybody understand the same thing?
Similar, because my question, I didn't want to interrupt either one of you during that, but to me, it's almost kind of like not a rapture per se, but a rapture type where either you believe it or you don't. Does that make sense?
So it looks like they get they get the express pass, kind of like the airport, like the first class flyers.
Yeah, but I wouldn't know, right or wrong, to be honest, when it comes to that, or don't even care, to be honest. I just like the conversation.
Yeah. So so basically apparently you die, you go to heaven. You're with Jesus, you're with the Father, you're with our holy Theotokos, you're there with John the Baptist, you're there. You are there without your body, even though Christ resurrected with his body, but you are there without your body. You are
without your body.
What's that?
Kind of like a ghost kind of thing.
Right. So since you're there, are you coming back for judgment? Obviously not. Because if you're in heaven, why would you come back for judgment?
Yeah, because you're basically already saved, right? Because only those who are in heaven are saved.
Well, if you are in heaven with Jesus right now, why would you come back take your body and be judged? Does that make any sense? Or is it me? Maybe it's my stupid theology. I don't know. Maybe it is.
I don't know. See,
I don't know.
I don't think about this too much, but from what I understand, it says that we're gonna be dead until we're raised back to life.
So
okay.
And then that's the other position. Okay.
And then if we wicked, then he's gonna cast us into the pit, and we'll die in the fires.
Right.
If not,
I've never heard of someone being in heaven
and ascend into heaven on earth.
So Terry, where in the scripture are you getting this idea that you will be, brought back? Come on, Terry.
I don't remember.
All right. Well, you can try to look it up, maybe.
Why don't you look it up? You're so yours. You read it.
Because I mean, I know like the Jehovah's Witnesses, and I know I fall back on this a lot because I was actually more into it than I was Christianity. Because I was trying to figure out, what I was and if I was one at that point, sort of thing. But the way there's, I mean, obviously they don't believe in hell, just like, the SDAs, they got soul sleep. But to me, the demented part of their doctrine is that everybody, is soul sleep, and then you're woken up for judgment, and then the righteous ones go to, well, depending on, be paradise, earth, according to J-dubs. And then everybody else that doesn't make it gets destroyed. To me, that is, in itself is sick. Why not just leave them, destroyed or non-existent, but just to wake them up to say, hey, by the way, you're not going to make it, and we're going to kill you again anyway. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Yeah, it's inefficient too, because like you could just get rid of the wicked ones now. But
right, correct.
Maybe it's just because Jesus has a plan, and maybe we shouldn't judge it.
Right, but Jehovah's Witnesses don't have that plan. I guarantee you that. That's why I
don't like the Jehovah's Witnesses. They don't treat people right.
But what was this question again, Thomas? What did you want to ask?
Well, I want to hear your position, because like most of the position I hear from Christians is what Asla just mentioned. They go into this soul sleep. But if this is true, that means there's nobody in heaven, and that also means there's nobody in hell. But this contradicts I'm not sure if you've been around YouTube, but there's been explosion of videos of people claiming I went to heaven or I went to hell and I met Jesus there. So it's either these people are telling the truth or these people are lying. If soul sleep is true, as Aso has now mentioned in that position, these people are lying.
Well, I wouldn't say lying. They believe.
I wouldn't say they're lying.
Yeah,
they probably did have
false. Yeah,
experience.
Yeah.
When you say soul sleep, what are you guys referring to? A soul sleep?
It's like
I don't believe in soul sleep.
So like you're passed out, like you have no
consciousness. You're depending on what's version, and then you're woken up for the the judgment. But see, my problem with that is like all the verses, and I'm not saying either way of what I believe, because I don't believe either one. Mm-hmm. But there is like I believe in Revelation when they scoop back the altar or something, and you can see all the the gnashing or the gnashing of the teeth, and they're conscious, underneath the altar. I have to find that verse if you actually want, because I can't remember exactly what it says, but there's verses that talk about consciousness after death, but that doesn't fit in with the soul sleep or,
because they don't even believe in ghosts. The Christian position is there's no ghosts. These are just demons LARPing as ghosts.
Right.
Well, what is your just so I can understand, Thomas? What is your is that your name? I'm not seeing this right. I'm sorry.
Azo? Are you talking about Azo?
No, you. What name are you?
It's Bubblegum. Just say Bubblegum.
They changed my name.
Yeah.
Yeah, they changed my name.
Oh.
They didn't do it.
Okay. So what is your position on? So when you die, you go to heaven or hell?
I would say you can roam around as a ghost, because it's obviously people are trying to escape their judgment, so they're usually just roaming around as a ghost. Okay. But if they're willing to move on, Reaper will come and take them.
Okay. And the Reaper will come and take them and do what with them? What?
I'm guessing he takes them to judgment, because that's basically the Reaper's job. The Reaper isn't, there to do the judgment. He's just there to take you to judgment, to make sure, no other entities try to get you.
Right.
There we go. I found it. Yeah, Revelation 6:8 through 10-ish is where the ones that I was talking about. I'll just read the last part of it, or the one that I was talking about. But it's talking about somebody riding on a pale horse. Its name was Death, and then verse 9 it says, "When he opened up the fifth seal, I saw under the altar the souls of those who had been slain because the word of God and the testimony they had." And then 10, they called out in a loud voice, "How long, sovereign Lord, holy and true, until you judge the inhabitants of the earth and avenge their debt or their blood?" So that's where I had my problems, trying to reconcile soul sleep with verses like that are talking, how if you're in soul sleep, how can you be singing or screaming or asking the Lord for anything.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So you don't believe in soul sleep?
Me?
I don't.
Oh, I don't believe in any of it. That's what I just said. But I think Sandman was talking to you too. I hope.
No, I don't.
No soul sleep.
It doesn't make sense. How can your consciousness?
Hold on, I need a Protestant view here, a real Protestant. Terry, you're Protestant, so you're Baptist. So when you die, where do you go? Do you go straight to heaven or hell?
I don't know.
But see, the Protestants don't have just a single version of it either, though. Sandman.
See, I don't really like. This isn't a big part of my faith because to me, it's the Christian life is about how we live, not about what happens when we die.
And it's not a salvation. Would you consider it a salvation?
Is this your interpretation of a Christian life, or is this the Christian life?
I'm sorry.
What's that?
I'm saying, is this your interpretation of the Christian life, or Christian teachings in general for everyone?
Is it like a Baptist position?
Well, I know
or
that people have different
maybe that's
positions.
what I should
In
have
my church, I mean, it seems like a lot of people believe you just die and go straight to heaven.
Right.
Right.
But
That's what
I
I
really
thought.
don't know exactly, and I don't pretend to because
That's okay.
I
That's
haven't
okay.
died, you know.
But the church does believe.
But I
you know,
I have
you don't
faith
believe.
that either if I die and I'm, you know, in some sort of holding place, like they call it Abraham's bosom or like Hades or something like that, that
You know
I'll
what
be
it's actually
resurrected.
called? It's called Hades,
Okay.
or Threamvivos Ecclesia, which means the glorified church. And this is coming out of the Greek text writings.
Okay.
Which is let's call it what I called it earlier. It's like a place where it's a sanctified place where you are within the grace of God, and but it's not the final destination. This is my
Yeah, I kind of lean more towards thinking that's what's going to happen.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Is it fair to
really
say?
can't pretend to be certain.
Right. So if
When I die, I'm going to end up. I could maybe be up there at the pearly gates meeting St. Peter. I don't know.
But being at the pearly gates also means you either get in or out. So, which also means you are actually being judged the very moment you die. Yes or no?
Possibly.
Possibly. So, what is the second coming for?
See, I don't know. And I don't know
there's-
if it's just metaphorical.
So there's two judgments going on. One at the death, and the other one for I don't know what. Who's the second coming for? I don't know. Somebody please enlighten me.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense for two
world.
judgments.
Right. So apparently, if Daniel's mom is in heaven, she went through a judgment, and she's in heaven right now with Jesus. So she's already been judged. Therefore,
So I think
there is two judgments. I didn't know that. I just didn't know that in my theology, and I could be.
So
could be
See,
wrong.
I don't know. I think
I
it
think
sounds silly that there would be two judgments.
But that's
So
my stupid. That's my stupid. Also thoughts. It's stupid, and I'm
maybe
admitting.
I do
what
stupid sometimes. I ain't gonna lie.
What's
maybe
that?
what is meant.
I said I'm stupid sometimes. I'm not gonna lie. You know.
No, I'm just
I don't
saying.
know.
I thought
You might be ignorant, but you're not stupid by any means, Terry.
what I said.
Just talking.
No, I
She's
know,
just a
but I
valley
hate when
girl.
somebody says you're stupid.
All I'm saying is that I believed that there's one judgment.
So maybe what is
But
meant
I
by the
didn't
two
know.
judgments.
I didn't know, but thanks to Daniel, I realized there's two
Well,
judgments.
Bubblegum's getting outspoken. That's a first.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to interrupt. I don't want to
Go ahead,
interrupt.
Like I
Bubblegum,
was.
go ahead.
Sorry.
You know, I think for some people, it comforts them to think that we go straight to heaven when we
Right.
die, and it comforts them to think that their loved ones are in heaven.
Yes.
So if that's what they
It's
want to
like a
believe,
logical thing.
that's
It's more.
fine. You know, I don't know what happens, honestly.
Yeah.
Death assurance is what it is.
Yeah, I just have faith
mm.
that, you know, if I hold faith and you know, I continue on in my path, that I'll end up where I need to be.
Maybe what is meant by the two judgment is like you have the judgments for like each individual death, and then you have this final judgment for the entire, you know, whoever's left alive. Maybe that's what is meant by the two
It's
judgments.
got to be that, bro. It's got to be that because they said that the dead will rise. So no, it's not for them. So it's only those who are alive. Yeah, possibly.
Oh, okay.
That's one theology. That's another theology. Watch out. You might be called out as well. Like I was.
That might be.
You gotta be careful with that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense to have two judgments for the same persons.
Well, maybe you should go and get catechized again. Because that's what I'm going to do now, because I've been told I need to go and talk to a priest.
Oh my gosh.
So how do you get catechized again? Do you have to like glue the foreskin on again and start over, or how's that work?
No, you got to go to Daniel's church.
Okay, no, I'm kidding.
Into new theology.
It was a bad joke.
Because I've only
said it
been
with Terry here.
Christian
Sorry, Terry.
for 5 minutes, and I don't know what I'm talking. I'm steering people away from the truth.
Well, we know this, yeah. That's why I'm an atheist.
That's all right.
Thank
That's
you,
why
buddy.
we drink so much, me and you. It's our conscious that is bothering us constantly, and we drink ourselves so we can forget the damage we are doing to other people's souls.
Right.
I agree.
I had one.
So I am going to get catechized. I'm going to pick up my books again on catechism, and I will go through them and confirm or maybe adjust my position. Hey, listen, I'm open to,
Well, that's all you can be. We'll give it a chance. Be open-minded to it, and
You're gonna get the lashings.
you watch. He's become a Scientologist before it's all over with.
I know.
I just
Tom Cruise.
I also heard Daniel say that there's animals that die here go to heaven. I also heard him say that.
See, I've heard that.
Yeah,
Have you guys heard that? I didn't know that.
yes,
As
Sandman.
a
I want to talk.
didn't
Sandman,
know.
I really want to talk to you about you. I really want to talk to you about this to you. Sorry, fumbling my words. I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
I'm so excited because he's coming out.
So,
He wants
so
to
okay.
go to glory.
So
That was
in I'm not sure. I believe it's Orthodox. You ever heard of the Saint Peter? I think he's a saint who has a dog head. Saint. Let me look him
Oh
up.
yeah, I
Saint.
heard of that guy.
His name is
Let me look it up.
Saint Christopher. Saint Christopher.
Saint Christopher.
Yeah.
Okay.
I still got my St. Christopher's cross when I was confirmed.
You heard about him, right?
Yeah, I've still got my medallion over there. I can go get and show my St.
Well,
Christopher medallion.
Sorry,
That'd
I
be
meant to say
kinda cool.
Sandman. I'm not sure if Sandman's heard about him.
Oh, maybe not.
You're talking about a Saint Christopher.
The one with the dog head.
Okay, his name. How do you pronounce this? Cynocephalus? Saint Christopher Cynocephalus?
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to pronounce it, but yeah.
Something like that. Yeah, with the traditions of with the dog head.
So
It's okay. Yeah, I hear you.
yeah, so I heard some Christians say like salvation is only meant to be for humans. So because no demon, no fallen angel is an atheist. They all believe in God. So why? But here we have in a case where salvation is being expanded to a non-human. So why do you? Yeah, because he's a dog. He's a dog man.
It's a dog man.
Yeah. So here we have a salvation being expanded to a non-human, while salvation is only meant to be, the sacrifice of Jesus is only meant to be for humans.
Right.
For the sins of man. So it doesn't make sense to have this saint dog man. So why is there a saint dog man?
Hey, didn't
So
you
then
see all
is-
dogs go to heaven?
So is the saint you're,
That's good. Evan.
yeah. So is
Oh,
the saint
Jesus.
you're talking about not the same Saint Christopher that I'm talking about? Because I think like Saint Christopher was a patron saint of children, or I could look it up. But
Yeah, it's a different Christopher.
okay.
Okay, my bad. Yeah,
I was lost for a second. That's my fault, Bubble, not yours.
that's probably I'm the one who said that one. I think what's his exact name? I'm trying to look it up.
Let me see. Okay, so it's just a saint with a dog head, basically.
Yeah, it's Saint Christopher, but it has a dog head.
Right.
But
Orthodox saint with dog head.
Is he an animal? Let's say you were born with a dog head look, somewhat of a dog head, and you call
It is Saint Christopher.
Are you a dog?
Here, let me present it so people know what I'm talking about.
Actually, I've got a picture if you need one, but here it says in Eastern icon, Saint Christopher is sometimes represented with the head of a dog.
Saint dog and
You guys got to call on the real Orthodox to answer this question.
And in Sandman's defense, he did say you needed Daniel for this one. He did say
That's right.
I did.
So Saint Christopher is showing the Gentiles. They're considered to be like on the outer periphery of humanity, and there's a lot on Saint Christopher. There's some really good articles that show like the periphery of the church is the sinner, and that is in a way part of the master plan of God, is that on the very outer edge we have our impurities, and squeezed between that is divinity. But yeah, there's some awesome stuff with Saint Christopher, but that's not saying that there's going to be animals in heaven. And Sandman, you misspoke there about my position. I said that animals could be in the new heaven and the new earth, because there's been a lot of saints that said we will be a part of that, given that Adam was able to know the essence of animals and called them by name.
You want to laugh, and I'm saying this with sincerity. I knew what I was going to say was going to bring you up. I knew it. I was waiting for it.
Well, then I got a question for Daniel about this.
Daniel knows better than I.
I've got 8 minutes, fellas, so make them quick. Yeah.
Oh, well, then, yeah, I'll let you guys.
That's why I said, Daniel, we need an authority here.
Yeah. So the idea that the saints are in heaven is very key to orthodoxy, and why we have intercessional prayers. To say otherwise is very unorthodox. But Sandman is still trying to make himself right by saying that I meant the final destination. What he means by that is the new heaven and the new earth, which of course doesn't happen until the great day of judgment.
So is there like
the fact that he doesn't believe in an immediate judgment that the church fathers talked about is just a blind spot on him.
So Daniel, are people who currently die, are they in heaven or hell?
So people who currently, so they can enter into the countenance of God, or they can by their own choice be outside of the countenance of God, and outside the countenance of God is hell. It's where God isn't. That's not the same place as the lake of fire, which is actually God's energies that if you're not in conformity with, will burn you. But if you're in conformity with them, then you'll be like the three holy youths.
Well, by technicality, Earth will be hell, But what we mean by that, are they, the place what is talked about, the torment, the place of torments, and the place of salvation.
Yeah. So if you're talking about like what Sandman keeps saying, the final destination, that's something separate from the interim between Judgment Day and now.
So
we believe that God is resurrection. So like when Mary said to, when Martha, I believe it was Martha who said to Jesus, "Oh, I know that Lazarus will be called on the last day of judgment." He said, "I am the resurrection," and he called Lazarus out. This is showing us the great compassion that our Lord has for us, that he cares about us on an individual level. And so, no, we aren't waiting in some kind of soul sleep. That is a Protestant heresy.
So where are they? The ones who are like,
what?
Are they just roaming around Earth?
So we believe that the righteous are with Christ, because if you live in Christ, if you've been baptized into Christ, you die with Christ, you're buried with him, you also raised with Christ.
But Christ is in heaven, so
Christ is in heaven, exactly. So that's where your soul will go until the day of judgment, in which case your soul will rejoin your body in a glorified body, and that's when you get the new heaven and the new earth.
So they're in heaven right now. But I thought heaven was only. So I thought you only got into heaven after you were judged.
So that's what the church fathers called the immediate judgment.
So there's a second judgment. For the same spirit.
If you want, so it's like a judgment into what is considered to be the foretaste of.
You're about to put your foot in your mouth. Go ahead.
The foretaste of what will to come. So what you kind of call the final destination, but that's not to say that the saints aren't in heaven. It's just that in Revelation it says there'll be a new heaven and a new earth. So to mingle the two together was your mistake, Sandman.
Right.
Otherwise, you sound like you're talking about soul sleep.
We're in heaven right now, right? Let's get this straight. According to Daniel's perspective, we're in heaven right now, and then
I'm not in heaven right now.
We're gonna.
So we're in hell.
I'm not.
We're gonna.
Yeah, we're on Earth right now. We're in the fallen earth right
An
now.
example.
The old
An
earth.
example. It's an example. We're in heaven.
Old earth, fallen earth right now.
Okay. But there
When
are
your soul leaves your body, your soul can either go to what we would consider Hades or to paradise, which is considered heaven.
Isn't that what I said earlier and you disagreed with me?
He did say that. I do remember that one, Daniel. Unless you were kind of fired up too. You might have missed it.
Say that again, Azo.
I said he mentioned that earlier. The same exact, almost the same exact words you were talking about, Hades and Paradise Earth. And you might have missed him saying that.
Not paradise earth. Paradise as in with heaven, who is at the right hand side of
Paradise Earth
God
is
the
what I
Father.
said. He said paradise. I added the earth part. Sorry.
Yeah. But either way, like that paradise is the same thing as heaven. It's not the new heaven, which will happen at the day of judgment, the eternal, the great day, the eighth day. But there is an interim, and the people who speak too much about it, and saying that these things, like to deny that my mother is in heaven would be something that the church fathers would be against because it causes division.
So they just don't want to talk about it. It sounds more like they just don't want to talk about it.
Well, there's a lot that we don't know, but we do know that it is right, or we'd be praying in vain when we ask the intercession of the saints if they're not indeed with Christ.
Well, aren't we in Christ right now? Christ is everywhere, right? The Lord is everywhere.
Right, and you're only truly alive when you're in Christ. So when your soul separates, you can still be in Christ.
But I said, and I asked you, I said, am I, if I go where you're saying, when I die, and I'm righteous, which I'm not, but if I was, I will be in the presence of Mother Mary. I can see her and the Father and the Son, and you said yes. And correct me, anyone on the panel who Daniel said yes. Right?
Yeah, and what's wrong with that?
Well,
that's where the saints go.
That's where you're wrong.
Well, that's what the church fathers say. That's where the saints go.
No, that is not what the church fathers say, and I would like.
So how do you explain Revelation that Azo was just reading to you, where the voices of the saints can be heard saying, "How long, Lord?"
Because they are in their paradise state, where it's not the final destination, as I like to call it, the final heaven, because they have to come get their bodies from where they are. They're going to reunite the souls with the body, and then they're going to be judged. And then you go to heaven, the ultimate destination, which I call, and then you will end up with Jesus and Mary and everyone else. Not before, but that's my messed up theology.
It is because you're saying that they're in some kind of separate place than from Christ.
Oh, Christ exists there. Christ is everywhere, but they're living in their grace, in the grace of the Lord. Okay, all the saints are living in the grace of the Lord where they are, because they're righteous people, and they can even pray, they can even intercede, like you said, and I'm not disagreeing, but they're not in their final place.
By final place, you mean the new heaven and the new earth, which clearly doesn't happen until the judgment. But to say that they're not in heaven is clearly against what the Orthodox believe. And you said something wrong, but instead you just doubled and tripled down. And then you try to make it out like I don't know what I'm talking about.
Daniel, it's because you're talking about a pseudo heaven, not the actual, final heaven. You're talking about like a substitute.
Well, you're talking about the old heaven, right?
We're talking about heaven.
It could be very possible that we were never meant to have a division between heaven and earth.
Oh, yes.
It's very possible that humanity was always supposed to be the intermediator between these two states. But right now, they are separate. And for now, in the interim, you are with Christ if you die in Christ.
Oh, man.
Well, again,
If you die in Christ, you'll live in Christ. That is what the church believes. And, as much as you want to say, like, I don't know what I'm talking about, Sandman, and like, oh, Dan's trying to say that I need to be catechized again. If you try to say something like the saints aren't in heaven, and you say that to people, you hear what other people are hearing out of you. It sounds like you're talking about soul sleep. It sounds like you're talking about something completely contradictory to our doctrine.
But Daniel, it's because you're not talking about the heaven. You're talking about a heaven.
I'm talking about, yeah, like the heaven as it is now, not the new heaven.
But that's not the
because that
heaven.
hasn't happened
That is,
yet.
But that is
exactly.
not the heaven. That's what we're saying. That is not the heaven, the ultimate destination, like I was saying. This is not, but that they're in a paradise.
We have words for this already. There's the new heaven and the new earth. We don't have to make up new words and say the final destination. You know, you don't have to confuse people, but you want to because you don't want to be wrong in your statement.
Okay,
It
the
sounds
new
like
heaven
you,
and
Daniel.
new earth is
Guys.
the new heaven and new earth is the ultimate, right?
Sure.
Is your
That's
mom
what you
there
want to
right
call
now?
it, Sandman.
Is your mom there right now?
No, she's not in the new heaven and the new earth because that hasn't
Okay, so
happened.
then we agree. Then we agree. I'm not saying stupidities. We both agree. Thank you very much. Okay, misunderstood, misunderstanding. Okay, wrong use of words. I agree, but we both agree. There you go.
Yeah, it sounds like we could agree, you know, but
We
in
do
order
agree.
to really agree, you have to follow through with like not talking about someone behind their back. You know, I know you knew I was probably listening.
That was only to bring you up, and I knew you were listening. I knew it, and I said, "Watch, she's gonna pop up in my head." I should have said it as a prediction, but then if I did, you wouldn't have come up. So, but I knew it. I said, "Watch, I'm going to talk a little bit more about Daniel," and I do it with love. I don't do it because I hate you. I already told you. But
All right. Well, now you can actually talk about me, and I won't hear you because I will be doing something that makes
okay,
money.
so we agree, Daniel. We
Yeah,
agree. We both
it's a
agree.
bag.
We both agree.
In
Amen.
in the spirit of Pascha and that it's Bright Week, let's say we agree, Sandman, and let's put it all behind us so that we don't continue to have these. What I'm sure people love to see these disagreements.
And for the,
So a semantic difference, everybody. A semantic difference is what we're gonna agree to here.
Well, we do agree, right? Before you go, we do agree now.
Well, we agree, and I'm late right now, but we agree that the new heaven and the new earth hasn't happened yet. But
And that's what I was
the
referring
saints, the place of verdure, the place of repose, is a place with Christ. And
Always.
to
Where
say
are you
that
gonna
that's
replace it?
heaven is not an incorrect thing to say. You
Well,
might
call
think
it
that sounds a
heaven.
little too Protestant, but I think even Protestants also agree that there will be a final judgment. It's just that the saints are clearly in heaven with Christ in the Revelation, that they're with God, that they have His ear, and that they aren't in hell. So they're not separate from God. You can only be separate from God or with God. So if you
as
agree
long
with
as
all of
you
that, then we
exist.
agree.
Okay. Well, anyways, enjoy the rest of your day. Come back on. Always a pleasure.
I cut out for a second
And
there. Does it sound like we agree based off of that?
I'm making you the first among equals.
Okay.
Is that good?
All right. Sounds great. Sounds great.
You've been
So
knighted.
now I'm gonna get paid 15 mins less, everybody, but I guess it was worth it because I guess Sandman and I are not disagreeing anymore.
All right. That's well.
Daniel, you have become my elite employee.
Yeah. How much are you paying?
You get an extra 5 cents.
An extra 5 cents? Or
Yeah.
do you have benefits? Will you give me health insurance?
Nah, that's too much.
All right. I don't know. Unless you give me benefits, I probably won't work for you.
Dang. Well, there's the door.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk it. I don't think you need a raider anyway.
Thank you, Daniel Newman, for coming on.
No problem. See you guys. Have a blessed, bright week. Adios.
Later, maybe we can talk about the dogman next time.
It's a bag.
What do you produce? Saint Christopher is awesome. If you read some Orthodox articles about Saint Christopher, like one of the first ones that'll come up in Google, it will be great. Because I remember researching it.
For sure.
It's really cool. It's about the Gentiles and it's about the periphery, and it's like you can learn so much about the periphery. Like even they compare it with John the Forerunner with like the animal skins that he wears. It's a little bit to do with that. There's a lot of symbolism with Saint Christopher in the icon.
But it's supposed to be
But
an actual race of dogmen.
yeah. Well, that's what there's a lot of like symbolism with the Canaanites, is that they were considered to be like dogs. Like the giant said, "What, am I a dog to you?" Goliath said that to David. So there's like a lot of that, and it just happens to be an English parallel because God, I think, foresees all things. That Canaan that would have a sort of accidental cognate, the English word canine. It all kind of beautifully rhymes together. But yeah, it's something to talk about a lot with. But I'll head out of here because now I gotta get in. I gotta do stuff.
Take care,
All right.
Daniel.
See ya.
Later, man. Oh no, it's Dustin. God, Dustin, why would you choose that as your profile picture?
So
Why?
good thing. It's a good thing that was clarified. That's a good.
Yeah. And first of all, I just want to clarify: there's no controversy about there being multiple heavens. The controversy about was it the heaven that was the main thing.
That's what I was. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's not.
Can you define controversy there?
Dustin.
You know, point of contingence. I don't know what the heck you want. Dustin, I don't. What are you getting at with this? You always
I'm
do
just
this.
wondering if you're using the word properly. That's all.
You always do this, Dustin. Like, come in and ask me about a word I just use. Why?
Because frankly, I don't think you know about the English language.
Dustin, how am I speaking English?
That doesn't mean there's lots more to the English language than the words that you
I
use.
might not know every single word in the English language, and I'm sure you don't either. That's not a gotcha.
I don't necessarily know all of them, but I'm pretty sure you've used quite a few of them very incorrectly.
Like what?
Mm-hmm.
I have lots of examples. I just don't have them queued up right now.
You're a bad chihuahua, and you're gonna get the newspaper.
Oh, dare you! But bubblegum's coming out. You want the world? No.
That's Gangster.
Oh, yeah.
How you doing, buddy?
What you say?
How you doing?
All right. How are you doing, little guy?
Not too bad, little guy. I want to ask you something. Did you pray for the Pope?
Yeah, I will.
You will? Okay. Anyone else? Did you all pray for the Pope today?
Are you?
My prayer will include damnation. Let's just say that.
Oh, Sammy, can I ask you some question?
Sure.
Are you going to pray for the Pope?
So the question is, should we pray for the Pope?
Good question. Only if it includes damnation. Hellfire.
Or how about, yeah, so when you pray for the Pope, Gangster, what are you praying for?
Make sure he's all in heaven.
Make sure he's okay in heaven?
Yeah.
The heaven or a heaven?
Things that make you go, okay. So that he's okay in heaven. Oh, you mean, right. I see what you're saying.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm going to ask you something, Mr. Sandman. Yeah. Will you bring Bubblegum a dream?
Yeah. Tonight he's getting one. He might even get one tomorrow, too. One will be good, one will be bad. He'll have to choose which one he prefers.
Oh, no. Not very good with nightmares.
Bubblegum, he's in love with this lady named Emerald Thorne. He's going to fall into another dimension where they're married, and her son is Bond. Aiden.
Who grows up to be a Lady Aiden.
Yeah, like this.
Or Ronald McDonald, yeah.
I did I tried to join in Missing Mods Discord with my Darth Thoranus profile and my new picture, and everybody got triggered. Here, let me share my my new art.
But Bubblegum, did I ask you like what faith do you have or don't have, or did I ask you? I don't remember.
Yeah, you have. This is my new masterpiece. Behold.
Behold,
Insane.
I will cut you in
Taranis.
half with my lifesaver.
Oh, I think he's I think he believes in this Carnage God.
What are you?
That's Spider-Man.
What do you believe in?
Well, I said I mentioned I believe in the oldest God. You know, in every like continent of the earth, there was always a reference. Well, it just straight out said that chaos is the God. If you go to like
Okay. I remember.
Yeah.
I did actually before. Sorry about that. So
He believes all the gods are real, but that's the main God, I guess. And he's his prophet. And so is Dustin. He's also his prophet.
And the prophet of chaos.
Right, Dustin?
What did you just volunteer me for?
Oh, nothing. Nothing wrong.
Okay, GG. He's over there signing me up for stuff. What's going on over here?
You're obsessed with that lady, Bubblegum.
Yeah, this is how the prophets of chaos dress up. Just dress up like Sith Lords.
Wow.
Then they go to Disneyland.
Mm.
Mess with the locals.
You are insane.
So Dustin, could you hear me?
Are you there, Dustin?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm at work. What's up?
Oh, sorry to bother you.
What's up?
I think Gigi was going to ask you a question. What was the question, Gigi?
No, it was Sandman. Sandman was going to ask me a question.
Yeah.
What's up, Sandman?
I don't know.
Okay.
How was your Easter?
Quiet. I actually got a day off.
Nice. How did you spend it? Calm, at home?
More or less. Getting stuff done. I had a bunch of laundry I needed to get caught up on. Haven't had a lot of time to do stuff. Been busy.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, gotta get all this ceiling stuff. Hey, check this out, guys.
You're moving popcorn or something?
No, check it out.
Oh, you removed the ceiling. Or is that a demo?
Yeah.
Nice.
I do all kinds of work.
No, this you already told me you do.
I do all kinds of stuff. I do demos, I do yard work, I do anything.
Do you build pools?
I built enough water features I could probably handle a pool.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm a roofer, so it's not like it's that far out of my wheelhouse to seal things in.
Right.
But what about this song? Bubblegum's coming out. He wants the world to know. He wants to let. Is that true, Bubblegum?
It's true.
See?
Coming out.
Did I?
He's coming out.
Gonna jump out. Gotta get my little green suit. Just like jump off the countertop table.
Right.
What? Did you hear about
for some reason I see you in like Michael Jackson outfit with one glove on kind of thing going on. Just Jesus, Judas.
Did you hear about like iDubbbz making a comeback? And now he's a Nazi.
Who?
iDubbbz, the guy who says I'm gay.
Who?
You don't
know I'm not sure if he's speaking English or having a stroke. We need to have a doctor come and check him out real quick because I have no idea what you just said, dude. No idea.
The YouTuber.
Okay. Still have no clue what you're talking about.
Here, let me share my screen.
What do you think, Sammy?
It's a wunderbar. It's a wunderbar.
Sammy, do you think that Dustin and Bubblegum should get married?
No.
Oh.
Why are you what are you signing me up for, Gigi? What do you got going on over here?
Yeah. Sammy, What will you do? It turns out bubblegum is a satanic cross-dresser.
I've had my suspicions.
Who is that?
Jump down and then say some fucking gay shit. I'm gay.
Come on. How come you never seen that meme?
Is that you, bubblegum?
Yeah, that's me. I like to dress up like a little goblin and jump off kitchen countertops.
What's Sandman? Are you there, Sandman?
Yes, sir.
But the Great Sandman. Is it true they all will kneel before the Great Sandman? Is that true?
They will one day. They will. Once they figure it out, they will.
Especially prophets and animals.
Yes.
But what do you do? Turns out bubblegum is a satanic cross-dresser.
We'd have to go there, find them, grab them by the collar.
Yeah.
Slap them up a bit. Wake them up a little bit. Slap some cold water on their face as well.
Oh.
Give them a little whipping.
Get a waterboard baptism.
Below the belt. Little whipping, little Indiana Jones whipping, like with that whip there.
You're going to say, I liked it. Little harder.
Sandman whipped me and I liked it.
They call me
And
old
I liked
Greg.
it.
I got a mangina.
Are you alright, bubblegum?
You like Baileys?
Are you alright? Are you like that Aces Jr. guy who's a pregnant woman?
No, it's from this comedy show. I'm not sure if you heard Mighty Bush.
Nope, never heard of it. But anyways,
you gotta watch it. It's hilarious.
Sandman. What would you do if you became the world, like the king of the world? Would you make them all bow to you?
No, I would make them all Orthodox.
Oh.
Daniel's
Even
Orthodoxy.
Even Dustin?
Oh yeah, Dustin would be my my main.
He would be the choir boy.
Dustin,
Be a
no,
choir
Dustin
boy,
would be the candle boy. He'd be the candle boy.
What about Daniel?
Daniel would be the the patriarch.
What about Azel?
Azel's not here. He left.
Where'd he go?
I don't know.
What about
He
Bubblegum?
was barbecuing.
I'd probably be like the bell guy, ring the bell with my hunchback. Gives me that extra strength.
That could be good. That could be good.
Yeah.
The bell, yeah. The bell
What
ringer.
about Achilles? What would you do with the great Achilles?
I'd go motorcycle riding with him. Definitely.
But have you heard? Josh said that was CGI.
Well, because Josh didn't, when he saw the videos, he didn't have his glasses on, so he couldn't really see correctly. That's the part he missed out. And so, yeah, so he probably thought it was CGI. But
Kind of like Bubblegum is. You think he could be CGI?
I'm AI.
His voice?
I'm Skynet.
He's he's AI, yeah, definitely.
What about Dustin?
Give me your AI talk, Bubblegum.
Oh no.
One line, line, whatever. So give me your AI line.
Give me a second and I will.
Okay.
But Sandman, when did you become the great Sandman? When you were born?
I knew it when I was a kid. And somebody got me upset. And you wouldn't want to see me when I'm upset. That's for sure. And but I was upset. I gotta admit, I lost my cool. And I grabbed somebody by the neck. And it immediately looked like spots of blood everywhere. Like spots. Then I looked at my hand. And I realized I had grains of sand all over my hand. that were coming out of my skin. And I said, what is this? And then immediately it went back into the skin, kind of disappeared, came out and went back in. And I said, whoa, what is this? Kind of freaked me out a little bit. And then I realized something was going on with me. And I had to get to the bottom of it. So I went home and I went in the backyard and I started doing some work, and something, I hit my toe on something. I got so upset, it hurt so bad. And then at that moment, again, I saw the sand coming out of my hand. And I literally started scratching a tree, and the bark came like right off, literally. So I knew at that moment that I was the Sandman.
When did you become the satanic cross-dresser?
Well, that I never was, but
that's the joke we were saying. Well, when did you become once saved, always saved Orthodox?
When they said that once I'm saved, right, I'm always saved. Like when I get to heaven, I'll always be in heaven. Like it's not like you leave heaven and you start roaming around in space. You're always in heaven.
Like Dustin?
Well, Dustin, does he believe in once saved, always saved?
Yeah.
Well, I guess when he's saved, he too will be always saved. For sure. I think, but don't take my word for it. I think.
Hello.
Χριστός Ανέστη.
Χριστός αληθός ο Κύριος.
Hi, Achilles.
Christ risen, everyone.
Yes.
How's everyone today?
Good. How are you?
Lazy day today, Achilles. Lazy day.
Yeah, I thought I was alone in
3
feeling that
days
way.
in a row, church, late night, 4 hours, 3 hours, 6 hours. So it's lazy time now.
I heard some of the discussion with our brother, Daniel.
Oh, yes. What, now or earlier?
Earlier, yeah.
Oh,
I heard
the one earlier, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And nothing about that. There are some things I agree with him. There are more things that I agree with you at. But we gotta give him some slack. I do gotta say that I see a person who is completely changed from a miracle of God.
Yes.
So even going online and just dedicating himself to chanting and praying and talking about it, that is, I don't care if it was Mary or if it was something else, as long as he's there, that's all that matters.
Well, that's
Achilles!
Achilles!
What up, Dustin? Achilles! How are you, brother?
How you been, brother?
I'm good. Are you blinded by grace?
I am blinded by grace.
Man, it opened my eyes.
Achilles, hi, how are you been?
Oh, GG. All good. I heard my CGI dirt bike skills came up, so.
I was just joking, because that's what Josh said before.
I know. I told him back then, you better be mocking, because if you're not mocking and that's like serious, I'm not gonna take you seriously ever again. But I did come in for to ask my brother Sandman a question here. He muted himself, so maybe he's not here. So
I'm here.
I'll wait. Oh, okay. So during these days, there are some. We have a big problem with politics in my country. It resembles a non-democratic regime.
I heard.
So there are people who are trying to replace them. and you know they're going with the people, like everything the people wants to hear, they're using it, so they get, you know, they become the government instead.
Okay.
So not everybody sees through that, you know, but it's okay. Anyway, so now that it was the holidays, a lot of parties were pretending to be, yeah, we are the believers, we are the I don't want to say Christians because they don't use the word Christians. They never use the word Christians. They say Orthodox.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, that is a little weird because it is separating and it's putting others, you know, outside. Like
Right.
we're all Christians. And I heard you said that if I could turn anyone Orthodox, which is okay. It's respectable, right?
Sure.
But so one of those parties brought up a video, you know, to show how faithful they are, you know, and they had a priest that was talking. It was like a 10-minute long video, and I have it right here. Unfortunately, no, it's 24 minutes. I have it right here, and I want to
on your
copy this.
channel?
No, I'm gonna copy the link and give it to you in the private chat because I know you understand Greek.
Okay.
I am going to translate the part that annoyed me and probably do something about it because I don't care where false doctrine is coming from. If it comes from Baptists, I'll attack it. If it comes from Protestants, I'll attack it. You know,
Yeah.
there is no. So he said something. First off, the title of the video is Mary was at the Holy Supper. And I'm like, okay, I'm dying to know about this. Let me
Okay, I need that video. I need that clip. I really need
It's in the private chat. It's in the private
Okay,
chat.
okay.
Right?
Hold on. Let me see if I hold on. Where's the private? Where's the chat? Where's the chat?
Private chat
Okay.
here, not YouTube, on StreamYard.
Okay, hold on. Let me click it. Okay, I just want to put it on pause here for a second.
Yeah, you see the title? The God bearer was.
What does it say? Στον μυστικόν δείπνο.
Yes.
Ήταν και η Θεοτόκος.
Theotokos.
Στο μυστικόν δείπνο ήταν και η Θεοτόκος. Okay.
Theotokos
Oh, this
is-
guy here. Oh, yeah. We got a little problem with this guy. Yeah.
Okay, so.
Okay, this is good. Thank you, Achileas. Thank
So
you.
he said one thing that blew my mind. Okay, Mary. He says we know that from tradition, and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. Anything we want to add to the gospel, we just say we know it from tradition, right?
Okay.
Yeah. But I'll just bypass that because he said something that dropped my jaw.
Yes, please tell me,
And-
enlighten me,
and
so I can make a
you are-
video.
And you are going to hear it. When you press play, it's like on the 10th minute or something there. Thinking that Christ died to take our sins is a misconception brought to Greece from the Westerners. I'm like, what? What did you say?
And
So
and then I'm the one who is causing division in the order.
Yeah, they just called you a heretic right now, you know? You are the problem right for them right
I am
now.
the problem. Yes.
So the girl asks, why did Jesus die then? And he says, to show us love and self-sacrifice. I'm like, so that's all. Not like, and I think if I recall correctly, he said specifically about taking the sin from Adam and all that. This comes from the Western movement.
Oh,
and I'm like, oh God, wait till I tell the Western movement that.
this is a good one. This is going to be good. I mean, I'm going to hear it, and I'm going to give you my.
And he just burned away like all the Old Testament, 90% of the New Testament. You know, like all of it.
Have you seen my videos? Me attacking the EO?
Yeah, some. Yeah.
Okay, so see, I'm not saying the faith is wrong, but the faith has been infiltrated, and and by people like this guy. I'm not going to judge him yet, but I take your word for what you're saying, And also, we got to figure out the meaning of what he's saying too, and probably it's what you're thinking. And I will definitely use this in the. Well, he's speaking Greek, so I might throw it into a Greek video.
Wait, I am going to translate it and add subtitles. So
cool.
I can send you the link when I do that.
Perfect. Thank you. And then I can throw it up on the English, because I'm building a case right now again on the EO Church. Calling a girl, the EO, the Eastern Orthodox.
Eastern Orthodox. Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
With Archbishop El Pidoforo, who said these young boys and one girl, these are our future deacons and priests. And he literally says it. Not only that, he says it's in the midst of Coptics who were there praying along in the service prior to. So not only are we praying with heretics, number one, okay, that's, I don't know what your stance on that is, but also he says that the girl, he literally said it, these are our future priests.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm the one who says women are not ordained. And
yeah.
Wait, it's coming. Wait.
Yeah. And my stance on heretics is what I would call I call a heretic something different than somebody else does. But the thing is that unfortunately, there has to be a division because if you're preaching a false doctrine, completely false doctrine,
right,
we cannot say that we are the same, because we have warnings in the New Testament about the false prophets that will be teaching what the itching ears will want to hear.
Amen.
And my position, brother, it has been and will be from the beginning that I don't change from being an Orthodox. I'm saying that the Orthodox Church has gone astray, and I want it to head back, and we will all be Orthodox again. But I'm not changing.
Right.
I don't like some stuff that the Orthodox side uses, which are like, we are the first church and the gates of Hades will not prevail upon us. So if you're not part of us, then you're doomed. I don't like that. That is not true. I think we have a lot of correct doctrine from the US. And which leads me to say my main issue with Orthodoxy, and if you happen to find the first time I appeared online, which is like a year and a half ago, I kept saying the same thing and I haven't changed it. You guys over there, you are the dealership of Orthodoxy, and the factory of Orthodoxy has gone astray. So what I'm trying to do is inform the Orthodox side, which is the American Western side of Orthodoxy, that the factory right here is not producing right. It's not doing what it was supposed to be doing. I know the United States is. So,
well, actually, not really. they're all in union with the with the patriarch, right? Who is already corrupt himself, and the Gigi.
Achileas, I got the clip of when you first came on shows. It was crazy.
Yeah, I remember then I was trying to tell Chuck about all that, and he was attacking me for saying them, and I was telling him, look, I'm just telling you what's going on around here. It's not like I'm not telling you what's going on over there. I'm just informing you. So you should be thanking me.
I can back this up. I was there that day when he did.
Give me a second.
Since Destin put on the free grace blinders, Destin is a Chihuahua who's gonna get the rolled up newspaper for not being Orthodox.
What?
Now that's kind of funny.
By
the way.
And hello, guys, by the way. Hello, Azo. Hello, Prophet Foranes. Hello, Babu.
Hey there, Hardflesh.
So we had a lot of lamb down here, guys.
Well, so when are you guys having a revolution? When's it gonna go down? When are you boys gonna grow a spine and put those politicians where they belong?
I'll put it this way: we gave birth to democracy, but then we gave it away for adoption.
But democracy is cringe.
We gave it away for adoption. Now you guys.
If you're not a theocrat, I'm a theocrat. If you're not a theocrat, you have your political stance is cringe. Fascism, communism, democracy, constitution, republic. To hell with them all.
I wish I could disagree. I can't.
I mean, you can move to Russia where none of those things exist there, Darth Dawkins, if you feel
well,
like
they are Orthodox. The Orthodox kind of have it kind of right. Look, I mean, Russia's gotten a lot better.
And Russia, even now, is not as what Dustin may think. It's a very democratic place. It's not like what
democratic?
It
What are you talking about? Putin is emperor for life.
No, he gets voted again and again.
Sure.
He did change the constitution to allow a further election that he can run for a third time, and he got voted by 95%.
Yeah, you know, Trump should do the same.
I've heard that. I've heard that Trump will do the same. But
first of all, Russia's like what is Russia? It's a weird mixture because they're still getting over, you know, their ick of being communists. So they still got that communist ick. But they're not that anymore. They're like some sort of in between, you know, wanting to be a republic, but still kind of reverting back to a monarchy with Putin.
I know that Zelensky canceled the elections again for the second time. Putin has never done that.
Well, Zelensky is a pawn for Israel. He's not even Ukrainian.
Oh, dear God, with these conspiracy theories. Where do you get this stuff from? Where do you get it from? Who is feeding you this garbage?
My American brother,
Dustin, I don't care what they say.
Sit back and learn. Okay? Because they're my neighbors here. And what Babel has said so far, he is correct. Now, yes, Russia is a little bit in the in-between. I mean, it is a democracy. There are so many Americans that have left the US for not finding them democratic anymore and are living in Russia. You should ask those.
It's because Russia doesn't want to become another pawn state. It doesn't want to become what they did to the Middle East. They're paying, what American is doing is pitting the Middle Easterns against Middle Eastern to destabilize the area and then take away their resources. Russia doesn't want to become another state of the U.S. That's simply Russia's looking out for its people, and that's what a king is supposed to do. Putin is a true king.
Russia doesn't want NATO barking down his back door. That's the only reason this war is in place. It has nothing to do with the U.S. Has nothing to do with Ukraine. It has to do with NATO. That's it.
Dustin, try to minimize the keywords because of the AI algorithm, right? Let's have a discussion without taking the channel down, because this is not as free of a world as we would want it to be. Don't bomb all the keywords there. Oh, I just used another one. See?
There you go.
It's tricky. It's tricky.
Dang it. There again.
Just try.
Gigi, you're going to have to remove Achileas now. It's a rule. No, I'm
canceled.
Kidding.
Thanks, Adro. By the way, I'll take a minute off. I'll be right back.
Good. With that being said, Dustin, I got something to say to you, Mr. Mans. First, I want to tell you I appreciate the way you acted and the way you added to that review the other night. First off, and second off, we're doing, I guess, a part 2 Thursday night, if you're free, and extending you an invitation to join if you want. Once again, ta-da!
Copy.
All right, thank you, sir.
So, when are you guys becoming Orthodox?
I already am. I'm a paradox too.
The paradox Orthodox.
I'm an atheist. Wouldn't that be a paradox, though? I'm an atheist Orthodox.
You're an Orthodox atheist.
It's still a paradox. It's like jump and shrimp, but don't go together.
Schrodinger's Orthodox.
Well, me and Sandman are Orthodox Protestants. we are protesting against the Orthodox Church, the mistakes that it has. It's
Yeah,
not,
and see,
right?
we have a lot in common then, because I protest all churches. Not really, but
Are you saying you're an atheodox?
an atheodox. I used to say either atheodox or athelect, depending on if I go in Zen's room or Daniel's. Because what's kind of weird is I got a wrench in both of them. I never asked for them, and I've been attacked because I time out people a little quicker than I normally do because it's not my channel. So I kind of try to like mod the way I think they would want their channel. You know, if somebody's cussing, but I think all I've ever done is remove comments from either Zen's or Daniel's channel before. Especially with Tar Baby around, it's kind of hard sometimes.
Well, what is he saying?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, all kinds of just stuff that's like right on the you know, it's like pretty much racist without being racist.
Oh, I see.
You know, it's just
Yeah.
stuff like that, or you know, but then I use a lot of, you know, I put like an asterisk, like where the "you" should be in certain cuss words, or you know, it's just like, okay, you didn't say it, but you're implying it. It's like, it's like a battle inside my own mind. But then I figured, okay, Daniel goes through his, you know, comments and will either say something about it or delete it himself, or say something to other people that are mods. But I don't want to be too overbearing where, you know, keeps people away also from their channels.
Right now, I'm running something on the AI voice thing.
Was that AI that you played before?
It's that TikTok voice. Yeah,
Because
kind of like
it sounded very good for AI.
I got from that TikTok people use. You know that TikTok voice?
Which is, I actually never make videos like that. I never narrate any of the videos I make. So I've seen that happen. I've seen people like narrating and using different voices, but I don't know how it's done, to be honest.
I really hate to ask her this, but CSAL, are you talking to me that I insulted Zden? I don't think I did.
Sandman, you must accept your Skynet overlords.
The future's here, Sandman.
Now, Sandman and Achileas could destroy the AI.
Oh, no. I know I'm wiser than Zden by a mile. He's a Boston Red Sox fan. Enough said. Anyway,
if you keep working on that AI, you'll soon be making dirt bike videos, as I am using it since 2013 that I've started uploading them. You got time. You'll get there.
Oh, okay. I'm with you, CSAL. Sorry.
I'm not even paying attention to the chat.
Oh, wow. You're getting positive feedback in side chat there, Dustin. Because even CSAF said, yeah, Dustin was funny on that review. So I definitely want to bring you back. No, everything is about me, Bond. Whatever. Pixie's coming to my side, Bond. Soon you'll be a footnote in her life. No, I'm kidding. You two are funny together. Sorry for whoever I just stopped.
There's a lot of moves being made in a very short amount of time.
Yeah.
I wonder what's happening here.
Well, they're going to have to make more to make less, if that makes sense. Because really, the movies have went by the wayside, you know, like going to movies. So why not just make a bunch of them, release them to, you know, like straight to the video, or the video.
Snow White was a big hit.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pissed. I thought it was about a cocaine dealer. Like, boy, was I wrong.
She's digging tunnels with little gnomes. But don't worry. Trump's going to put an end to that. It's going to build a wall, not just up, but down.
No, CSAL, you were just visiting. You ain't living in it yet, girl.
Snow White was crazy. What about Brother Pike's book, Angel Snow? That's crazy.
That's true. Yeah, I heard that one.
Someone called his book Angel Snow.
Oh, I'm not egocentric at all. I'm just funny-centric.
Oh, okay, that's
No, I was reminding Sal trying to pick a fight with a filthy theist.
oh, to take a bath.
That's what I. The first time she said that, I heard you tell that to her, I thought it was funny. Take a bath. Yeah, this in my world, I won't be here probably near as long as most of you, so I'm here visiting myself.
We're all passing through.
Pretty much. I'm just waiting for that big cremation in the sky.
But what if Achilles team up with Sandman to take over the world? What would happen then?
Yeah, he would take over the Catholic side. I'd take over the Orthodox
Thank you,
side.
Bond. Thank you for your gratefulness. We've all been corrected. Bond said, "This is my world. Be grateful you live in it."
The great Achilles.
We now know what God's real name is. It's Bond.
Achilles. Do you see this new video, man? It was so funny. I had Aces Jr. as being pregnant. Crazy. Like this.
Yeah, I saw that at the beginning
That
of
is
your
such a scary thing.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And now Sandman will have to deliver nightmares to Missing Maud.
Yeah.
After she saw that.
Yeah. You're the Achilles.
I've actually been very busy. I've been trying to work out on a video and translate some stuff. It started out as a 2-hour-long video. Now it's 3 parts of 1 hour and a half each. And it's like a timeline with 3,000 files. Oh,
These are the
that's
pictures I made. Yeah, these are the pictures I made for Snow White. I sent them to Rachel Ziegler on.
Wow, Bubble, the plastic surgery is really paying off for you. That's money well spent.
Snow White Hunchback.
Yes. You ever seen in the Mouth of Madness?
Yeah, I've seen that.
You know, in the final scene, because apparently Rachel Ziegler went to see her movie, and she was the only person there. She was like alone in the theater. So this is her.
You know what? I've actually started feeling bad for that girl.
Yeah, she's gonna go through a mental breakdown, but you know, she kind of deserves it.
Kinda, but still,
This is her.
I don't see people having any limits, and I'm afraid it's gonna get to her, like, more than necessary.
Nah. She's such a narcissist. Narcissists like that need to be taken down hard.
Okay, but I don't see people like there's videos about her all over the place. Everybody's attacking her, and I'm like,
Where apparently she's trying to escape the country because she's being sued.
By who?
Oh, sued.
Yeah.
By whom?
Rightfully so, because she said things that were basically kind of sabotaging the film, and that's kind of violating the contract. And if you violate the contract, you get sued.
Yep. Then I know what you're talking about. What she did, the things.
She was doing like she was doing aside from attacking the whites, you can kind of guess what she was saying.
Yeah.
Oh.
But it wasn't just her. Like every focus is on her, and that I agree. She's a full-blown narcissist, right? But there is also guilty parts here. Gal Gadot is terrible, like terrible. I think she's the most beautiful woman on the whole earth right now, but the girl can't act. All right, she can't. Now Disney's agenda was Disney's agenda. All she did was come out and say it before people knew about it. It wasn't her,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, she's a terrible actor and a terrible singer, but
yeah,
she looks good for a mom. Yeah.
Yeah, she looks good. I take her. I'll become a Jew in no time.
Stop lusting over there.
Yeah, I've been cooking for years, Bond, all because of a Texan. I'm about medium rare right now.
Oh, doesn't that? But okay, what do you think of this? This funny.
Remember that one picture with the guy with the stocking hat and like pointing a finger to his forehead that said "really creeps you out"? Gigi.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
McAiden
sorry.
is creeping me out. No, it doesn't bother in a good way. It just it's weird. I can see Aiden dressing like that and acting that way, and also being a cross-dressing, Satanist. But there's a lot of things out there we get surprised about.
You're back, Hazel?
We got the Joker from Timu.
For a minute,
Timu's Joker.
Timu's Joker. Ta-da.
Achilles, tell me about how'd you celebrate Easter?
This was maybe my first year that I got so annoyed with so much stuff that I didn't do like anything that the church wants me to do.
Okay.
I didn't fast. It's like I always fast a week, not 40 days, a week. But I didn't get all the red eggs stuff at all. But I did go out with the family, lunch, a lot of meat and a lot of stuff, and I had some chipuro. Have you tried chipuro?
Yeah, for sure.
Man, makes the world look a little better,
Yeah,
What
if
is
you drink
that?
a little too much of that.
It is a Greek drink, which is like 95% alcohol.
I thought so. No. In
But
heaven,
it's-
there is no alcohol.
Yeah, but it is pure, and you drink like a small glass. When I mean small, like your thumb. And you might
less than a shot glass. Wow.
Yeah, and you might end up with at the end of the day like 5 or 6 of those, and that's it. It's not like a bottle and stuff like that.
But
And
that's but you're intoxicated. The thing with the reason these things are banned is not because aside them from being toxins to your body, it's the same reason a law kind of forbids having dogs as pets, not dogs as herder dogs, but because you're building an attachment to these things that distract you from your family. And so you kind of, in the same way a person takes weed to distract him and take him away from the reality that he faces,
right?
You're also, when you take alcohol, you're kind of taken away from your family. You're separating yourself there.
And from yourself.
And that's it, yeah.
And God,
bro.
I'm surprised. I thought where that was going, but yeah, everything should be pointed towards family, regardless religious or not, in my opinion. Except if you find out Bubble is your son, and then you deal with it as it goes.
Bubble, you said you're not Muslim, are you?
I know, but I do also listen to them as well.
Oh, okay.
he believes in I heard he told you already, but I'll try to sum it up. He believes in the gods before Christianity. I'm not sure which one is his favorite, but he does think that chaos is like the major
You should know you're Greek. I mean, chaos is like the main god in Greek mythology. Well, you would call mythology.
Well, no, in Greek mythology the major god was Zeus.
No, there's Titans who come before Zeus, so clearly Zeus is not the ultimate.
Chaos was at the very beginning of Greek mythology.
That's the ultimate.
At the beginning there was chaos.
Exactly. So, that means that is the ultimate.
That doesn't mean that was the ultimate.
Okay, but you realize it's a myth. You realize that it's just a made up thing, right? You believe in a made up thing?
Well, you guys are gonna say it's made up, but I'm gonna if every religion, like if every continent has saying chaos is the god, well, that's pretty good evidence that chaos is the god. Because
no. Or let me, Sandman. We both have experienced Christ in our lives. Maybe Bubble is experiencing chaos in his life. That's why,
we're in the chaos. We're in the chaos.
We're in the chaos. I'm in a pasticcio right now.
Oh,
Mm-mm-mm.
nice. Now, let me ask you, are you having like a Greek feast during Easter over there where you are? Because I think you have a Greek origin.
Yep, absolutely.
Right.
Lamb, the typical, all kinds of meats, keftedes,
Right, that's
potatoes, spanakopita, pasticcio. No moussaka, but
Panakopita is the only Greek word Obama knows. Remember? Panakopita, he said it once. He said, I love the Greeks. Panakopita, that's so hard.
I hear you guys like Brazilian music. Is that true?
Here?
Oh, we like all kinds of music. I mean, Greek
No, but I heard you.
only.
Yeah, I heard you had like sort of a thing for like a Brazilian music, especially during the summer.
Who do you mean? Sandman?
The Greeks. The Greeks.
I wouldn't even be able to tell what is Brazilian music, to be honest.
Well, I don't know their language, but that kind of like that samba stuff.
No, well, Brazilian. I wouldn't call it Brazilian, but Latin America music, Latin, yes, has exploded lately. The past decade in Greece. That's true.
That's true.
And I tried it. It's nice, but it's not like the Greek dances. The Latin is more romantic. It's always a couple. The Greek dance is more solo. Whether it is an Eastern influenced chifteteli, belly dance, or or the Greek zebekiko, they're more like solo dances.
I find it funny because like in out there in the quote unquote nature, you'll find like animals doing like dances but as mates.
Yeah.
And then when they do a solo dance, is usually to attract the mate.
Yep. That bird with the wings, that it puts the wings on top of its head. That's my favorite one.
It's dabbing. Dab on these bird bitches.
No, I think we're just to get the discussion back to something. I think we're up for some serious changes because we had the death of the Pope. May God forgive his sins.
I mean, if it's gonna be another liberal Pope, because that's what I'm thinking. Because
I agree. Some people told me that this liberal Pope, he deserves to die. And I said I actually like him as a character, but the liberality that he brought, it's not him. It's the church that brings it. So the next one will even be worse than that.
Yeah, because communist infiltration of the Vatican. This is nothing new. This goes back to like 1930s. And I forgot who was the name of this lady. She was a outspoken communist during the 30s, and she gave a government testimony, at the courts, the U.S. courts, that there was indeed a communist infiltration, and she participated in it. But then she converted to being a Catholic, and so she had like this guilt.
Guilt for becoming a Catholic?
For the corruption, because she knew it was about corrupting the church. Cause this was before becoming a Catholic, but she was originally a communist, and then she was her and her group were infiltrating the churches across America and across the Vatican as well. But eventually, she saw that she was the problem, she was the toxic, and reverted to being a Catholic, and then this was doing the McCarthy trials.
I don't know her. If you can find the name and give it to me, I'll look her up. So she was like a whistleblower, an insider,
Yeah, this was during the McCarthy trials too. Let me see if I can find it.
So the other major thing that happened is that right at that moment that the announcement of Pope came out, Schwab quit the World Economic Forum at the same time. And
Oh, yeah, I heard about that.
And for me, that is very weird, because I'm a little more extreme when it comes to the timeline, the Christian timeline. I think we are much closer than what the rest of Christians think. They think it's in the future. I think it's right now. So I just get this sense that we might see the beast, the heads of the beast right now, one in the Catholic Church and one in the World Economic Forum. One thing that is undeniable, even from those that don't believe, is that there has never been a time in the past that you could be a leader or a ruler of many countries at the same time as you can be today. Because according to the book of Revelation, that beast is going to take over the world. And if you were a king, or if you went like even Adolf, you start one country at a time. You don't just immediately take up all the world. But if you become the leader or the secretary of NATO, UN, World Economic Forum, World Health Organization, immediately you have like 50 countries underneath you. So I don't know. I just think we're gonna. I'm keeping an eye out on who's coming up.
Achileas, did you say Klaus Schwab?
Yeah.
Died?
Yeah, he quit today.
Oh, he quit. I thought he died.
No, he quit at the same time that the Pope died.
Gangster Ghost, you there? Gangster.
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you show the video put in the side chat, on the private chat? It's only like 2 minutes.
What's it about?
It's about Belladonna, what Heart of Flesh was asking me about.
All about your wife?
No, it's not Emma.
Tell him it's about Aiden, and he'll play it.
It's about Aiden.
Lady Aiden?
Yes, Lady Aiden.
Leiden.
Aiden.
Full screen us.
Full screen? Okay.
In the early 1950s, Belladonna, a ranking official in the American Communist Party, who had been raised a Catholic, returned to the church with the support of Bishop Fulton Sheen. She gave congressional testimony on the party's subversion of the Catholic Church. She declared, "In the 1930s, we put 1,100 men into the priesthood in order to destroy the church from within. Right now, they are in the highest places in the church." In a lecture at Fordham University, Dodd said,
"In 1944, there was a national convention of the Communist Party, which I was elected to the National Committee openly in Madison Square Garden. During that convention, there were many people who came from all over the United States. One of the social events that I attended was a dinner given by Alexander Trachtenberg, who is an old socialist, graduate of Yale, engineer, and head of the publishing firm for the Communists. And in the evening, Trachtenberg rose and made a little speech. He said, "When we get ready to take the United States, we will not take her under the label of communism. We will not take her under the label of socialism. These labels are unpleasant to the American people and have been smeared too much. We will take the United States under labels which we have made very lovable. We'll take it under liberalism, under progressivism, under democracy. But take it we will."
Wasn't that bishop the one that became a pope right next?
You know what's the difference? You know what's the difference between conspiracy theory and conspiracy fact?
Yeah.
Just
the
time.
fact. Oh yeah, yes. That bishop then became a pope, and he's guilty of a lot of crimes against mankind. but nobody charged him. But he was like, he's responsible for the massacre and genocide of Serbs. He helped a lot of Nazis go to the United States and not get into trial. Pius II, I think, was his name. So if she got into the church through him, and then he became a pope, it's an interesting connection. Hello, AJ.
Of course. I mean, they have some. These liberal leftists. They have some sort of what they call class consciousness, but what it really is communist consciousness. So they're able to, like, even though they might not have a network, they still kind of work towards the same goal and eventually achieve a network.
Oh, that's the good AJ.
That's good AJ.
I know. I've heard him talk. Hello, brother.
Hi.
Yes,
hey,
hi.
what happened?
How you doing?
All good.
Put back the logo I made for you.
Achileas.
Yep.
And Grace, does it snow there?
Yeah.
Oh.
Almost every winter. I
Does
shouldn't say almost. Almost every winter will get snow in Athens, but there's no every winter in Greece. We're like all season around here.
You ever get hurricanes or storms?
Yeah. We had a huge hurricane, flooded like 20% of the country. It was wild a couple of years ago, 2022, yeah. Or no, 2023.
Wow.
I'll show you the picture.
Hi, good AJ. How are you today?
Yeah, hi, GG. I'm doing well.
That's good.
You're not doing well. What's up?
Oh, about the Pope?
No, I said I am doing well.
Oh, you are well? Oh.
Because the Pope is gone.
Oh, come on. We should never be happy for somebody.
Nah. I'm good with it.
I can't share a tab here, but I shared the screen.
There it is.
Jeez.
Yeah, that happened last year.
You guys should build a wall. Stop these waters from coming in.
And again, it was the government behind it because they wanted to protect one area, and they broke down 3 levees, so they protect that area, and they flooded.
Let me guess. It was the area of the elites that got protected.
It was a city. They wanted to protect the
it?
city, and then they like flooded all the farmland, so destroyed a lot of people's lives.
Well, that's kind of what you get for living in the farmland.
You're not the priority of the government. You should know that.
Yeah.
Even though you provide the food for the government members.
Yeah, kind of happens here in America too.
What if they made you the king of Greece? What would you do then?
I've told you before.
Oh.
That would be very bad for this system king. They would take me out.
Nah. See, that's what a bad king. See, I would be such a great king. They want to make me like God Emperor.
I would immediately leave the EU and send them a letter with a finger. Not physical finger. I'll just draw a finger, send it to the EU, and say, I never voted for you guys. So, we'll chill down here on our own and be okay with the Western world and the Eastern world. We don't want to send our ammunition to the wrong cause, as we are right now.
They'll find an excuse to invade you. We're like, oh, look, he's violating human rights. We need to invade.
I know. So, it'd be bad. It'd be bad. That's
back.
all.
I'm back.
Yeah, it is foolish to go, rogue when you don't have the firepower. That's why Russia can do it, because it has the firepower.
I don't have the firepower, but I have like food power.
Oh yeah.
Like, we produce a lot of food, and we're sending it all to the EU, and we're getting our lemons from Argentina.
I wouldn't hedge my bets on lemons.
And they're saying that we should conserve on oil, and we're spending so much oil to transfer all our goods to the EU and all goods from the other parts of the world to feed us back. I mean, okay, let's stop that. We'll keep our food. No more olive oil for you, Germany. Make your own.
Yeah, exactly.
No bullets.
Touch my olive oil.
And your
I need
vice
my olive oil.
would be Sandman. He'd be your vice.
Lemo, you know how much olive oil they're charging here at Costco? You
I
heard of
know.
Costco, right?
Yeah, it's so expensive. And
Canadian dollars, $44.95.
Before the
crazy.
Before the tax.
Yeah, this is before taxes. I don't know if there's taxes on oil, is there?
There is, of course, there is. Yeah.
$44.95, so
Wow.
$45 plus tax, and
it's like luxury.
Jesus
luxury.
Christ.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, you need the oil to cook the food. It's kind of
This oil comes from Greece, so it's like the only one they have, the only brand they have that comes from Greece, and it's ridiculous.
So is it like that fancy wine oil?
It's a cold press, first cold press.
And if we weren't a unity in quotes, because they've made me a unity with the grandsons of Adolf. All right, so it's a unity in quotes, because I don't like that unity. I have nothing common with all those that have been doing, that have destroyed all the world, and it's not just Germany, it's France, it's the UK.
Well, this is what conservatives get for aligning themselves with the communists.
So what could take place right now is, if we actually had a separate government, we could say, let's say, okay,
There's no separate government. You guys got rid of the competition.
Did you ask me what would I do? Let's say if I was a king. Okay, let's say it wasn't me. If we had somebody who was a king, right? He would call Trump and say, "Hey, bro, you are right for tariffing everyone. You are right. So I delete the tariffs that I had already imposed upon you, because we pay 40% to anything that comes from the US before Trump did the tariffs. 40%. And that's all Europe. Whatever you buy from the US, it's 40% plus new tax. So we don't buy from the US. That's why. So if I were, let's say, to call Trump and tell him that I take down all the tariffs to the US, you would have cheap olive oil, and he would not tariff the country. So there is a way to be friends in this global market that we are today. But when you go and you visit a prime minister and you give him a shitload of money, he remains in the union.
Look, it should be obvious that all these tariffs were all aimed at America and America, because they were trying to take down America. It is obvious.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
So, but who are proposing these tariffs? It's not the right wing in these other nations. It's not the right wing in Greece. It's not the right wing in the UK. It's the liberal leftists in the UK.
The thing is that until you build the infrastructure,
it's the thing. It's the thing. The liberal leftists in the UK and the liberal leftists in Greece all have this network, which the right wing in the UK and the right wing in Greece don't have. They are working together in the way you guys are not.
Yeah, and I agree, and I think that both the right and the left are working together right now. The only difference between the right and the left is that the right is pretending. The left doesn't pretend. It's like, yeah, we're gonna F you up. The right is like, no, we're gonna stop this. We're gonna stop it. Just vote for us, and they don't stop it. Like,
and it's usually it's usually a lot of liberal, quote unquote, conservative Karens who are duped by these pretentious right wingers. What are they conserving? You know, they'll say, "Well, I'm conserving." Well, what the heck are you conserving? They're not conserving the nation. They're conserving.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt. I just want to add to what you're saying, because right now with all these tariffs, although it sounds good, it's the American people that are paying for them. If you don't raise their salary by the same amount, then nobody will be able to purchase all the stuff that they did.
Yeah, it's gonna hurt us for now, but eventually, I think what Trump wants to do is bring back jobs here. Well, bring back production here. Yeah.
I get it, but I don't think it starts that way, because, for example, you don't have infrastructure to create cars right now. All right, he could like start working on it, start the factories.
No, that's where Elon Musk is actually trying to bank on that. So if he's the only producer in America, only his cars get sold. So
that's another monopoly right now, you know.
It is, but you know, he kind of well deserved. You know, Elon's been a good boy. He deserves it.
First off, he's faking space. Let me not get into that. All right, but also his cars
space.
Yeah.
Wait. Faking.
His cars suck. I'm sorry, but they keep crashing around, man.
I agree with that. His cars are
killing people. He doesn't deserve it.
Well, he deserves it for being an ally to Donald Trump and being an ally to the right wing.
I'll give you that.
We success. Oh, baby.
A baby in a Tesla car.
Yeah, I've been on Tesla. Oh my god, it feels like you know what a kit car is? Hard flesh.
Kit car.
Yeah, a kit car. It's one of those cars people kind of make for themselves out of scrap.
Okay.
So it feels like a kit car when you get on the Tesla. It doesn't feel like an actual car. It feels like an RC toy.
You know that the truck is not allowed in the EU at all.
What?
Yeah.
So
and yeah, you might get it from a country that is not in the EU, but if you get caught by the police driving it, they confiscate it.
Well, so how do they expect people to like transport personal stuff or like?
Please ask me why.
I'm guessing it's because there are small roads, but I mean,
because none of the safety precautions has been taken into consideration. If that car hits another car, it kills people because they don't care for the corners to be rounded. If it hits a man, it breaks his bones.
Yeah,
and Elon Musk just didn't care for all that. And I agree with Europe there. I'm sorry. Yeah, I can make a kit car, as you're saying, but it won't be allowed to be on the streets.
You know, this is like because, for example, in America, they banned pop-up headlights. You know, those headlights that used to pop up.
Right.
And they banned them because but this is a dumb excuse. You know, what is killing the person is not the freaking pop-up headlights. It's the fact that just got hit by a car. So it wouldn't freaking matter. So what this really is a liberal subversion trying to stop the spirit of capitalism, stop innovations.
You might have a point on that one, because I think the only cars that had that were Japanese cars, and maybe that was a way because the US was having a product war with the yen at the time.
Yeah, because they thought Japan was going to become, a powerhouse again, especially during the 90s. Well,
yeah, so maybe that's the reason. But there is a safety concern, because if you get hit by a car, you roll over the car. You roll over it.
But it's clear that their safety concern is total bullshit, and it's more there to like push some agenda.
But we do have some regulations that, for example, GMO is not allowed around here at all.
Yeah.
In the same manner, you can't just build a car and have no concern about what happens if you hit somebody.
Of course, there's a rational way to build a car, and there's an irrational way. Rational and an irrational.
That's the Musk way, the completely rational way.
But complaining about small, minute things like, the sides of the car weren't too curvy enough, that's total bogus bullshit.
Well, I'm just telling you. You know, that's what it is. You might think it is. I actually do think that all the corners that it has are very lethal. I get it that if you get hit by that car with like 70 miles per hour, it wouldn't matter if it has corners or if it's rounded. I get that. If you get hit by the Ram, if you get rammed by the Ram 3500, yeah, that being rounded doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But still, you have to have some consideration for.
But it's them trying to take away the edge of these cars. It's trying to take away aesthetics, and in a way, it's trying to quail down, the spirit of imagination. All cars are eventually gonna look the same, like some sort of a rounded, Twinkie.
Yeah, I think he was going for the UFO look.
Yeah, he's going for a cyberpunk aesthetic. And cyberpunk is just automatically anti-socialist. Cyberpunk has some sort of capitalistic aura around it.
A capitalistic dystopia, though.
Yeah, but it's still capitalistic.
I don't care where the dystopia is coming from. I wouldn't take the right one. I had in the history of my country, there has been a dictatorship, and it was a Western dictatorship. And people were not allowed to be out in the streets after 8 o'clock.
Jeez.
Yeah, people were. There was censorship in all the songs. People were going to jail for being poets, and that was.
How dare you sing against the communist dictatorship?
Yeah, it wasn't a communist dictatorship. It was a capitalistic dictatorship.
Ah, it was.
Yep.
I thought it meant something like Yugoslavia. Remember Yugoslavia?
Of course I do.
With Tito?
Yeah, something similar. Yeah, and I think it also happened in Argentina. It was not a communist government that did it.
Was it? I think it was Chile. Talking about Chile?
Chile. Yes, I think. I think Argentina had the dictatorship as well, but I do think it was referring
Chile.
to
I think Chile had Pinochet, and that was. Well, Pinochet didn't even stay in power. He was just there to make sure the communists didn't freaking take over. And I think his actions, just from that.
I actually think they were all led by the CIA, but let's not talk about that.
Yeah. I think Pinochet was a good guy in that situation. He didn't become dictator for life. He just stopped the chaos that he saw on the horizon.
Okay, but you create the chaos and then
you got to break some eggs, man. It's either the whole package or a few eggs.
Break the eggs.
What do you think, Sam? Are you the Easter Bunny?
He ate the Easter Bunny.
I ate the Easter Bunny, yeah.
At the table yesterday.
After paying $45 for olive oil, I laced it with some olive oil. Stuck it in the oven.
So again, back to that. I think that olive oil should not be a luxury because it is the oil that helps our body in so many ways.
Mm-hmm.
And there should be ways to make it cheap and affordable for everyone.
Oh, no, yeah, for sure.
But they don't. They've kept it like a luxury item.
Exactly.
And now with the tariffs, it's going to go to $60 a bottle. People will just not use it is the healthiest thing on the earth. Olive oil.
It's liquid gold.
Yeah, literally gold. By the way, we're not the first producers. We are the third in the world.
Maybe, but we're the top oils. We have the top olive oil, and Italy has. We were like the two top olive oils are Greece and
Same. I have a question.
Sorry, Gigi. Spain, Italy, and then Greece. That's the truth. I didn't know it either.
Have we dropped?
We don't have. We might have a better quality, but we don't have such a quantity because we don't have so many fields of olive trees that Italy has, and Spain surpasses.
I know that Italy and Spain also use Greek olive oil. Like for example, like their olive oil, they said is good for cooking, But then ours is better for salads and straight up just drinking, and it's less acid. It's just smoother.
Yeah, that's what I meant quality wise. The Greek is best, but quantity they beat us a lot.
Same man. I have a question. This avatar you use, that's the first avatar I ever saw you use. Is that a picture of you? One
Which
where the
one?
guy's looking down?
No, that's not.
Oh. Do you know who that is?
Well, it's the Sandman. But
Guess who else is here? Oh, go ahead.
When he takes human form. See, Sandman takes also human form, right?
Oh,
Doesn't he?
oh, that's nice.
But he does, right? Doesn't
Yeah.
he walk, like even in a movie, right? Don't you see him like he looks like a human, but deep down he's the Sandman. Meet the
Guess who's here?
Sandman.
Same man. Guess who's
Who's here?
here?
I don't know.
Seriously?
Brother Pike.
Really? Brother Pike.
Dun dun dun.
Brother Pike.
Maybe.
Meet Pike.
Maybe it ain't.
They call me Reverend Deacon Dr. Bishop Pike.
There is no one who uses it. Has to be Christian Pike. There's no one calls himself Baja.
I'm the Baja Blastoise.
He's the Baja Blast. Yeah, exactly.
That's what I am.
The Baja shooter.
That's his general identity.
I'm missing this
That's what I
joke.
was at school.
I won't forget what you did in '99. You sick bastard.
Thanks.
Is that Mountain Dew?
Well, it's more than that, really.
It's from Taco Bell. Do you have a
Yeah.
Taco Bell?
I see the Taco Bell. I see that. I don't get all the rest, everything around it. I just
Is that
don't know.
Achilles?
Yeah.
that's him.
What the heck?
Dude, I never change an avatar. I never change a name. How could you not know it's me?
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
All good. Trying to get back to normal after all that meat and all that feasting of the Easter, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Trying to get back on track.
Yeah.
That picture, same man. You when I first saw that, I thought you were the sad.
Christian.
Yes, sir.
I gave a link to Sandman here. I can't give it to you because it's in Greek. There was an Orthodox priest that said during the Holy Week, the Easter week, he said that the fact that Christ died for our sins and took back the curse of Adam is not true. It has been imposed upon us by Western Christianity.
Huh.
I said, what? The girl that was interviewing him said, then why did he die on the cross? And he says, to show us love and self-sacrifice. I just had to tell you guys. I mean, that's what an Orthodox priest said. Jesus didn't die for us. He didn't die for us.
Out there.
Did you hear a big scratch sound like zzz? What?
Tell me if you hear it in the video, man. I didn't.
No, I'm gonna. I have it here on the side for later.
Yeah.
Definitely listen to that later. That's for sure.
Interesting.
Oh man, shocking. He just burned all the gospel, like all of it. Like, why is it called the good news then?
Yeah, Sandman, that's why I'm the Crystal Methodist myself.
You see why we have apostolic canons, church canons, which they also try to bend and twist and to their narratives. And when you call them out on it, I was going to call in and rat out Jay Dyer because he was talking about that at some point, and he says, you know, the canons is a law which can be flexible. They're not like a rigid law. They can, and if you go to the Trullo 101, I think it's 101 or 102 canon of Trullo, it says that, you know, presbyter, bishop can, you know, in not so many words, flex the canon as they see fit for the circumstance. So then he put up an example of how we don't actually use certain canons right now because they were of a certain time. And that time has passed and now we don't need them. And so somebody asks, well, so if the bishops decide and say, well, this canon too, we don't need anymore because we're living in modern times. And now there are no more Orthodox people. So go ahead and marry yourselves with heretics.
Right.
And other believers. So what then? He can make that call, abolish the church canon, and then just call it a day because it doesn't work, it doesn't fit in our times. Well, then my question would be, how far do you go with it?
Where do you draw the line?
Where do you draw the line exactly? And this is what a Protestant was asking him. This is, where do we draw the line? And he's like, well, you're coming back to your presupposition. It's a Catholic, it's a Protestant position. You guys think everything is concrete, set in stone. Some of it of what he's talking about is true for Protestants. But when it comes to the church canons, especially the apostolic canons, okay, then why don't we go?
Apostles only. They were for the apostles only, right?
No, they were not for the apostles. It was for the church. Every ecumenical council came up with apostolic canons. So, to guide the church. And they were adding on every council. Now, to twist or to abolish, did you know what Bartholomew called the apostolic canons?
Oh, no, but I call him Bartholomew, which is the swear plus his name. There are so many. He's guilty for all this road that the Orthodox Church has taken.
Exactly.
So I wouldn't be surprised. So
he called them toilet paper. And I'm like, excuse me? Apostolic canons? Toilet paper? You need to defrock this guy like ASAP.
We can't. Like we can't. Nobody can. He's like, he's been there for like 50 years.
Yeah, I think Jay Dyer is kind of like, if you think Orthodox, it's basically Jay Dyer, especially on YouTube.
No, I heard him, and a lot of stuff, and I do say a lot of stuff he says is Orthodox, and I agree. But when I heard something about the apostolic canon, and he had a priest on him too, who says, well, this and this and this. And I was like, this. If this was alive, I'd go on like right now.
And my brother, do you know? Well, I shouldn't ask. Do you know? Here's how I see this the clergy of Orthodoxy. We have been graced, all of us, to be grafted into the tree of the people of God that originally were the Jews. And we got grafted into it as the Gentiles. We point our fingers to what the Jews did, and they rejected the Messiah as they rejected all the prophets before him. And now we have our own Pharisees, and we are doing the exact same mistakes that we are pointing the finger back at them that they did. We are idol worshippers, we are adulterers, we have our Pharisees telling us and changing things as their pocket dictates. It is a repetition of the Old Testament. And that's why it is official from the Orthodox Church, and again, I mean the factory, I mean here, that don't read the Old Testament. They are fairy tales that the Jews had. The reason they are saying that, they're putting a distinction there and saying we, Orthodox Christianity, are like New Testament on. The reason they're doing that distinction is because if you read what the Jews were doing, you will be seeing the clergy of today. And they're trying to hide it.
I don't know. I haven't read in full, but I know in references it keeps going back to Isaiah and a lot of other prophets. That even Jesus says, oh, Jerusalem, Jerusalem.
Jesus quoted the Old Testament so many times.
The killer of prophets.
Yeah, I mean, if you say that, you're taking out 50% of the magic of the gospel.
Mm-hmm. It's all the prophecies that were told and, of course, came true.
Yeah.
Oh, Brother Pike, what do you think of this?
What now?
This.
Brother Pike, UK row Taco Bell.
What do you think of that?
I don't have any thoughts on that at all.
No thoughts?
I find
It's
myself
all,
without thoughts.
it's all his thoughts, all of them.
That is so creepy.
It was creepy.
That's the dream you're going to get tonight. A clown.
No, I've seen it for a while. I think it's like a creepy, kind of funny way, because there's a certain picture that creeps Gangster out, and every time that it would pop up, sure enough, just like clockwork.
Is that supposed to be Aiden?
That
yeah.
It's gonna be Aiden. He's gonna yap your ear off.
It's McAiden.
He's just gonna it's gonna come from the gutter, grab your arm, and then just pull you in close enough and just start yapping.
And feed you a burger down your throat.
Nah. He's gonna eat the burger and yap over the burger too. So he's just like spitting little burger parts into your ear.
Mm-hmm.
Little pickles.
Don't give Sandman ideas, because he's gonna give us all those dreams tonight.
That's right. Be careful.
But you're only waiting.
I want butterflies and daisies and lilies and all that, Sandman. Write that down.
Hey, have you seen Invincible, the comic book show?
I think I watched the movie with Bruce Willis.
No, Invincible, like the comic book superhero. It's a cartoon.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Okay. All right, you
We're
won't get the
not talking
reference.
about the glass kid, the glass guy, because of what?
Yeah,
I think Achilles was talking about was and I forgot the name of the movie, but it wasn't indestructible though. But Bruce Willis couldn't die.
Yeah,
it was a train wrecks, car crashes. He tried to kill himself.
Yeah,
he just couldn't die. And Samuel L. Jackson was the guy that I forgot. Had like every bone in his body broke hundreds of times or something. They called him the Glass Man.
Yeah, he was called Glass.
I think somehow they're getting splinter or split into that somehow, but with that follow-up movie.
And yeah, the previous one wasn't it called Unbreakable? I got
Unbreakable.
it.
Maybe,
The first one, the second one was called Split. The third one was Glass.
All right.
I've seen one, maybe two. Half of two.
Achilles, are you hearing anything about the WCC in Greece? What's going on there?
Is that a new wrestling organization?
Yeah. What is it? What does it stand for?
Yes, mommy.
It's the World Council of Churches.
Well, I know that in 2016 there was a council in Crete where it was very heretical to all the true Christians, and they allowed for room for other religions to enter and become like it was the first step to a unity. But other than that, no, that one you should check it out. The Council in Crete, 2016.
Have you heard of the EO recognizing the Pope as first among equals?
I have been trying to expose that in my videos since then, and Bartholomew kissing him and hugging him, while the rest of Orthodoxy called him the Antichrist. But nothing recent. I haven't read anything recently about it.
Okay. So there's an article that says, I have to find it so I don't butcher it, but basically that the Orthodox Church will acknowledge the Pope, obviously not this one now, probably the next one that's coming, as the first among equals, but they're still in discussion. There's still disagreements. But if the disagreements, in not so many words, if the disagreements are over and they come to some kind of understanding, he becomes the first among equals. I call that step one.
It is exactly that.
Right. Step two is now exact same position he has now. First and only, no equals. That's step two. But that's,
So the first step of him being first among equals is already a distinction, right?
Exactly.
Does the infallible word of his, is it in it? Like, is whatever he says infallible?
well, that's what they're trying to work out now. Is he going to be infallible or not? Or is he coming back to first among equals? Which means if you're first among equals, you cannot be the infallible
Right.
leader, pope. You have to also consult with the other ecumenical councils.
Still, I don't think there is a way to stop this. It is, we are living the revelation. So a world unity is coming, and the way for them to bring it will be to unite the old
one world religion.
Yeah, the old Byzantine Empire with the Catholic, empire, right? They're gonna have to unite that first.
Sure.
So it's only a matter of time.
Yeah. Well, that's what I've been saying. And it's going to happen.
And all those that will not agree are going to be those that will be persecuted.
Exactly.
It's not going to be like a schism this time.
Oh, well, it will be, but they will be prosecuted because of it.
Right. If you want to see an example of that, look up the Mount Athos monastery called Esphigmenou. They are called the rebels. The Mount Athos is not giving them any money. They call them heretics.
Yeah.
Why? Because they don't want to accept all these steps that Orthodoxy has taken. So we're talking about 50 monasteries versus one monastery. And they are getting persecuted, like on the media. They call them terrorists.
Have you heard?
What?
16 monks already died?
16?
Yeah, because of lack of medicine?
No, I didn't. In Esphigmenou.
I heard that 16 passed. It could have been the older ones that were there. That's what I heard from outside sources.
I just Googled it, but I didn't get that. But I got on the first link, I got a Wikipedia. So let me just say this for those that are listening. The sacred patriarchal and stavropegic. I mean, when you take Greek words and you put them in English, I just stavropegic monastery Esphigmenou. It is an Eastern Orthodox monastery dedicated to the ascension of Christ in the monastic state of Mount Athos in Greek. It is built next to the sea. Okay, we don't care about that. I read at the description on Google of Wikipedia, but I can't find what it is in Wikipedia. It says, as of July 2024, the police has been preparing an operation to evict the monks, and then it stops. It says architecture.
Yeah.
So are they like trying to stop for like the building to be torn down? What's going on?
Kick the monks out and take the monastery from them.
Yeah.
Kind of like Katy Perry did with the nuns, huh?
Did with what?
Katy Perry. She was trying to take a house from the nuns over here in California.
Oh, did she? No, I didn't.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Really?
Yeah. She didn't. If only she didn't get the house, but she was trying to take the house from the nuns.
Wow. Okay.
And turn it into a house.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that what these monks are doing in previous times would have created a schism. But in our times, they just been labeled the terrorists and the heretics. And this is going to happen to all those that are not going to agree with the anti-Christian mandates that the rest, the leadership of the church goes by. It's not going to be a schism. It's going to be persecution. And that's a good example.
Yeah, persecution. Christians will have a new name.
Yeah, heretics, I guess.
Because they world Christianity. I heard of
No, you're probably gonna get labeled violent extremists or something extremist, radical extremists.
Yeah. We're already considered the old calendars already are considered by the majority of the Orthodox churches.
Yeah,
the minority.
They are old calendar, by the way.
Of course, so am I. But and when I say I'm old calendar, I mean my everyday things I do with the new Gregorian calendar. But my Julian calendar is just liturgical. It's not just like Easter. Easter falls under the old calendar date, something that they could not change.
And now that you mention that, there was a prophecy from Saint Cosmas in the 1500s. Have you heard recently that Orthodoxy is bringing up a new saint, Saint Paisios?
Yeah, sure. I already heard of Paisios, Ephraim, Paisio.
Okay. Saint Paisios, I'm not going to say that he was not a very humble saint, that he deserves to be called a saint, all right? But they are telling us that he prophesied.
Right.
The thing is, he didn't prophesy himself. He brought up the prophecies of Cosmas the Aetolian of the 15th century.
Okay.
And he was saying in one of those prophecies that the times of the end will be when the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church have a common Easter, and there is war above Greece and below Greece.
Right.
And that's exactly what we had this year. We have war above us. We have war below us. I don't want to
every year.
Not exactly, because this is where I live. It all started happening and getting to where we are in 2022. That's where the war above us started. And that's right after that, the Middle East issue became what it is now, which is the worst it has ever been. So it coincided, I'm just saying coincided, to have something that happens every 4 years, which is to have Easter at the same date. And then the next day the Pope dies, the World Health Organization quits right at that time. And I'm just pointing out that that's a little weird. Like it's coming, as the prophecy was.
Wait, what you need is like what needs to happen is like a large bottleneck of population, because what's really gonna kill us is these mutations in our genomes. But for that to become abundant, become so rich critical mass. Go ahead.
Nothing is excluded from the bad times. Nothing is excluded. Like all this stuff are working together, not towards our benefit.
Well, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, because like it seems there is like a sort of death cult coming from the Christians who who are pushing for death, or pushing for the end of times just so they can see Jesus. I keep moving my mic.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
No, the thing is, though, you said two things like they were one. Pushing the end times, we're not pushing them. They are coming on the back of our head. We're not pulling them.
Well, there's some Christians who are like, glorifying that. They can't wait for it.
Well, the reason it's not like we can't wait. I'm putting myself in that group that you are talking about. It's not, we can't wait for the promise that comes after those, which is a new world. That's what we can't wait. Not for the bad stuff, not for the persecution, but the closer we are to the persecution.
Can't wait to fail again? Because that's all yours.
Well, look, Jesus said they will come after you, and if you don't deny my name, you will be in the heaven, in the new earth. So when they put a gun on my head and they tell me denounce that name, I ain't gonna. Jesus said, whoever strives for their life, they will lose it, and those that give it away in my name, they will gain it. So
okay. These people who are putting a gun to your head, is it a sin to put a gun towards their head first?
Yes.
Is it? Where does it say that?
Thou shalt not kill.
No, it says thou shalt not murder.
Right.
So
putting a gun on people on gunpoint.
There's nothing against self-defense in the Bible, right?
Well,
you're not talking about self-defense now. You said if someone put a gun to your head to denounce your faith, what happens if you put a gun to their faith to do the same act, denounce your faith? But we don't do that. We don't put guns to people's heads.
But that is a self-defense situation. Somebody's putting a gun.
No, that's not. No.
If somebody's putting a gun to your head, that is a self-defense situation.
Here's the thing.
That's no different than a robber.
Here's the thing, Bubble. I did not start being a Christian. I had a hope in the future of this world, that it's going to get better. It's going to get better. It's going to get better. And I kept getting disappointed.
Well, it doesn't get better until you make it better.
Yeah, well, I don't have that power to make it better. But anyway.
But exactly, Howard Flesh, is because you're giving them the power. As soon as you start imposing your power, they will impose their power over yours.
Tanks. I got no tanks, bro.
Because you keep giving them the tanks. Stop giving them the tanks. Stop giving the liberals
the batons. I don't.
Yeah, this is what happens when conservatives keep aligning themselves with liberals and communists. This is not the first time. They betrayed us. Yeah,
I just want to tell you this, and it's not a matter. It's not a matter of argument.
It is. Look.
I just want you to hear this. I arrived to Christianity when I saw that this world is becoming exactly what the book told me it would.
Because you keep aligning yourself. The conservatives, they've done this before many times. They did it during the Civil War. They aligned themselves with the liberals and defeated the libertarians. During World War II, they aligned themselves with the communists and defeated the fascists. So why again and again is it the conservatives aligning themselves with the left side when they're supposed to be right-wingers?
I'll give you this weird answer to what you're saying. Let's say you are the one that actually has it right. Why doesn't the world change towards what you think is right?
I think it's because you're being deceived.
But you told me I have the power to change it. So if you have the same power to change it, why doesn't it?
That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to get you to be undeceived. Stop aligning yourself with the liberals just because you feel the other right wing is icky. Stop aligning yourself.
Why am I aligning with liberals? Explain
because you don't want the other right wing to win. Just like Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson is a right winger, but he doesn't want the other right wing to win. He wants his right wing to win.
Dude, I don't know how you got that from my discussion. I mean, I don't think the right wing and Christianity supposedly are together, supposedly.
They
right?
are.
They are pretending
It should be.
to be.
Well, at least it
Yeah,
should be, right?
right. So why am I going for another right wing? I don't
But
follow you.
it's again and again that the constant betrayal of the right wing is done by other right wingers. It's not done by the left.
Well, the way I see it, I think they are all working hand in hand, and we are going to see a unification of all. Like we now have the European Union, we have the African Union, we have that Eastern Union, and very soon we're going to have like one union, and you won't be able to escape it.
Yeah, and that's all run by the left. And here again, and that is a perfect example.
I don't think it's the left that is doing it. I think it's there are no left and rights at all.
No, it's a left wing concept, and the right wing is feeding into it because they think they'll eventually get control of this union. It'll be them ruling. No, it's not going to happen. It'll be the left ruling.
Are we on politics now?
Well, there is no difference between the politics and the spiritual.
Of course there is.
No, there isn't.
So what I vote for determines where I'm going after I die?
Okay, who do you align with? Who does God say is the true ruler?
A king.
Who is the true authority? No. Who God says there is only one Lord. Who is the Lord?
Are we talking about the Father?
Exactly. So only God is Lord. So you can't have other lords.
So then, why are you mixing politics?
So if there's a Lord, He's giving you His politics. His politics. So any other politics are going to be in contradiction to the politics of the Lord. So you can't have other politics.
Oh, okay, got it. So you're saying that God has His political standpoints here too, right?
Yeah, of course. God has He has the perfect politics.
Okay, so let me ask you this: if somehow, I don't see how, but if somehow we could have a connection and a direct line from God's will to the earth.
We certainly do.
No, we don't. Do you think there would be murder?
No,
because murder is not in His will. If He was able to impose and take away our free will and have His law upon the earth imposed upon us, there will be no murder.
His law is made apparent through His creation. You're just ignoring. You're still not in the mentality that everything around you is created. You're still in the mentality. You're still in the atheist worldview. The rocks.
You're missing something important. There was a rebellion. 1/3 of the angels have gone with Satan. That is 1/3.
Why did they rebel? Why did they?
That are imposing the things that you say I am.
Their rebellion was politically based, right? So
okay.
So their politics which are against God's politics. So what is the opposite of what is it? We simply need to observe what is the politics of the demon, and then it's simply the opposite of that.
Right. I'm with you. I agree.
Yeah.
And we are under the first one right now.
Yeah, well, any other politics that is not God's is basically Satan. Even a demon can hold a politics that says, "Well, don't murder the gays," right?
But murder those that speak against them.
Exactly. So even a demon will want laws, but his laws.
How we know you're not a demon?
Because I am for the politics of God. I am not to be a demon is to be anti-God in his politics. I am not none of that.
Anyway, I've seen him. He doesn't
pick me.
Bubblegum, have you been talking to Hazel lately?
Nah, he's
my drinking buddy.
Drinking buddy. Nah, I don't drink.
No, he's my drinking buddy, I said. Have you been talking to him?
A little bit.
Okay.
Poor guy, you need a new hobby, bubblegum.
Bubblegum, oh, bubblegum. Bubblegum. Bum, bum, bum.
We're dating ourselves. Uh-oh.
Brother Pike, where are my crunchy tacos?
That sounded pretty AI.
Yep.
Told you it was AI.
That's his new gender identity. It's AI.
Identify as Skynet.
We're gonna see that too.
Are you AI, Achileas?
I don't know. By installing Windows 11 recently, I feel more and more like it. You know, being part of Skynet.
I'm still on Windows 10.
I'm here to spread the good word, the message to all those of the WCC organization, the World Church
Championship
Syrian Church of
World Church Championships.
Oriental Orthodox churches, Eastern Orthodox, Lutherans, Anglicans, Old Catholics, probably Eastern Catholics, Presbyterians. You guys will be happy to hear. And also Reformed churches. Oh, how do you like that? You're all, Baptist and Pentecostal are all going to be one. How do you like that?
You won't be able to tell the difference.
Achilles.
It will be one body straight to hell. That's what.
It'll be a buffet of choose your own religion.
The
But all
correct
within one
answer
church.
was the Mormons. Yes, the Mormons were right.
Achilles, what do you think of that? Tim, I seen him out there street preaching, and he's going to street preach again. This time you're going to see people he street preach to.
I think that does more harm than good because he just looks like a crazy nutter.
Yeah, pretty much. It doesn't look. I mean, he looks like one to begin with, even without the Bible stuff.
Guys, you got to understand what Timmy is doing. Although we might look at it and say, "What a ridiculous thing," but believe it or not, whatever he's doing first brings somebody into or makes somebody think, right? If it does, and if it does, let's say it goes into what he believes in, which is okay. I just blanked there for a minute.
Fundamentalist.
No, I don't think he's a fundamentalist. I think he's
Oh, he's a IFB if I've ever seen one.
what does he call themselves? He's
Independent Baptist.
Dispensationalist. Okay,
Oh, yeah.
dispensationalist. So it brings, so this is how God works through people. Someone comes through him, then eventually has and reads and studies and realizes there's something wrong with this. The concept is correct, but there's got to be something else. And then they get nudged from that point to go move on to another point, which is now completely out of what he first started with, and so on and so forth, all the way up until he comes to the truth. So, when we say God works in mysterious ways, he will use people who are completely wrong and bring people to eventually the truth. I believe
Like
that.
Azo. Now look at Azo. He's already here. You heard a random hobo on the streets preaching the Bible.
Yeah, Azo.
I found out it was my mom.
Azo, you read the Bible and all that, right? You do research and everything else.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you see, but you're still an atheist, right? You don't believe in God.
Yep.
Right. It starts off that way, and then something happens to you.
But I think, I think these people, but
you
atheists
find
are
him on the road. You meet him one day, and you'll start changing. Go ahead.
No,
Go ahead.
no, but it seems like the type of asshole atheist is more like the ones who kind of lash out to the Bible. This is why they kind of read the Bible, just kind of lash out at the proposed God, because they don't really know who God is, and here comes the Christian. Well, this is God. Well, I'm going to lash out at that. And if it was a Muslim presenting Allah, they would lash out to Allah.
Mm-hmm.
But on what you said, and Sadman responded about what Gigi asked, which was like Team Street preaching. the thing is that because we don't understand, there are processes taking place inside us, and there are processes taking place in others, and you never know how, for somebody, finding a preacher on the road just preaching, reciting Bible verses, as you agreed with Azo, that might, like, make you say, oh, he's the crazy guy. Okay, but there might be one truck that goes by that there is a woman in that car and said, God, if you are real, give me one message today. And she got out of her house, and on the first junction, she meets that person, and he says the verse that hits her. So
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but like if we do the math, take numbers of how many were saved by brought into the faith by this, and how many were drawn away by it, I think you get a lot more people drawn away than you would get brought in.
That gets me really thinking about it. For once, Achilles got me thinking about this. It's like 1 minute she's in a truck, next minute she's coming out of a house. What happened in between? Not that it changes the story, but I'm kind of curious.
Jesus, take the wheel.
that might facts mixed up a little bit, all right?
Well, yeah. In between, she took a shower. She had a toast with some peanut butter and jelly, and
all right. See, now I can get into the story. I can relate.
But did she have a Baja Blast?
And then she
That's
went and got a
heretical. We all
Baja
know
Blast,
that.
and there you go.
Brother Pike, where are my crunchy tacos?
Okay, so the crunchy tacos typically are served at the Taco Bell and not through the Taco Bell patrons.
Where do you get your Baja Blast, anyways? I mean,
Well, they grow it in the Garden of the Gods, Sandman.
I try looking for it here. I can't find it. I mean, it's got to be
Angel
a US.
Tears, they call it, I think.
Mountain Dew is the nectar of the gods. That is a fact.
Is it?
I thought Dr. Pepper was that.
Nah, heck no. That is the drink of Satan. Satan's
Well,
butthole.
that explains why you guys are theists.
Straight out of Satan's butthole. So that is.
Mountain Dew it is. I swear. I think you are. You're sucking on, the devil's bottle for your caffeine high. That explains more about you, Bubblegum.
No, there's a flaw in your logic, Azo. I'm Greek. I don't even have Mountain Dew over here, so no.
It's all Greek to me, though, so it doesn't matter.
No Dr. Pepper.
We don't have Mountain Dew.
No
We have
Mountain
Ouzo.
Dew. We don't
You don't
have
have
Coke.
Baja Blast?
No, we have Ouzo Blast.
They don't even have a Taco Bell.
The Lord hath forsaken thee.
I know, right? No Taco Bell.
This is why now I see they say the Antichrist will be coming out of Greece. They need Taco Bell to protect themselves spiritually.
It'll be like a mixture between a Taco Bell and a church.
Yo, quiero, Cristo.
How can you
I
get
have two
Baja
tacos and
Blast?
a Eucharist?
How can you get Baja Blast?
That'll be the holy water.
Oh, there's the creepy Aiden. I'm gonna say that every single time.
Dunk the baby in the Mountain Dew.
And subscribe, because something about Gangster's head, his hole keeps moving. I don't understand that one.
AI can't even get a sign to look okay. Yeah.
You know, all this taco talk is making me hungry. I'm gonna hop out.
Oh, good. Speaking of Taco Bell, have you made any new CGI Ike videos lately?
Leave here if you're gay.
Gay.
Tag it.
Yeah, I'm out of here.
Bye-bye.
Oh, so he left.
You better keep a good eye on that boy.
How are Achilles? Did you have fun on Easter? Did you find any Easter bunnies and get the Easter candy with your bunny rabbits?
Why is Gigi talking to him like he's a 3-year-old? You don't go boy, you Achilles. Did you get your eggs? Did you get the jelly beans? Did you get the beans? You're such a good boy, even if you don't got a Taco Bell.
Because I'm in Orthodox Greece, and you gotta talk to us that way.
I actually got a bunny chocolate, small one.
Was
got
it
a
from the
one,
Easter Bunny?
Yeah.
I didn't
Yeah,
get
we
it.
read your wife's blog.
The bunny
We
came
know
and
all about it.
left it under the pillow.
Better
It's a
lock the
fairy
doors.
Yeah.
I gotta lock my doors. Yeah, you're right. Close my windows too while I'm at it. No wonder the screen was ripped in half. Huh.
That's where my Xbox went.
Is that what happens when people escape the basement?
Yeah.
I gotta get going too. I haven't fed my dogs, and it's 2 a.m. already. They're like, "What are you doing?"
Inspire me with the weather that's down there, Achileas. Inspire me.
Hey, Sandman, are you like? Do you ever visit Greece?
It's been a while.
Every time
Okay.
I go to McDonald's.
Now you have a friend over.
I
Right?
know. Everyone's asking me. Gangster asks me all
Right.
the time. If you go to Greece, would you go meet Achileas? Like, of course I'm gonna go meet Achileas.
Yes, and I know. I heard you saying we're going riding. No, I'm not gonna take you riding, but there are some great places we can go to.
That is
and
vibes of Brokeback Mountain, though.
I have my
Brokeback
my
Mount
favorite.
Olympus.
What I've been promising to anyone that I've met here, if they do visit, I have a very small, but that's all we need, house on an island. We only need a house to sleep on an island, nothing else. So
All you
we'll be
guys need
out
is each
all
other.
day. So we're gonna have a lot of good food, Greek salad, olive oil, and chipuro, and at the same time we're going to see some places like Paul's altar, where he preached to the Greeks, where
Wow.
he preached to the Bereans,
Mm-hmm.
and the places are surrounded by that energy. Like Athens is beautiful in itself if you walk its streets. A lot of little stores. It's very nice, and then Veria is just beautiful. It has a river crossing the city, and that's where Paul preached. And I keep asking for people to come and give them that tour, and
Isn't
hang
that
around.
isn't that where Paul was preaching, where now people actually go and watch like the sunset or just hang out? Like they sit on this rocky like kind of thing?
And yes, in Athens.
Exactly. Is that where it
But
is?
yeah, it's right at the Parthenon.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But that's it's still downtown Athens. So although it is good to as a touristic place, okay, but I have more. My favorite place is Veria, where Paul was preaching, and we'll spend a couple of days there because it's so beautiful. You won't want to leave. Make sure it's summer time, so we don't get snow and stuff and
What's
cold.
the weather now?
It's hot already.
I know. That's why I said tease me with some weather here that you got there. Enlighten me.
We're already suffering. It's been hotter than the usual.
You see?
So, guys, I might see you. I think Steph is having a show later.
I talked to her. I think she canceled it.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
So I'll see you guys soon. For now, I gotta jump out.
Same, Achileas. I'll have one Friday.
All right, I might pop in. The reason I popped in today is because I'm too tired working on the video that I am, and I'm trying to find escape mechanisms. I tried going to a friend's house, work on his bike, but then I hate working on bikes. I'm so tired of that. So I jumped on a stream instead. The discussion was interesting.
Yeah, and editing is tough, eh? Editing is long. It's tough.
Yeah, and if I show you the timeline, man, you'll get dizzy. Only seeing it, it's like 2,500 files.
It's crazy, I know.
And it's
I put together.
What I'm doing with it is there is this huge scandal around here that it probably made it to your ears, which is a train accident.
Oh, the one that was a while ago, wasn't it?
Exactly, yes. But we got out on the streets like 2 to 3 million people went out on the streets, and there were riots on 100 cities worldwide outside Greece.
Yeah.
Now. And I'm trying to show you why. Because what the government is doing is it's hiding behind the language barrier. It's like, okay, the Greeks are up to us, but that doesn't mean that the rest of the world is. They don't know what we've done. It's what they've done after the accident that is. There is no word.
Don't tell me the whole thing. I want to watch your video.
So I'm trying to make it like documentary, like
Nice.
what people don't know. Translate it for them. Have interviews. Have specialists, and all that stuff. So, and the more you're trying to make it to make sense for those that have no idea what it is, the more complicated it becomes. And it's been maybe 3 months I'm working on it, and I'm tired.
Oh, for sure.
So I can't wait to put it up there and chill, like relax. Thank you for the company. Thank you for keeping me company and helping me rest from it.
Amen.
Honored to be with you.
Yeah, same here, brother.
I'll see you next time.
All right.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you for joining.
Thank you too. Bye. Bye, Azo. See you later, bro.
Bye, man.
Yeah, Salmon, did you have fun today?
Yeah. Of course, you.
Yeah, your voice fits your picture.
It does, doesn't it?
You are the great Sandman.
Do you want me to drop it a little lower?
What is it?
Do you want me to drop my voice a little lower?
Wow.
Like this.
Wow. But Salmon.
Yes.
In July I'm going to the UK.
And you said that you're going to take a lot of pictures, right?
Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
I hope so.
Have you been to the UK?
Never. So you got one on me. You're going. I've never been. That's 1 point for you, 0 for me.
Wow. I think Ansel might have been there, but he didn't know he'd been there.
Well, I think he tried to go there, and at the airport when he landed, they just sent him back. They said, "You get out of here." It's something like that. Yeah.
But what would you do if they made you the king? Made Achileas the king, and you're the vice king of Greece?
We would definitely clean up house. That is guaranteed.
Yeah. You take over the world.
Yes. First, we start off with cleaning up Greece. We'd clean up the church too. Definitely. And then we would come over to the west on this side and conquer everything here.
Canada?
Yeah, and the US and Mexico.
And what about the other countries? All the other countries besides?
And then after here, we would go back and conquer Germany and Sweden and all those, Switzerland and Geneva, and clean up house over there. Like Achilles says, first we take Manhattan, then we take Berlin. Yeah, exactly. We clean up house like you've never seen before. There'll be so much dust from the sweeping that you'll be lost in the dust.
Dustins?
And then, we get Dustin to clean it all up. Sure.
Wow, that'd be crazy, man. That'd be crazy.
Oh, yeah. And I'll send everybody a dream while I'm doing it.
Oh, that's good. Sandman, bring us a dream. Blah, 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 blah. Mr.
Play it.
Sandman.
Play that song. She made you a song about that. Play it out. You have it.
I don't know where it's at.
Uh-oh.
But
yeah, Maud's making me one too, she said.
Yeah.
She's gonna send me a little Aiden. Lady
Here's a
Aiden.
song Good AJ made me.
Subscribe to Gigi's Groove. Ooh, yeah.
What do you think of that?
Groovy.
Crazy.
Crazy. Huh?
Yeah, that was created by Good AJ.
Good AJ? You were
Yeah.
telling me about a good AJ and a bad AJ.
The evil AJ is the one who's pregnant. The good AJ is the
Uh-huh.
It's you know that Catholic AJ? Should we have it as an intro?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Yeah, I would, but they don't have a. Yeah, it doesn't have a video to it, so I want it. So I just have it on my regular song.
So did you eat any chocolate this Easter?
No.
No chocolate?
No chocolate.
What did you eat?
I ate marshmallow bunny rabbit stuff.
A bunny rabbit that's made of marshmallows?
No, not bunny rabbit one, I think, and a little bird thing made of marshmallows, tweaks. I forgot what it's called.
But no chocolate.
No chocolate.
Mm. So what do I do with the chocolate I got? The little bunny rabbit. Should I bite its head off or?
Yeah.
The Sandman bites the bunny's head off.
Yeah. Oh, we saw that movie Woman in the Yard.
I did see it. I did see it.
Did you like it?
Not too bad. Not too bad. I mean, it's a good sit-down afternoon type movie, you know, chill, you know, spend some time. I mean, I don't expect much from movies if it's not big blockbusters like Gladiator or, you know, big budget films. But besides that, and now the other one I told you about, Till Dawn or Dawn Until Dawn.
Yeah, Till Dawn.
Until Dawn. That's coming out the 25th. That's probably one I'm going to check out as well. In an afternoon, you know, chill.
What is it about?
From what I've seen on the trailer, it's like a gang of girls and guys who go to this house, apparently. I don't know if it's a cottage house or it seems to be something like that. And there's a series of events that happen, but people start dying. But they think they're dying, but they're not dead. They're living a different horror night every night. It's it's like a mix between. It made me think of the. You ever heard of the movie Groundhog Day?
Yeah.
Where he lives out like the same thing every morning, except he realizes it only like halfway through, and so like he does all these crazy things. And so it's kind of reminded me of that a bit. So they live a different horror.
Well, I first looked it up. I just did. First, it took me to a video game. I had to put a movie, and I found the movie. It looks like what you're talking about.
Exactly. They live a different experience every night, and now they got to figure out how to get out of this dilemma. Yeah.
Oh, You want, like I end the show and we could look at the, after the show, we could look at the trailer together?
Yeah, did you? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, bye everybody. Thank you for coming. Bye.